Entrance ceremony day, finally here, but don't get it twisted, this is not your average school, this is the Demon Academy. And right on cue, the academy's principal makes her grand entrance, standing tall in front of every single applicant. Just her presence alone has these kids shaking in their boots. Then she drops the bomb. Today's test is all about mental endurance. And she doesn't waste a second, she unleashes an aura so brutal, it knocks half the crowd right off their feet. The rest are just gasping for air, barely holding on. One by one, they drop like flies in front of the watching professors, who honestly have seen this exact scene play out every single year, 5 minutes in. And only 8 kids are still standing. By the 10-minute mark, it's down to just 1. The professors are already calling it, though, convinced this last guy's about to drop any second too. But then out of nowhere, this dude unleashes an aura so insane that it leaves every professor in the room speechless. Even the principal, the one who just steamrolled everyone, actually looks surprised. One of the professors even reacts. He feels so threatened by this kid that he genuinely wants to end him right there on the spot. Chill, my dude. Thankfully, the principal shuts that down fast, and instead she just cranks her own aura up even harder. Doesn't matter though, still not enough. Our guy just keeps standing there unshaken all the way to the very last second of the test. Now here's the twist, just days earlier this guy wasn't even a fighter, he was a novelist. Nam Wuyen, living a totally normal life in the human world. Then one day, right after typing out the final chapter of his own novel, he gets hit with some mysterious letter that yanks him straight into that very story and drops him into the body of the villain whose tragic ending he wrote himself. Yikes, Isekai starter pack unlocked. And trust me, it only gets crazier from here, so if you're already hooked, do me a quick favor and hit that like button, subscribe, and share this with a fellow anime fan. Genuinely helps the channel grow and keeps videos like this coming. Okay, back to the story. Right after the transmigration, Wuyen wakes up flat on his back in some unfamiliar bed. He has zero clue where he is. And even his own body feels foreign to him. He drags himself to a mirror, and what stares back is way too familiar for comfort. That blood-red hair, that sly little smirk of a mouth, and those narrow, slitted eyes that give absolutely nothing away. And that's when it clicks like a truck to the face. He's possessing Adele of the Arson family, the strongest villain in his own novel. From here on, that's who he is, Adele. Just remember the guy underneath is still very much Wuyen. Oh, and here's the fun part, Adele's got maybe a few days left before he's assassinated. But before we spiral, quick lore check on this villain's whole deal. The Arson family runs on mixed blood, part demon, part human. That demonic bloodline made them one of the strongest families in the entire empire, until 6 rival families teamed up and dragged them straight down from the top. Keep that in mind. Because now it's obvious why Adele went full villain arc. He tried to get revenge on the very families that destroyed his own, and it went horribly. That failure is exactly why the original Adele reached out to his own creator, because in just a few days, he's set to die like a dog under the swords of those 6 families' knights. And here's the real kicker. Talent-wise, Adele is stupidly gifted, arguably one of the strongest characters Wuyen ever wrote, main characters included. But power doesn't matter here because Wuyen wrote the plot so Adele could never beat the main character, no matter what. And right now, Adele can't even touch his own mana. Classic author gets trapped in his own plot hole situation. He never would have built it this messed up if he'd known he'd end up living it. The whole thing's rigged against him, and Wuyen is out here cursing his absolutely rotten luck. That's when he spots it, the exact same kind of letter that dragged him into this world in the first place. Turns out it's a letter the original Adele left behind, addressed straight to Wuyen. He's praying it's got some actual helpful clues. But the paper's completely blank, like not one single word on it. Then, out of nowhere, letters start forming on the page like magic, a direct message from the original Adele to his own creator. If Wuyen wants the rundown on this body's powers, Adele's got one condition: answer with a simple yes or no. Naturally, Wuyen starts cursing all over again once it hits him. He's literally talking to Adele, the guy who dragged him into this disaster in the first place. The paper just keeps demanding the same thing, yes or no. Eventually he caves and says yes. With Wuyen on board, Adele lays it out. He'll answer anything written on this paper. Some questions are free, the important ones, they come with a price tag. Bigger questions, steeper cost. Naturally, Wuyen swings for the fences first. Can he get back to his own world? The answer comes back instantly. Nope, impossible. Honestly, he kind of saw that coming, so the bad news doesn't hit too hard. Next up, a more useful question: how does he actually use mana and how does he activate Adele's unique abilities? Turns out that one's free of charge. Adele just straight up downloads the knowledge directly into Wuyan's brain. And the second it happens, Wuyan can actually feel mana surging through his body. First up is Adele's signature trait, a skill called Darkness, which can strip away a target's 5 senses entirely. Next is Killing Intent, an aura-based skill that pins down opponents. He tries it out, feels it actually working, and honestly, nice little confidence boost. Sure, it's only strong enough to shut down average civilians, not trained knights or soldiers, but hey, baby steps. Last but definitely not least, Adele's most broken skill, Position Transfer. Exactly what it sounds like: swap places with any object he locks onto. It's basically the perfect assassination tool. He activates it, some magic circle flares up, and yep, confirmed it's real. Not fully cracked yet though, only a 20 square yard range, weak sauce compared to the original Adele's power level, but grind enough and it'll level up. Though naturally, he tests it out on the nearest suit of armor. The instant he activates it, he blinks out of existence right where he stood, and the armor pops up in his place instead. The swap works perfectly, his landing not so much. Guess practice makes perfect, huh? Meanwhile, a squad of knights is already marching straight for his estate, blades ready to end him, right at the Arson family estate. The knights finally reach their destination. Leading the charge for Leon County, Captain Feltz gets word from Adele's own servants that their master is resting in his room. The servants sound genuinely worried. Adele hasn't stepped out in days, holed up behind a locked door. Then, without a shred of warning, Feltz and his men bust in to confront their target. And Adele, chilling like nothing's wrong, casually pointing out how messed up it is to send a whole squad after one kid. Feltz doesn't even bother replying, just barks the order to kill him on the spot. Too bad they had no idea what Position Transfer could do: swap places with any object in range instantly. He locks onto the very blade swinging at his neck, activates the skill, and suddenly he's the one holding the sword, lunging forward. Nobody saw it coming and the hit lands clean. He slashes his attacker down, leaving Feltz and the rest completely stunned. Backing off from his very first kill, Adele just calmly waits to see who wants to try him next. Feltz, still banking on numbers, orders the rest to charge and head on. Chaos breaks out, but instead of playing hero and fighting them all, Adele smashes through a window and jumps. Then, in a genuinely clever move, he chucks the sword straight down at the ground and activates Position Transfer just in time to swap spots with the sword itself, dodging all that fall damage and landing safely. Next stop, escape into the Arson family's forest. As he pushes deeper into the trees, Feltz orders his men to hunt him down and finish the job for real. Let's shift over to the Arson forest for a sec. Where our boy's lungs are burning, legs pumping as hard as they can to put distance between him and death. Here's the problem: even if he clears this territory, death's waiting either way, so instead of just running blind, he's aiming for the gate hidden in the forest that leads straight into the demonic realm, a realm still reeling from heavy losses after its war with humans. So his gamble is simple: maybe, just maybe, they'll take help from a human if they're desperate enough. Only problem is, while that was the plan, Feltz's knights are already closing in, spreading out in formation to sniff him out. He's still hidden for now, but the gate's exact location is proving to be a headache. With only a rough guess of where the gate should be, he steps on a twig, and just like that, the sound gives him away. Feltz is done messing around now, tearing through everything in his path with raw power. He's finally found his target. Bad timing for our boy, since he's only got 2 position transfers left in the tank. Finding that gate matters way more than picking a fight, but the anxiety's setting in fast, so Wuyan consults Adele's spirit directly and asks flat out where the gate is. Being secret knowledge though, it's not free, price tags 100 gold coins or in a rank relic or higher. Wuyan is livid. Who's out here running a toll booth in the middle of a life or death chase? Unfortunately, Feltz's attack finally catches up to him, sending him flying straight into a tree. With Adele down, the ruthless captain raises his blade, sneering that this so-called villain actually thought running would save him. With an unsettling grin, Feltz vows that today's the day Adele finally dies. Bloodied and battered, Adele still fires back with confidence. He might not have all the answers, but he knows one thing for sure: he's not dying here. Realizing he's basically got nothing left to lose, Adele forces himself up for one last move against his opponent. Feltz finds the stubbornness irritating but grudgingly respects him for holding onto his pride as head of his family. Adele fires back that knights like Feltz and his men have no business talking about dignity when they're ganging up on a literal kid. Then he seals his own fate by suggesting Feltz try a career change, babysitting maybe. Bro really said that mid-fight, absolutely nothing's cooling that burn. Fully provoked now, Feltz levels his blade and coldly swears he won't hold back anymore. This time, that sword's going straight through the kid's heart. Feltz lunges in for the finishing blow. Not realizing this is exactly the moment Adele's been baiting for. He whips out the note he uses to talk to Adele's spirit and slams it against Feltz's incoming sword. Stay with me here because this is smart. He just used his enemy's own weapon as payment for the answer he needed. Genius move, he gets his information and disarms Feltz in one shot. You can practically see the gotcha smile plastered on his face. As Feltz watches, stunned, his own sword crumbles into absolutely nothing. In an exchange, the gate's exact location lights up clear as day in Adele's mind. He fires off position transfer once more and vanishes. Feltz tries to stop him, but let's be real, that window closed the second he lost his sword. And just like that, Adele's off, chasing down his gate. He finally finds it, a gate pulsing with red tendrils of dark energy. Mission accomplished, almost. Because this guy Feltz just will not die, he hurls an actual log at Adele's head. And right before it connects with his skull, he burns his very last position transfer, leaving Feltz with nothing but a promise that they'll meet again. Feltz seethes as his target vanishes into the demonic realm, a place where nothing but darkness awaits him. Sometime later, we find Adele sitting alone, tearing into some meat, wondering just how long it's been since he crossed the gate into this dungeon, one that, weirdly enough, was actually built by humans using secret demonic arts. He's genuinely surprised to find beds and jerky just sitting around, and he can't help wondering if this whole setup was built to guard something valuable. There's also a barrier here that deflects any blade thrown at it head-on, plus a stone guardian standing watch, which just adds to how sketchy this whole man-made dungeon feels. That guardian alone gives off major nightmare fuel. And Adele knows full well that if he crosses that barrier to fight it head-on, he's getting folded instantly. So yeah, hard pass. Then the note lights up again, Adele's true spirit reaching out to Wooyun once more. This time it's a warning. He got flagged for bending the payment rules thanks to using Feltz's sword as a sacrifice. That loophole's officially closed from here on out. Honestly, Wooyun's still baffled it even worked once and there's no actual punishment for it either. So hey, no complaints there. Then something catches his eye, one stone on the wall that just looks off compared to the rest. He touches it and realizes it's Adele's powers letting him even notice this stuff in the first place. A stern voice cuts in immediately, telling him he doesn't have clearance to use whatever this thing does. He's pretty sure this stone is the key to shutting the barrier down, too bad he's locked out of it. So it's time for plan B. Beyond the barrier, he spots a chunk of stone that probably broke off the guardian itself. Just a rock, sure, but it might just do the trick. He fires up position transfer once more and swaps places with the stone chunk, slipping past the barrier without ever needing that locked function at all. Too bad he's so busy celebrating that he completely forgets about the demonic stone dragon waiting right outside. It roars right in his face, a very rude wake-up call. Let's cut over to the demon castle for a second, where Crete, patriarch of the Bears family, watches his servants scrambling to keep up with their workload. He figures it's all thanks to his daughter's exam attempt that everyone's pulling overtime. Honestly, Crete has no idea how to handle any of this. If she passes, she earns her spot at Seitan Academy, the demonic school, and if he tried to order her to fail on purpose, she'd rebel against him anyway, because his daughter is dead set on avenging her mother killed by humans. That's a brutal weight to carry at her age. So naturally, Papa's terrified she's going to get chewed up in that ruthless school. Then one of his maids rushes in with urgent news. Crete's clearly annoyed to have his brooding interrupted. The maid apologizes nervously, reporting that someone unidentified has been spotted inside the hidden domain. They've traced several energy signatures from someone opening the domain's door and nobody has a clue who it is. All they know for sure is that this person tried messing with the door's function from the inside. That gets Crete thinking maybe it's a leftover human summoned through the demonic gateway back during the Great War. Figuring the intruder's dead meat anyway, he waves it off as a non-issue. Right now, his daughter's exam is all that matters. Though he does entertain the thought, if things go his way, maybe he just picked up a free pawn from the human side. Meanwhile, back with Adele, he's already regretting stepping outside and teleports right back in for his own safety. Yeah, he definitely wasn't ready to get eaten alive by a wolf. It's staring him down from outside the barrier and Wooyun realizes just how screwed he is. Even breaking free just trades one death sentence for another. Then it hits him that wolf's literally made of stone, which means his ability might just work on it. So he activates position transfer again, locking onto the stone wolf waiting outside the barrier. It works flawlessly, the wolf gets trapped inside and he's finally free of the barrier's grip. The wolf takes a hot second to even realize it's trapped. No matter how hard it slams against the barrier, it's not getting through. Meanwhile, Adele bolts searching for a way out. Then, of course, he runs straight into another abyssal nightmare. Looks like every level here comes with its own trial. And this giant bug somehow looks even worse than the wolf he just got away from. Funny thing is, Adele just keeps spamming position transfer on these things, trapping monster after monster inside the barrier. Since they're all technically inanimate targets, he can abuse this ability to its absolute fullest. Broken skill meet broken loophole. Finally, he reaches the last stage of the hidden domain. A voice greets him, congratulating him on making it to the final obstacle. Weirdly polite, honestly, for a place that's supposed to hate humans. Wooyan clocks it immediately. This has to be the boss room, and what's waiting inside is straight up terrifying. It's a Death Knight standing there flexing in flawless armor. Just from the raw power radiating off it, Adele figures this thing's on par with Captain Felt's. Adele doesn't even bother with small talk, he just spams position transfer immediately. The Death Knight doesn't even get to finish its sentence before it's sealed inside the barrier. Adele strolls right past and finds the treasure chest he'd been hunting for. It's not quite what he expected. There's a special ornament engraved right on the surface. This black dragon symbol actually represents one of the highest-ranked demonic families out there. There's a whole roster: sloth, lust, gluttony, wrath, envy, and greed, and this black dragon marks the bear's family, representing the sin of pride. Yeah, Crete's family, which means this discovery alone could get Adele killed. He risks it anyway and cracks the box open, hoping it's his ticket out. Escaping the demon realm is all that matters right now, but to his horror, a shadow he never noticed comes bursting out of the box and slams straight into his face. The dark energy just forces its way inside his body. Okay, hold up, get your minds out of the gutter, it's just entering his body. The comments section is gonna have a field day with this one. Overwhelmed by the surge, Adele screams in agony as his body's put through absolute hell. It looks brutal enough to suggest his head just exploded into a million pieces. But nope, turns out he's totally fine, he just wakes up later in one piece. His eyes change though after that black liquid did its thing. He's now got the Eye of Superbia, a special ocular ability that boosts his dynamic vision but only kicks in after landing a kill. Now he's feeling untouchable, convinced he could take on dozens of enemies solo. Humming to the demonic realm is looking like the best call he's made. And from here on, he braces himself for whatever's next. Past the chest sits a massive doorway and Adele's stuck thinking there's probably an army waiting outside to capture him. Walking out there is basically a death sentence, so he needs another plan. He briefly considers just surrendering at lightning speed, which, funny thought, isn't gonna save him either. The real problem is his arson family bloodline. The second demons clock that insignia, he's dead, so he covers the mark on his neck. Meanwhile, that Death Knight from earlier is still smashing its sword against the barrier, demanding to be let out. It warns him frantically that Her Highness is on her way, not that Adele has the faintest idea who that even is. And that's when it clicks why there were stone beds and jerky lying around. This hidden domain is basically a training ground for noble families' kids. Good to know exactly what he's dealing with. So he pulls out the note again to check in with the real Adele. Wooyan asks who exactly is closing in on his location right now. And once again, Adele's spirit demands a sacrifice before it'll answer. With no other options left, Wooyan forks over 100 points of his own mana instead of gold or artifacts. Brutal price but desperate times. The answer finally comes through. It's Renee herself, the youngest daughter of the bear's family patriarch. Cue the full-blown, oh no, realization. There's absolutely no way he's winning that fight. Turns out the Eye of Superbia was supposed to be her reward for clearing this trial, meaning Adele just flat-out stole it from a girl with real pull in the demonic army. Adele's already assuming she's about to obliterate every stone guardian in her way and show up right in front of him. And that's exactly what happens. Renee shreds the Death Knight to pieces without breaking a sweat, then turns to face the human standing before her. Dead serious, she demands to know who he is, while Adele realizes there's no talking his way out of this one. Adele drops to his knees and pulls a smooth one, tells her she just proved herself worthy by clearing the hidden domain. The demon princess isn't buying a single word of it. Sweating bullets, Wooyan lies through his teeth, claiming he's the bodyguard her father assigned. Thank God she hasn't noticed the Eye of Superbia yet. Eyeing him like the vermin she thinks he is, she mocks him for looking way too weak to be anyone's bodyguard. Adele insists he's stronger than he looks, and honestly this whole encounter's starting to feel survivable. She scoffs and lowers her blade slightly, testing to see if he can actually earn her trust. Adele swaps places with her sword itself and suddenly he's standing right in front of her, shocking her completely. He doesn't try anything, just asks if that was impressive enough for her. Renee grabs his hand, freezes an inch away, then yanks back. She stays completely silent, leaving him totally lost on what she's actually thinking now. Playing it cool, he tells her they should head back since her father's waiting. This man's out here gaslighting like it's a professional sport. He adds that he's got other duties from her father to handle while internally screaming that he needs to get out of here fast or he's toast. He finally pushes the door open. And Renee freezes, startled to see her father standing right there. She had zero idea he'd show up here with his men. Crete, meanwhile, looks thoroughly intrigued by this mystery human, and Adele is internally screaming because now he's gotta con the dad too. One wrong move and he's dead on the spot, but weirdly, Crete hasn't made a move yet. Crete turns to his daughter first, asking if she cleared the domain. She confirms she did, and the patriarch simply asks the human to follow him. With no idea what's coming, Wuyan's mind races through every worst-case scenario. He follows along quietly, unable to even consult the note anymore. No mana, no artifacts left to spend. They arrive inside the bear's family mansion. Crete waves everyone else off to their quarters. Dell's internally throwing a party, thinking he's finally caught a break to escape. That celebration dies fast when he notices guards quietly watching his every move, just in case he tries anything. Back in his office, Crete meets with Renee, mentioning that she successfully completed the final trial. Still, he wants her to be absolutely sure about enrolling in the training school. Renee doesn't hesitate, her answers affirm yes. Quiet beat passes between them. Before Crete brings up the human she ran into during the reward stage. Thinking back to how he caught her off guard with his powers. Renee admits, yeah, he's genuinely strong. That answer pleases Crete, sparking even more curiosity about this mystery human. He wraps things up by officially approving her admission into Citan Academy. Truth is, Crete's barely thinking about his daughter at this point. He's way more fixated on the human who solo cleared that domain and walked away with the Eye of Superbia. Yeah, he already knows. And with Renee's confirmation backing it all up, one thought crystallizes for Crete. This human could be extremely useful to him. Meanwhile, clueless as ever, Wuyan is just sitting there wondering how much longer this conversation's gonna take. Finally, he's given directions to the patriarch's private room. He steps in front of Crete, who stares him down with a genuinely terrifying glare. Adele's already bracing for the worst, dreading how this demon patriarch's about to handle him. He finally just asks why hasn't Crete killed him yet. Crete cracks a smile before cursing him out for having the audacity to trick his daughter that thoroughly, kind of impressed, actually. And he unleashes an absolutely crushing wave of aura. So heavy that Adele's forced right down under it, but Adele picks up on something. Crete's not actually planning to kill him. Which, funnily enough, Crete finds pretty amusing that he noticed. He eases off the pressure, letting Adele catch his breath, though internally the guy's still spiraling from what just happened. Impressed by his sharp thinking, Crete asks for his name. Adele gives him his name, conveniently leaving out any mention of his family. Then the patriarch channels his demonic energy, using it to take direct control of Adele's body. At this point, Adele has absolutely no idea what Crete's even after. Crete orders him to open his mouth, okay, and pause right there. I know what you're thinking, but it's not that. All Crete wants is for him to keep sticking to the story he told Renee. Meanwhile, dark energy forces its way down his throat, choking him from the inside. Crete warns him plainly, try to deceive them, and that poison inside him kills him instantly. Adele's practically choking on his own words. Meanwhile, Crete just casually mentions he'll be given a decent place to stay while awaiting further orders. And with that, the wildly one-sided conversation wraps up, leaving Adele completely speechless. Next scene, he's shown to his new living quarters. Not that he's got much choice, he's stuck accepting this rundown little house. At least he's still breathing, even if it feels like he's being used as some kind of tool. And honestly, earning Crete's recognition might actually work out in his favor down the line. First priority though, doing something about that poison sitting inside his body. Cleverly, Adele uses position transfer to yank the inert poison right out of his system. He honestly doesn't want to imagine what would have happened if something else got swapped out instead. He's careful not to kill the poisonous little thing though, that tip off the patriarch immediately. The creature stirs awake the moment its mana supply gets cut. Adele finally collapses onto his bed, relieved the poison threats handled, with the tiny creature snoozing peacefully right beside him. Right as he's drifting off, a status window pops up. A position transfer just leveled up to 2. Only problem is the mana cost just got way steeper. Adele starts wondering how to actually expand his mana pool enough to stand a chance against the story's main characters, and turns out there's a way. Cut to Renee's dead-flat expression, clearly not approving of whatever he's cooking up. For the past 3 days, he's been checking in on her and she's been full-on ghosting him. That's how rough his social life's gotten. Wheein figures she must have had a much brighter personality once upon a time. But losing her mother turned her cold and distant. Even as the guy who wrote this world, he can't help feeling for her. Increte's servants come calling for both Adele and Renee. Crete wants to see them and Adele figures it's about Renee's enrollment at Citan Academy. Sure, she crushed the hidden domain, but Citan Academy plays in a whole different league. Crete tells her flat out that she's basically fated to die there eventually, and if that happens, her goal dies with her. That news hits her hard, a wave of disappointment and sadness washing over her while Adele's just standing there like a third wheel to a family moment. Then, shocking them both, Crete officially assigns her bodyguard the job of keeping her alive. And to his surprise, she flat out rejects the idea, hilarious, considering she'd rather sabotage her own goals than spend more time near him. See, Citan is the one place where promising heirs from every demonic realm converge, constantly clashing with the Imperial School where the main characters study. And in the original novel, that exact conflict is what gets Renee killed. Basically the worst possible place to be since death's just a matter of time there, and yet Renee's still fully prepared to go. As for Adele, he sees it as the perfect spot to build up allies and connections. After all, as the guy who wrote it, he already knows exactly what's coming. So he takes the shot and agrees to go, though he's got one last request. He asks Crete for something mana-related, which amuses Crete, who honestly expected the human to try negotiating his way out of the poison instead. Lucky for Adele, Crete has zero idea the poison's already gone from his system. Crete throws a curse his way but actually considers the request. Once they're alone, Adele's left wondering just what kind of mana boost Crete's about to offer. Crete reveals this next part is tied to his family's legacy, so he needs it kept strictly confidential. He points out plainly that the human's current mana is basically a joke. For his daughter's sake, though, Crete's willing to lend him real power. He channels his demonic energy and declares he'll personally teach him the family's cultivation technique. Which completely blindsides Adele. That's way more than he ever expected. Crete calls on the demon god directly, requesting demonic power be bestowed on a human, unheard of. As his chant finishes, his whole body erupts in surging purple demonic energy. Crete smiles, genuinely impressed that Adele's mind stays intact even under a power boost this intense. Turns out this technique lets Adele draw mana directly from the demon god himself, basically an unlimited mana tank now. Interestingly, Crete's already clocked the Arson family's connection to the 7 deadly sins, even as Adele tries to play dumb. Crete makes it clear he's not worried about betrayal. After all, if Adele turns out to be a spy, the poison's still got it covered. Wooyan's honestly caught off guard here. He never wrote the Arson family's tie to the 7 deadly sins into the original story at all. Crete simply dismisses him. Next up, we find Adele out in the forest meditating solo. Figuring an isolated spot's safest for practicing volatile powers, especially with mana this easy to lose control of. Meditation's supposed to be peaceful and calming, right? Yeah, not for this guy. He's tensing up hard as he calls out to the demon god, fully aware there's no going back to human mana after this. Still, he's out of options. Survival's the only game left to play. A pair of menacing eyes suddenly glare down at him from the sky. The demon god calls him a filthy disgrace, roaring about the traitor's blood running through his veins. Funny how Adele can be razor sharp one second and completely dense the next. He actually just asks point blank if this is really the entity that rules over all demons. In this world, that entity goes by the god of pride. Adele asks the obvious question, is he actually going to survive this? The god of pride shrugs it off. If he wanted Adele dead, he'd already be dead. For some reason, though, he's choosing not to. There's some unexplained sense of kinship between them, apparently, which is exactly why he's willing to grant this human a mark of pride. This insignia channels the god of pride's own power directly, but comes with a warning: lose your composure to it and it'll drive you insane. Just like that, Adele's holding actual godlike power now, massively boosting his odds in this hellhole of a dimension. At this rate, he's convinced his whole body's gonna end up covered in these marks. And he senses it, someone's been watching him this whole time. It's Renee, and the second she's caught, both of them freeze. This is bad news because her father definitely didn't want her knowing any of this. She mutters 2 words under her breath, Dark Priest, which sails completely over Adele's head. Let's fast forward a month. Adele's been grinding nonstop and his mana supply has already tripled in that short window. At this rate, he figures he'll surpass the heirs of all 6 human houses within just a few years. He could probably clear the hidden domain right now without even using position transfer. Meanwhile, he's got a growing question. Why's Renee been training right outside his house instead of the actual training grounds? Curiosity gets the better of him, so he goes to ask her directly. Good news, she's not stonewalling him like usual. Adele assumes she probably pegged him for some kind of priest, since only priests are supposed to be able to talk with the demon god. Thankfully, she didn't catch the actual conversation he had with the god of pride. Still, being treated like he outranks the demon king's own daughter is only going to cause him more headaches. So he brings it up with her again. Adele asks her to just go back to treating him the same as before. But now that she's seen what he can do, she actually feels a little guilty about being so cold to him. Playing the bodyguard card, he reminds her he's just doing his job, and honestly he'd appreciate a little less hostility too. So she takes his words literally and orders him to go fetch her water. He has absolutely no idea what she's plotting. She points out she's literally just doing what he asked, treating him casually. Adele realizes he's basically signed up to be her errand boy now. Dude really can't catch a break after bringing her the water. He starts planning to clear another domain, but Renee's suddenly attached to his hip everywhere he goes. There's a ticking clock too. The story's main character is due to cross into the demonic realm soon, and Adele can't afford to lose that domain's treasure since it's crucial for his survival. He asks how her exam prep is going, and Renee looks genuinely surprised he even cares to ask. He reasons she'll eventually be fighting the strongest humans out there, so of course he's a little worried. Renee, though, isn't fazed at all, claims she's got it all handled. Adele suggests double-checking anyway, since forgetting one important detail could come back to bite her later. Renee snaps at his vague wording, so Adele clarifies he's genuinely worried about her, that's all. But she's too sharp for that. She immediately catches on that he's just trying to sneak off alone while she's distracted. And just like that, his plan hits a wall. While Renee's getting visibly annoyed, half convinced he's just bored of her company, to smooth things over, Adele finally comes clean about wanting to clear a nearby domain. Instead of getting mad though, she goes quiet, thinking it over. Then she admits she actually did forget something, just like he warned. For a second, Adele's over the moon. That joy dies fast when she reveals what she forgot was warming up for training. In other words, she's coming along to clear the domain and get her skills warmed up. She figures they can wrap it up in a single day, easy. Adele's obviously worried, but there's no saying no to your boss. Let's talk about this domain real quick. It's called the Domain of the Undead, so yeah, you can already guess where this is headed. Once ruled by necromancers, it's now just an abandoned wasteland crawling with undead soldiers after the necromancers got wiped out in the war. Renee, turns out, knows this place inside and out, which is exactly why she's uneasy. It's a mid to upper tier domain, and the sheer number of undead soldiers is genuinely concerning. Meaning her help is basically mandatory here. Problem is, having her along makes it way harder for Adele to slip away unnoticed. And if word ever reaches Crete, Adele's the one who's gonna catch heat for putting her in danger. So naturally, he tries to talk her out of coming, pointing out how furious her father would be if she left without permission. But this girl's already 3 steps ahead. She knows a secret exit right out of the mansion. She leads him straight to a hidden passage nobody else knows about. Adele's pretty sure this isn't her first time sneaking out, given how casual she is about it. She doesn't even dignify that with a response, and the two of them slip out together. They arrive at a misty mountain range and keep pushing forward. Adele asks how much longer this trek is gonna take. That earns him a very annoyed look, and he immediately backpedals, saying they'll just keep moving anyway. Renee explains they just need to climb over this mountain, that's it. Easy for her to say. Adele's dying inside already. They finally reach the location they were after. It's a wrecked, abandoned ruin of a place. Renee's muttering curses in her own language, while Wuyan's still laser-focused on one thing, keeping his family name hidden from her no matter what. Since Adele already knows the way in, the two of them dig forward. The domain itself sits beneath a massive stone statue, once guarded by soldiers protecting the land. They've finally reached the entrance. Adele offers to take point, but Renee, full of confidence, insists on going first herself. Once inside, Adele's actually surprised by how bright the place is. Renee guides him right to the exact spot they came for. Just from the energy radiating off it, Woo-Yun figures this place actually outclasses the Bears family's own training grounds. He'd guess there's at least 100 graves buried in this place. The two of them push forward when suddenly a literal bonehead and his skeleton buddies burst up out of the ground. These bald bags of bones close in on them from every direction. Renee channels her power, surges forward, and shreds the skeleton soldiers like they're made of paper. Adele's already thanking his lucky stars he brought her. He also figures there's gotta be a necromancer somewhere pulling the strings, and that's their real target. He blocks an incoming attack and tells Renee he's got her back. To her shock, the fallen soldiers just get right back up again. The necromancer commanding this army sizes them up, weirdly impressed they'd even dare step foot in here. He orders his troops to wipe out both intruders. Bad news for our duo, since these undead just won't stay down. Adele tells her to keep pushing toward the necromancer while he handles crowd control, carving out an opening for her to strike. He keeps mowing down soldier after soldier. He calls out that he's got this side handled, freeing her up to focus on her one job. Channeling her power, the patriarch's daughter charges straight at the necromancer. But the mage just keeps summoning more soldiers to block her. Adele knows they need to end this fast. If they can shatter the caster's orb, this fight's basically over, and it just so happens his upgraded position transfer can pull that off. Naturally, things get 100 times worse when a King Kong-sized skeleton gets summoned out of thin air. Adele's heart drops for a second, worried sick for Renee. But instead of getting flattened like some random background character, she flat-out demolishes the thing in a single swing. Turns out she's way stronger than Adele ever gave her credit for. Seizing the opening, he activates position transfer to close the distance and get right up on the necromancer. His newly leveled skill now lets him swap two objects with each other, not just himself. So he casts exchange, ripping the orb straight out of the necromancer's grasp and dropping it right into Adele's hand. That's really all it took, because without that orb, this bonehead's spellcasting career is officially over. One crush of the orb and it's finished. The necromancer drops instantly, taking every last one of his summons with him. Teamwork wins the day and the threat's officially dealt with. Interestingly enough, the necromancer's dying words are actual gratitude directed at the human. It hits Adele hard. He's the one who wrote this entire tragedy in the first place. Genuine sadness washes over him for these characters, and he just hopes they can finally rest. Renee asks if there's anything left to handle after the boss fight. Of course there is loot time. Finally, he can get his hands on the item he's been desperate for. It's called the Fang of Darkness, a dagger forged from special demon realm steel that converts darkness into mana and boosts dark attribute abilities. The second item's a ring, the Eternal Full Moon, which lets its wearer soak up mana quickly under moonlight. The dagger's got Adele genuinely hyped. He realizes it could push his darkness skill to its absolute max. As for the ring, though, it's not much use to him personally. So he turns and offers it to Renee instead. She's totally fine with it and takes the gift. Playing the gentleman, Adele slides it onto her finger himself, which gets her blushing hard, visibly caught off guard. She yanks her hand back fast, flustered in the cutest possible way. Meanwhile, our painfully dense protagonist has absolutely no clue why she's acting like that. Still flustered, Renee starts feeling the ring's effects flowing through her body. And honestly, she's loving it. Next, Adele decides he's just gonna keep all the gold from this run for himself. That dream dies instantly when Renee flips into killing machine mode and warns him not to be selfish. With the domain cleared, the two head back to the mansion just in time for dinner. From there, they keep training together and another month flies by. Woo-Yun's genuinely thriving in the demon realm at this point. He's built up roughly 1,300 mana now, putting him on par with mid-tier demons around here. Few days later, Crete finally summons them both, officially clearing them to enroll in Titan Academy at last. It's finally happening. The two of them are heading to the capital for the entrance exam. Once everything's packed and ready, Crete simply tells them to head out. No dramatic send-off, nothing. He barely even says goodbye. But watching Renee's face, Adele can tell she's actually hurt by that. She just bows to her father silently and walks off. Adele follows her lead and bows too before catching up. But right before he leaves, Crete stops him to say he's got high hopes riding on this human. There's something quietly sad about it, the patriarch's handing out hope to a total stranger when it's his own daughter who needs it most. Next, their carriage is prepped and waiting as Crete watches them go from a window above. Wooyun can't help but notice even demons clearly love their kids because Crete's concern for Renee is written all over his face. Sure, Wooyun's still anxious about what's ahead, but he's fully committed to doing whatever it takes at Citan Academy. Their journey kicks off with a seriously bumpy ride. Ever since leaving the mansion, Renee's been unnervingly quiet, and Adele's starting to wonder if he did something wrong. Finally, she turns and locks him with an intense stare. Turns out she's just realizing he's way more handsome than she first gave him credit for. Bro's out here getting checked out by a demon princess. Lucky. Like your average dude fumbling a conversation with his goth crush, he panics and starts talking about the weather. She's low-key convinced he's dense and not even that strong at this point. She's second-guessing whether he's even really a priest at all, while Adele's just confused about why she keeps staring. Renee mentally kicks herself for doubting him. She literally watched him talk to the god of pride. It's honestly kind of funny. Adele thinks he's in deep trouble while she's over here catching feelings. Now let's circle back to that whole ring situation from earlier. Turns out in their world that gesture's known as the eternal vow, which is basically their version of a marriage proposal. Adele had no clue what he was doing, but now she's dying to know what exact vow he meant by it. This once stone-faced demon girl is suddenly very invested in figuring out his feelings. Anyway, Adele, completely oblivious, just reminds her they'll be arriving in an hour. That painfully mundane response just annoys her more, especially since she was full-on daydreaming a whole romance in her head. Without explaining a thing, she just turns away to nap, leaving Adele completely in the dark. An hour later, they step out of the carriage, luggage in hand. The demon realm's capital is massive, and honestly it looks eerily similar to the human capital. Sure, the demons here rock horns and other physical quirks, but they're not too different from humans at a glance. The elite ones carry marks on their bodies, like one blonde demon Adele spots with a mark right on his neck. Renee tells him to keep pace and he catches up, asking where exactly they're headed. With the entrance exam just 2 days out, they need to get registered beforehand. With time to spare, Adele suggests touring the capital, but Renee looks completely uninterested in sightseeing. Still convinced he said something wrong, he gets shut down again as she insists on registering for the exam first. Remembering the backstory he wrote himself, Wooyun realizes Renee basically never left home after her mother's death, so this should feel like freedom. Yet for some reason, she seems completely disengaged from everything around her. Anyway, they've finally made it to Citan Academy, and calling this place massive is an understatement. It's like 3 regular universities smashed into one. At the front desk sits an old man handling registration duties. Adele steps forward to speak for his so-called lady, which throws the old guy off immediately. He points out that Adele doesn't even look like a demon. Worse, this egghead flat-out calls him out for being a half-demon daring to apply to Citan. And right there, our boy realizes his time at this school is gonna be an uphill battle from day one. The old man's still ranting when he suddenly spots the horns marking Renee as demon royalty. Renee cuts in, stating plainly she's from House Bears and her guard is enrolling right alongside her. The old man backpedals fast, though he still can't resist muttering something about a pathetic half-demon trying to enroll in Citan. Done with his attitude, Renee lets a flicker of her power slip loose, a clear warning for insulting the bear's name. Bro's really out here trying to get himself killed over nothing. Just do your job, Baldy. Anyway, Adele states his name and claims House Pixie as his affiliation. And with that, registration's finally sorted. Quick context, half-demons actually sided with humans during the war, which is exactly why pure-blooded demons hold such a grudge against them. With registration done, next stop is finding a place to crash for the night. Adele spots a decent-looking tavern and figures it'll do just fine. Naturally, the spoiled rich girl has complaints. Adele reminds her they're not exactly swimming in daddy's gold, so options are limited. Crete only sent them off with 10 gold coins, barely enough to survive a month. House Bears took heavy losses in the war, so overspending isn't an option. They head inside to book a room, with Adele handling the talking as usual. Funny enough, Renee turns bright red the second the receptionist asks if they want to share a room, the implication being pretty obvious, folks. He quickly insists on separate rooms. 2 rooms it is, running them 2 gold coins total, not exactly a steal but not terrible either, all things considered. Renee heads upstairs right after. Adele mentions he'll sort out the luggage while she gets some rest. Wooyun figures this is probably her very first time living somewhere this shabby, growing up in a mansion and all. Still, better she adjusts fast. As for him, he needs all the rest he can get before the exam. Before long, the 2 days pass. An exam day finally arrives. Applicants are ordered to follow strict procedure. There's a massive crowd of applicants around them. Wuyan guesses there's got to be at least 100 candidates here. The sheer number of talented demons lining up to fight humans is a red flag on its own. The moment his identity slips, he's getting swarmed. The exam supervisor orders everyone to show their ID and board the train. Definitely not what he expected to find in the demon realm. Turns out demons actually seal off their realm with dimensional gates to keep intruders out, meaning trains are the only way to travel around Seitan. And that alone has Wuyan wondering just how enormous Seitan actually is to need its own train system. They board the train and moments later, they've already arrived. Standing right in front of the Grand Demon Academy. Applicants follow their guide straight into the auditorium for the exam. Stepping inside, Adele's left speechless by all the extravagant decor. Every corner of this place screams excess. He also notices only young demons are here, likely meaning the other heirs of the 7 deadly sins showed up too. Spotting a group in full black trench coats, he figures these must be the instructors. And he's already scheming how to make a strong first impression to survive this hellhole a little easier. Renee mentions the exam's about to start. Doors slam shut instantly, and the once bright room plunges into unsettling darkness. Wuyan assumes magic's at play here, already curious what kind of exam this is gonna be. First order of business, an instructor demands total silence. Short in stature but sharp in presence, she welcomes them to Seitan before immediately cursing out the lot of them for looking pathetic. She openly admits she's excited to watch most of them die this year. Some welcome speech. Adele's already shaking under the sheer weight of her voice. With a wicked grin, she gets down to business. No more warnings, the exam just starts. The pressure radiating off her body alone is enough. Bury every student in the room. One after another, the weaker candidates drop out fast. The instructors don't bat an eye, they've clearly seen the headmaster run this ruthless routine before. Yep, this unhinged little psycho is actually the headmaster, Lucien. And this whole exam's about mental fortitude because Lucien wants proof these kids can survive human interrogation if it ever comes to that. 5 brutal minutes pass and almost nobody's still standing, except Renee, Adele, and 6 others. The instructors genuinely expected more from this batch of 100 hopefuls. Still, it's a noticeable step up from last year, so small wins. This particular class happens to include the heirs of the 7 deadly sins. The instructors fully expected those heirs to hold up, but they're stunned to see some random, unknown kid still standing too, nothing like the noble heirs at all. The fact that he's held out 10 whole minutes already speaks volumes about his caliber. Still, the instructors assume he's about to break any second, and Adele genuinely is in agony right now. That's when the male instructor senses dark energy pulsing off Adele's body. Everyone's shocked. Headmaster Lucien included. Bro's out here radiating full demon god energy with this random power spike. Sensing the danger, the male instructor decides it's time to just eliminate the kid on the spot. At a glance, nobody thought this kid was anything special until the air itself started buckling around him. That's when they clocked it, pure hellish killing intent. The kind you'd expect from history's worst murderers, not a random exam candidate. The instructor's ready to strike immediately, but despite gearing up, Lucien notices him hesitating. He's genuinely scared to engage a threat this heavy, even against a mere applicant. Lucien just smiles at the whole spectacle. All the rest of the candidates are running on fumes. Right now, Adele knows exactly what's at stake. Fail to control this, and he snaps completely, just like the god of pride warned. Then an idea hits him. What if he throws his own killing intent right back at the headmaster's aura? So he does exactly that, knowing there's no time to hesitate. Crimson demonic energy erupts off his body. Clashing directly with Lucien's own aura, she's actually impressed enough to crank her power up harder to force him down. But Adele, teetering right on the edge of losing his mind, somehow holds his ground. Even against Lucien's escalated pressure, that alone earns him a genuine look of interest. And finally, he pulls through, surviving the entire test, even with his own struggle barely resolved. His focus shifts straight to Renee, who's holding steady like it's nothing. Same story for the remaining 7 deadly sins heirs: Bolton of envy, Laurel Fron of lust, Samuel of gluttony, the heir of sloth, and the heir of greed, all of them still standing tall. Wuyan can't help but reflect. He wrote some of these characters with real care and passion. Only for the story's heroes to end up cutting them all down eventually. He finishes counting the 6 familiar faces before finally landing on the heir of wrath. Snow-white hair flowing long, a crown of thorns resting on her head, and eyes the color of merciless scarlet. And that's when it hits him, he's staring straight at the deadliest villain his story ever produced. He's face to face with the future demon lord herself, Diana. With that, the first phase of the exam wraps up, but Adele's mind is racing. Technically, the demon lord bloodline runs through the Wrath family, meaning Diana shouldn't even need to be here at all. Yet here she is, applying like everyone else, which makes him wonder if something's already gone off script. Meanwhile, the eliminated candidates are throwing full-on tantrums over failing. Mostly spoiled brats whining about how unfair the exam was. But the instructors couldn't care less about these trust fund crybabies. And they make that abundantly clear. The lead instructor bluntly states that anyone who can't even last 5 minutes has no business being here. And just like that, the gates shut on every failed applicant. This first test alone tells you everything about how brutal this academy really is. Lucky for Adele, he made the cut. He also picks up on something important. Lucian isn't just some random supervisor, she's the actual headmaster. The strongest being in the entire demon realm, hiding behind a deceptively cute design. He got lucky surviving round 1, but with most people failing round 2, he can't afford to relax now. While all this is unfolding, Wuyan notices Renee's already turning heads everywhere. She's clearly got a fanbase forming over her combat skill alone. Makes sense, honestly, the 7 Deadly Sins heirs are basically celebrities, and they all held their own against Lucian's aura too. Poor Adele, meanwhile, is a little bummed nobody's paying him any attention despite pulling off the same feat. Renee walks over to compliment her so-called bodyguard on passing. Even though he barely scraped through, Wuyan's satisfied. The instructors definitely clock that he's no ordinary candidate. He figures that'll stick with them, or so he hopes. The male headmaster finally calls for attention, introducing himself as Ares, the instructor overseeing their training. Just his presence alone is intimidating enough that Adele's pretty sure this guy's got a hidden blade tucked away somewhere on him at all times. Ares congratulates everyone who made it through, explaining the whole point of the test was gauging their mental resilience in case humans ever captured and interrogated them. The 8 who survived get bonus points, and if they clear the second exam too, they'll gain access to the armory. It's basically Christmas for our boy, buzzing with excitement over the chance at real gear. Meanwhile, the failed candidates are somehow even more bitter now. Ares moves on to break down what's coming next. The second exam, first they'll showcase their abilities, the specific talents they bring against human opponents. Based on that, they'll each be sorted into a designated class, so they need to bring their absolute best. Adele understands the assignment, though he's genuinely curious just who or what they'll be facing. Ares then reveals exactly who they'll be up against for this next phase, and with a snap of his fingers, he summons a being forged entirely from pure light. Recognizing the armor and blade instantly, Adele realizes they're about to get wrecked by the strongest hero among the 6 great human houses. Basically, it's the equivalent of fighting the final boss while you're still stuck at level 2. There's just no reason this guy should even be here. Renee catches his reaction and asks if he recognizes this opponent. Of course he does. Of course, Adele can't exactly say out loud that they're staring down Ninissel, head of House Ninissel, closely tied to the story's actual protagonist. To make things worse, Wuyan realizes this absurdly overpowered swordsman is actually the protagonist's own father. The Sword Saint, standing utterly unmatched in raw talent alone. Some of the sharper candidates already recognize him and have basically written off their chances. Fair enough, this guy single-handedly took down multiple demon houses in his time. Even Ares knows a full-power fight would just be a massacre, which is why Ninissel's only using 10% of his real strength here. Renee initially figures this makes the test a lot easier, but Adele quickly reminds her they're dealing with an apocalypse-level threat wearing a human's face. Even at 10%, this guy could level entire cities without breaking a sweat. Which makes Adele wonder how anyone's supposed to actually pass this. There's got to be a hidden criteria somewhere, and while an info scroll would be great right now, he's flat broke. Ares announces the applicants will be split into teams of 4 to take on Ninissel. To keep things fair, the top 8 scorers get separated from each other and everyone else gets randomly assigned. Bro's genuinely thrilled to make that top 8 cut. While Renee's mildly annoyed her random teammates are basically dead weight. As for Adele's squad, yeah, they're already giving him grief just for standing near them. Renee gives him a light, teasing tap on the shoulder, just wishing him a safe return. Adele happily wishes her the same right back, and with that, 33 teams officially form up. Adele leads the very last group, teamed up with Kina, Chris, and Sanchez. Not a single one of these names rings a bell for Wuyan, which pretty much confirms their background characters with zero plot relevance. Kina and Chris greet him warmly enough, but Sanchez comes off as a stuck-up, brooding piece of work. He immediately jabs at Adele for being a half-demon. It's rough enough that even the throwaway NPCs are out here dragging him. Ignoring the jab, Adele just tells the team to give it their all. First priority is scouting his teammates' abilities, starting with Chris. Chris cooperates without complaint, demonstrating his mana-shaping ability. Morphing a triangular prism into armor and a blade, it's not high on raw killing power, but it's versatile as hell, exactly the kind of teammate Adele was hoping for. Kina's up next, explaining she's built for support, not damage. She can boost her allies' speed by channeling a prayer to the demon god. After casting her buff on Adele, she looks completely drained, but our boy playfully jokes about how weak the effect actually feels. Honestly, this is bad news. Her buff barely does anything, so he's baffled she even passed the exam. Last up, Sanchez, showing off his rock-type body enhancement. Rose basically going full Super Saiyan but brown. Not bad at all for a tank-type build. Finally, Sanchez demands to see the leader's own ability, tossing a ring right at him. Adele casually teleports beside him with god-tier speed. Sanchez freezes, realizing he could have just been killed instantly. In actual fight, Kina and Chris are both genuinely impressed by their leader's unique teleport ability. Privately, Wuyan decides to keep the rest of his powers hidden, no telling what they'll be up against down the line. For formation, he assigns Chris and Sanchez to hold the front line while he takes the middle and Kina supports from behind. Solid enough plan for now, and the team agrees without argument. With that settled, Ares calls the teams forward one by one for the second exam. Rube 1 steps up first. Wuyan's genuinely impressed by the fire in their eyes, even knowing they're about to face the Sword Saint. Doesn't matter though, the fight starts and ends in practically the same instant. Rube 1 gets wiped. Even Adele couldn't track the Sword Saint's movement in that split second. Ares calls Group 2 and they get erased just as fast. Group 3 suffers the exact same fate. Then Group 4 gets called up, and 2 candidates immediately protest, claiming the exam's rigged from the jump. Ares disqualifies the 2 complainers on the spot, then asks the remaining pair if they still want to go through with it. Adele watches one blonde kid actually step forward anyway, despite being down 2 teammates. And that's when it clicks, this might be the exact clue he needs to crack the second exam's real criteria. The reduced team steps up to face the Sword Saint. The results already written, both of them go down in an instant. And that's still with Ninasol holding back. Full power would have left nothing behind. Even Adele's own team is starting to doubt themselves. Sanchez looks like he's about to bolt. The Sword Saint keeps steamrolling team after team, all the way to Group 10, who immediately forfeits without even trying. Group 20 gets called, and every team after that, up through Group 30, gets wiped clean without landing a single hit. It's a fight against a genuinely unbeatable wall. Then, to everyone's shock, one candidate actually manages to block a single attack. Interestingly, Adele notices the fights are stretching out longer group by group, tracking the rising skill gap, which only cements his theory about what's actually being graded here. His own team's visibly rattled, knowing their turn is coming soon. So he lays out his plan. He's cracked the test's real criteria, and it's all about surviving as long as humanly possible. Watching how the instructors have handled things so far only strengthens his confidence in that theory. Sanchez tries to argue against it, but there's no time. Their group gets called up next. Adele actually believes they can take the Sword Saint down in a straight fight. His confidence rallies the team, and they steel themselves to outlast every duel they've watched so far. Deep down, though, Adele's already planning to use the strongest villain's talent hidden in his own body to tilt the odds in their favor. The fight kicks off with Chris, Sanchez, and Adele up front, and their support holding the rear. With barely any intel on the Sword Saint compared to other threats, he's stuck weighing his options fast. He orders the team to gather information as the sword unleashes his opening strike. Adele roars a warning just in time. With a single swing of his blade, their barrier shield shatters instantly, and even Sanchez can't stop the impact. Adele tells Kina to reinforce Chris to cushion his fall after getting sent flying. Next, he orders Sanchez to do his one job, tanking the full brunt of the next hit. Thanks to his hardened defense as their tank, they manage to survive the first exchange. Adele catches a gap forming right before the second strike and immediately clocks it as bait. He refuses to bite, sensing it's a trap meant to draw them out. Staying locked in, he warns the team about the incoming second attack. They scramble into position, but Chris hits his limit first. So far, a single attack has already crippled the whole team. One more careless move and this fight's over for good. The Sword Saint launches his next attack. Mirroring the same opening as before, this time even Sanchez can't fully block it, taking brutal cuts while shielding the rest of the team. Sanchez is convinced they're all about to die, but Adele stays locked in, determined to hold on as long as possible, watching closely for his opponent's next move. The Sword Saint finally lowers his blade. Fortunately, the test's still far from over. As the Sword Saint prepares one final strike, Adele decides it's time to meet it head-on. Dark grin spreads across his face, and he declares he's about to drive a blade straight through his opponent's throat. A statement that leaves his whole team stunned. The Sword Saint braces for his last attack. And Adele tells Sanchez to tank it solo with no backup from Chris this time. It's a wild call, but he knows exactly what he's doing. The blow shatters Sanchez's armor completely, launching him straight toward the ceiling. That's Adele's cue. He activates position transfer, swapping places with Sanchez midair. And in that razor-thin opening he's created, he fires off position transfer again, targeting his opponent's blade this time. Ripping the sword clean out of the Sword Saint's grip, he closes in for a direct strike, aiming to drive the black dagger straight into his opponent's throat for the finishing blow. Move leaves every instructor watching absolutely stunned. But unfortunately, he misses the clean hit and takes a kick instead, hard enough to make him cough up blood. Still refusing to quit, he activates his darkness trait, swallowing the whole area in shadow. Only Chris's earlier barrier saved him from that kick, otherwise his body would have been shattered. His strike missed, sure, but he successfully trapped the Sword Saint inside a total blackout barrier. In this pitch-black void, Adele holds the clear advantage with his dark-infused blade. In a space like this, his attack potential's basically limitless, or at least, that's the confidence he's running on. Or so he thought. Because the Sword Saint whips around and locks eyes with him, dead serious, closing the distance in a blink for another attack. Even Adele's starting to think this guy's more demonic than any actual demon. Still, thanks to his mastery over the darkness, he pulls his dagger from a blind spot and strikes. This time, the Sword Saint never sees it coming. Hundreds of dimensional daggers materialize at once. He unleashes the skill, and every single blade pierces straight through the Sword Saint's body. The pitch-black void leaves Adele's teammates completely confused, while Ares already knows it's over. As the shadows clear, only one figure's still standing, the other down on the ground. Adele's the victor, and his performance leaves every candidate speechless. His strategy paid off in full, impressing even one of the noble heirs watching. His teammates rush over, hyped over his brilliant plan. Smart as ever, Adele stays vague about exactly how he pulled off that win. As for Sanchez, he's beat up pretty bad, but the instructors are already tending to him. To their surprise, though, the exam's not actually finished yet. Adele explains there's one last step left. Driving the blade fully into the fallen opponent's body, he proves he's got no hesitation in front of the instructors. The heirs watch on, clearly entertained. Even Fraun admits he's impressive for a half-demon. Oshi still insists he's naturally inferior to purebloods. That comment sets Renee off instantly, releasing a wave of killing intent as her response. Fraun's honestly puzzled what's got the bear princess so worked up. It sends a genuine chill down her spine. Turns out the 7 deadly sins heirs are already sizing each other up, rivalry simmering under the surface. Fraun's little entourage are just simps convinced she'd wreck Renee in a real fight. Back to Adele. He notices Renee's bloodlust flaring and wonders what triggered it, but that thought gets cut short as instructor Ares walks up to him. Asking if he actually understands why he's even here, met with a totally indifferent shrug. Ares walks off, warning that he'll be keeping a close eye on him from now on. Dell's a little disappointed. He was kind of hoping for actual praise. Right now, all eyes shift to the upcoming showdown between Renee and Fraun. Adele's curious just who exactly this demon Renee's up against actually is. From her look alone, he pieces together she must be from House Lust. Still, it makes zero sense why she'd specifically target Renee. Wooyan admits he really slacked on fleshing out his demon-side characters. Fraun spots the half-blood from a distance and calls him out immediately. Not exactly what he was expecting. But this unhinged girl takes it a step further, demanding he become her personal slave. That's more than enough to set Renee off. She charges in immediately, blade drawn. Seeing her guard disrespected by the walking embodiment of lust, Lady Renee doesn't hesitate for a second, refusing Laurel Fraun any chance to respond. The two would have clashed outright if the instructor hadn't stepped in. He reminds them sharply that pointless duels on Titan grounds are strictly forbidden. If they want to fight it out, they'll have to settle it somewhere off campus. The watching students are stunned. Had Ares not intervened, two of the 7 deadly sins' top prospects might have actually torn each other apart. Renee sheathes her blade with a scoff while Laurel visibly shudders. With a slightly worried smile, Adele checks in on his boss. She just stares at him blankly as he tells her to head up for her own turn. Instead of returning to her assigned group for the test, Lady Renee pulls out a handkerchief and wipes the sweat off Adele's face instead. She gently cleans him up and compliments his performance. Man, that should have been me. Still hasn't learned her lesson. Laurel snipes at Renee for getting too close with a mere half-demon. Adele just ignores the jab, genuinely relieved he's finally getting treated a little better after passing. Looking him dead in the eye, Renee asks if he'd been holding back during the trial. Adele's confused. He practically risked everything just to land that one hit. Group 34 finally gets called and Renee calmly walks up, promising to keep Adele's secret safe. She's clearly convinced he's some kind of all-powerful priest tied to his family. With Renee off doing her thing, Orelfron swoops right back in to mess with Adele. The moment she hears his name, a sly smile spreads across her face. She's still salty about getting interrupted earlier. Radiating a bewitching aura, she orders Adele to ditch that bare brat and serve her instead. Laurel's banking on her charm to steal Renee's guard purely to salvage her wounded pride. Honestly, some of you would have caved instantly. But he's completely unaffected by her charm ability. Adele brushes her off without a second thought and locks his focus on Renee's match. While she throws a fit, he keeps his eyes on the stage. Adele's genuinely curious to see the other 7 deadly sins heirs in action, but his money's on Renee. The Sword Saint's already reformed, radiating an aura cold enough to freeze anyone in its range. It's a heavy standoff, but Renee doesn't flinch for even a second. Instead, she just steps forward, completely ignoring the 3 nobodies stuck in her group. Even the future Demon Lord takes notice of her boldness. Bolton, heir of envy, laughs at her sheer nerve. Adele, meanwhile, feels every alarm bell going off. Logically, walking straight up to the Sword Saint is just suicide. The second the gap between them closes to inches, the real standoff begins. An old warrior and a young girl locked in a silent battle of pure presence. After what feels like an eternity, both their expressions harden with intensity. The Sword Saint lunges for the kill and ends up sliced clean in half instead, sword and body both. Every single person watching is left speechless by her sheer dominance. Without wasting another second on this so-called test or sparing her fallen opponent a second glance, Renee calmly walks back, met with a wave of cheers. Even instructor Ares can't hide how impressed he is, but honestly no one's more shocked than Adele. The Sword Saint clearly sensed her strength from the start and never even risked the first swing. Ever the sore loser, Laurel scoffs at Renee's performance. Curious, Adele asks Fran if a full team of 7 deadly sins heirs could beat the real Sword Saint at full power. She laughs it off, saying no living being stands a chance against him. As things stand, maybe the previous Demon King could've, but that's it. Besides, anyone paying attention knows this fake stand-in is way weaker than the supposed 10% they've been told. Which means Adele just barely scraped by against something not even a tenth as strong as the real deal. Guy literally wrote this world and he's still clueless about half of it. Still, his heart's pounding with anticipation. The remaining groups left to test are all led by 7 deadly sins heirs. Maybe it's Renee's performance lighting a fire under them, but the rest of the heirs bring their A-game too. Every single one of them crushes the fake Sword Saint with ease, making it tough to tell the families apart in skill. But Adele already knows which 2 of this batch are destined to become major players later. Once every group's had their shot, the entrance exam officially wraps up. Gathering everyone at the podium, Ares announces that anyone brave enough to actually engage in combat passes regardless of outcome. Which means every remaining candidate is now officially a Titan trainee. Ares warns them not to celebrate too hard. They've just bought a ticket down a brutal road that's broken plenty of demons before them. For those who passed, the official entrance ceremony happens in 2 days. But the few who actually beat the Sword Saint are told to stick around a little longer. Adele's guessing this has something to do with that reward promised back in the first test. The 7 deadly sins heirs plus Adele all cleared with flying colors, earning access to the armory. Before they head in though, Bolton raises his hand, asking if they can just walk out of there loaded with as many weapons as they can carry. He's clearly buzzing to see what Titan's got stashed. Classic delusional question from the son of envy. Bolton's got an insatiable appetite for everything. Wooyun remembers writing this guy with a lot of flavor. Ares calmly shuts it down, explaining trainees can barely handle mastering one weapon, let alone several, so they're each limited to a single pick. Not interested in entertaining more questions, he leads them straight to the armory. He presses his palm against the wall, activating a hidden magical seal. A concealed door materializes out of thin air. Ares adds that this is a privilege reserved for outstanding trainees. Whether it turns into a blessing or a curse is entirely up to them. Instead of a proper armory, the entrance looks more like a dungeon gate. Ares instructs them to enter in reverse order of their exam rankings, getting checked on their way out. Meaning Bolton gets first pick and Adele's stuck going dead last. Guy must really have it out for him, practically skipping ahead for first dibs. Bolton flashes everyone a smug little wave before heading in. Since Renee's already got a solid weapon, she's aiming for an artifact instead, same plan Adele's got in mind. Problem is, if they're both thinking that, the other heirs probably are too. By the time Adele's turn rolls around, the good stuff might already be gone. Bolton strolls out wearing a black thorn crown, looking thoroughly satisfied with his pick. And just as feared, everyone keeps coming out loaded with solid artifacts. Before he knows it, it's finally Adele's turn. He notices the bracelet on Renee's wrist and asks what it does. She just tells him to go inside and find out the description himself. Renee also warns him about certain items on display with no listed description at all. Those pieces might genuinely have nothing written about them. But surely if they're sitting in the armory, they can't be completely worthless, right? Before stepping in, Adele shoots instructor Ares a lingering look. Ares seems mildly annoyed by it, telling him to just say whatever's on his mind. With an awkward chuckle, Adele asks about the items' missing descriptions. Ares explains plainly those are artifacts and weapons with murky origins and no known former owner. Get lucky and you might walk away with something incredible. Get unlucky and it could curse you for life. With that final warning, Ares waves the last passer inside. Guess Adele's about to find out if going last is a blessing or a curse. The moment he steps in, the whole layout shifts dramatically, bright, clean, and orderly, yet something about it still puts him on edge. He spots light spilling from the end of a long hallway and follows it, eventually reaching the heart of the armory itself. Rows of weapons and artifacts line the walls, sealed behind enchanted glass, an entire room packed with demonic relics. Turning right, he spots an unusually shaped spear and reads its description, the Twin Fang Spear. A relic once wielded by a nameless demon for hunting serpents. Vengeful serpent spirits are said to inhabit its tip, releasing twin serpents when infused with mana. Fancy description, sure, but it's still garbage compared to what he needs. Besides, he's already got his daggers. Next up, the Starlight Crystal, once owned by a skilled astrologer. Infuse it with mana and it lets you borrow starlight to light up the area. Basically a fancy flashlight. Hard pass, especially now that Adele's fully invested in the dark element. Noticing an empty display case, he curiously checks the description of whatever used to sit there. The Great Circle of the Victor grants exceptional recovery and stamina but permanently binds itself to the user until death. That's definitely the crown Bolton's already sporting. Adele finds this whole discovery kind of unsettling. He specifically remembers scrapping binding-type items from his own novel, so running into one here throws him off. Scanning left and right, it's becoming painfully clear all the actual good stuff is already claimed. Python's bind is gone. So are the Demon General's flag and the Fallen Noble's insignia. The 7 Deadly Sins heirs basically cleared out every top artifact, leaving mostly trash weapons and armor scattered around. Figuring he's running out of decent options, Del turns his focus toward a cursed artifact instead. And he remembers a trick that only he has access to. Pulling out the magic paper, he braces himself to spend some gold. Facing a broken, unlabeled sword, he asks the paper for details. The price comes back either a relic-grade artifact or 100 gold coins. Before digging into his savings, something clicks in his head. Testing his theory, he tries the same thing on a damaged scroll. This one only costs 50 gold coins for info. Since the price scales with value, he doesn't even need to pay up front. He just needs to find whichever item demands the steepest price. 7 unlabeled boxes sit in front of him and he starts scanning through them fast. The eagle-shaped blackstone costs just 1 gold coin, clearly a dud, cheap enough that he figures there's no harm in checking anyway. Turns out it just trades the owner's luck for someone else's misfortune. In other words, garbage. Adele keeps sifting through the unknown relics. Some cost 100, others 50. None of them are jaw-dropping though, with just 2 boxes left. He finally finds one priced at 300 gold, a shoulder pauldron estimated to be at least mythical grade. This single piece would blow every other artifact the heirs picked completely out of the water, just as he's about to commit to grabbing the pauldron. His attention snaps suddenly to the last unlabeled item left to check. A strange sensation washes over him like something's watching even though he's completely alone. The artifact turns out to be a plain, unassuming necklace. Something in his gut tells him this one's worth a closer look, so he pulls out the magic paper and asks for more details on it. The page flares up with brilliant light, lifting off on its own, glowing almost blindingly bright. And the response it gives back is just one chilling line: "You must offer a god. If it's demanding a literal god as payment, this thing's got to be legendary at minimum." Just when he thought he was doomed, fate might have just blessed him instead. But thinking it over a bit more, he realizes he's getting ahead of himself. Right now, he's not even affiliated with a minor deity, let alone the actual demon god. For now, he decides to just try channeling a bit of his own mana into the necklace. After a few seconds of waiting, absolutely nothing happens. Frustrating, honestly, something clearly extraordinary is sitting right in front of him and he has zero clue what it even does. Determined, he keeps trying different angles with the magic paper, hoping to squeeze out even a scrap of free info. But no matter how he phrases it, the second the necklace comes up, same demand keeps popping up: offer a god. He finally accepts he's not getting a single free hint out of this thing. Still, he takes the gamble and picks the bejeweled necklace as his reward. Function unknown or not, he's certain it's the single most valuable thing in this entire armory. The moment he equips it, he pulls up his status window to check for changes. Just as expected, a brand new, unidentified trait shows up out of nowhere. Figuring out exactly what it does is a problem for future him. As he exits the armory, Ares questions his unusual choice. Dell answers honestly, he picked the one item with zero description, no insider knowledge involved. Technically true, and technically not a lie either. Dell genuinely can't figure out why this guy seems to have it out for him. Eventually, Ares lets it go. Sure, it's suspicious, but he's got to trust his cadet's word. Turning to the fresh batch of trainees, he advises them to take good care of their chosen artifacts since they might just save their lives. Adele scans the room, taking in the future leaders of the demon world standing all around him. These guys are getting serious backing going forward, no doubt about it. If he could siphon even a sliver of that resource for himself, he'd be more than satisfied. As they're dismissed, the hidden armory door vanishes without a trace. With the exams officially over, it's time for the lady and her guard to head back to the dorms, but before they can leave, someone stops Adele in his tracks. A smiling Bolton strolls up, apologizing for his earlier rudeness. He introduces himself properly and offers a handshake to squash the bad blood. Completely unexpected, but Adele's never one to turn down a polite gesture. The moment their hands meet, though, he realizes polite is the last word to describe this guy. Bolton clamps down in a bone-crushing grip, a sly grin spreading across his face. Sharp, searing pain shoots straight through Adele's hand. Turns out Bolton's the type who has zero respect for weaklings, driven purely by envy. He only cares about the strong. He once beat the novel's protagonist half to death, only sparing him once he sensed real potential, saving him for a future rematch. Classic battle-obsessed lunatic behavior. Still wearing that smug grin, Bolton pushes Adele to react, so Adele locks onto Bolton's own sword as his target for a leveled-up position transfer. In the blink of an eye, he swaps places with the blade, casually tapping the guy's shoulder from behind. The exam just ended. Adele's in no mood to babysit some spoiled noble's ego trip, especially after that handshake nearly shattered his bones. Bolton just laughs, pure amusement written all over his face. Watching that ability only lights his fighting spirit up more. Now he's dead set on a fight to the death. But before things can spiral any further, Renee steps in to shut the madman down. Letting her own bone-chilling aura flare, she warns Bolton she'll gladly jump in if he keeps pushing it. That's enough to finally make the lunatic rein his aura back in. As much as he lives for chaos, taking on 2 heavy hitters at once is a bit much. No need to get hurt before school even starts. Besides, there's plenty of time to draw blood later. This guy's genuinely unhinged. Says he doesn't want to get injured, yet he's fully on board for a fight to the death. Make it make sense. Dell honestly still can't get a solid read on this guy. For now, it's time to make his exit with his lady in tow. Despite all the chaos, Adele's actually starting to look forward to life at Seitan. Back at their inn, Adele wakes up the next morning feeling surprisingly refreshed. bros casually flexing that perfectly toned body like he's got something to prove to us mortals. He's feeling better, getting stronger day by day. Buzzing with excitement, he pulls out the uniform Seitan sent over to try on. Slipping into the standard black pants and patched blazer combo, he's genuinely surprised how comfortable it feels. 3 whole years of nothing but uniforms, rough, sure, but at least this one's actually practical. Curious to see Renee in hers, he heads toward her room and knocks. Once she confirms it's just her guard, Renee opens the door, and Adele's caught off guard by how good she looks in that classic blazer and skirt combo, sunlight spilling through the windows behind her. He can't help but say it out loud, which gets her blushing instantly. Sure, she's cold-blooded with a blade, but her cute side hits just as hard. With a rare day off in hand, Adele's planning to wander the city for a while. He bows and tells her to go rest up, only to get stopped before he can even leave. Blushing and flustered, she asks if he's forgetting something. She reminds him sure he's off duty as a student but not as her guard. He completely forgot his actual job in the excitement of a solo rest day, so compromise reached, she'll just tag along on his city walk once she's changed. And just like that, his whole day off plan goes up in smoke. That sting fades fast though the second the city's energy hits him. Everything's so clean and peaceful, it's hard to believe the war ended just 10 years back. Rebuilding's still underway out in the outer regions. Humans won the war overall, but they never actually cracked the capital. Hugging on his sleeve, Renee points at a street food stall with wide, innocent eyes, clearly wanting a taste. The meat glistens under the heat, cooked to a perfect golden brown. Turns out it's a skewer of seasoned meat and vegetables. Curious if it's got that classic tastes like chicken energy, Adele orders 2, one for him, one for her. The moment they take their first bite, the flavor instantly lifts both their spirits. Adele can't help but grin watching stone-faced Renee melt into the cutest expression. Guess she's slowly starting to warm up to him. They keep wandering the city square together, chatting away happily. It's been forever since Adele got a real break, and honestly probably his last one for a while. Eventually their walk brings them to an imposing statue right in the heart of the capital. Adele stares up at it, thoroughly confused. So Renee explains it's a monument to the very first Demon King. Looking closer, he can't ignore the eerie resemblance to Diana. Not every day you get to study the original Demon King's face up close, so Adele leans in for a better look. That's when the statue's eyes flicker with an oddly familiar glow. The necklace around his neck starts resonating right along with that piercing stare. This unmoving memorial suddenly fires off some otherworldly force directly into his artifact. To his shock, one of the necklace's jewels loses its shine entirely, fading to gray. Even weirder, Renee completely missed it. All she saw was Adele acting strange and yanking out his necklace. There's no logical way she missed a light that blinding. But judging by her genuinely puzzled face, she's completely clueless. He remembers the note demanding a god as payment for info, and now, out of absolutely nowhere, he stumbled onto something huge. He's now convinced this artifact is tied directly to the first Demon King, and that's more than enough to light a fire under his curiosity. And with that, their city stroll wraps up, leaving Adele buzzing with unanswered questions. Next morning, the two head straight for Seitan and the entrance ceremony. The headmaster and her instructors take the stage, facing roughly 100 fresh students packed into the auditorium. Adele overhears freshmen calling Lucien a little kid, completely unaware she could flatten them without lifting a finger. Some are even calling her cute. Cute, a tattoo-covered child who could end their bloodline. Some of these classmates seriously need their taste reevaluated, then Lucien shoots a razor-sharp glare straight at the offenders. Adele quietly notes the possibility that she might actually be reading minds. One booming shout from instructor Aries silences the whole room, and the ceremony officially kicks off. Lucien delivers a fairly standard opening speech and the room finally settles. Speech done, it's time for the top cadet and runner-up to step up and take their oath. No surprises here, Diana and Bolton claim the top honors. Glancing over at Renee, she looks completely unbothered by missing the top spot. Makes sense, she's not here to compete for rankings, she's here for revenge over her mother. Titles mean nothing to her. As for Adele, he's got his own agenda too, rankings be damned. On the way up to the podium, Bolton shoots him a cocky grin, practically daring him to react. Adele shrugs it off, getting tangled up with that maniac spells nothing but trouble. When the top cadet steps up to the stage, her sheer presence alone explains why she's number one. God's bliss talent through and through, the Demon King's own daughter, Diana, is simply untouchable. Her oath to erase their disgrace and rebuild the demonic realm echoes through the entire auditorium. You can feel the collective rage of everyone who lost family and home to humans, and if this crowd ever learns Adele's actually arson bloodline. Worst case, he's looking at an eternity of torture. With the ceremony finally wrapped, Instructor Aries directs everyone to check their class assignments on the bulletin board. Students line up neatly, scanning for their names. Scanning through the list, Adele spots his name under Class A, then goes hunting for Renee's. He almost tears up right there. Thankfully, his so-called boss lands in Class C. He tries to look disappointed, but the grin on his face gives him away instantly. She sternly reminds him he's still her guard, and he drops everything the second she calls. Thrilled with this tiny slice of freedom, Adele heads off toward his classroom. On the way, he accidentally bumps into another student. The kid rounds on him with murder in his eyes, veins bulging in his neck. He threatens to kill Adele on the spot and calls him a Cerberus-looking bastard. Charming, Adele's genuinely thrown off by this random burst of hostility from a total stranger. Turns out it's Samuel, son of Varus and heir to the gluttony line, one of the stronger names among the 7 deadly sins. Even though Samuel started it, Adele just apologizes anyway, hoping to dodge drama on day 1. This guy's genuinely prickly with a face that just begs to get punched. Renee aside, every single 7 deadly sins heir seems to be a certified weirdo. Adele's just praying he doesn't end up stuck with Bolton too. Meanwhile, in the Citan faculty room, tensions are running high. Instructor Idea's arguing hard that she deserves to be treated like an actual instructor of Citan. Aries counters that she can't be trusted with one particularly dangerous student, insisting he's got way more experience dealing with cases like this. Idea finds the whole thing ridiculous. This guy's basically trying to steamroll her out of Class A. Playing referee, Headmaster Lucien tells them both to knock it off. Idea's fed up with constantly being the one under fire. To settle things, Lucien lets Aries lay out exactly why he wants to swap classes with Idea. His reasoning's simple: he's dealt with plenty of fighters like Adele on real battlefields, so he's better equipped to handle him. One glance told him everything. That kid's a natural-born killer, the type who just as easily turn his blade on an ally. He needs to be kept on a short leash. The other instructors think he's overreacting over some half-demon who's supposedly weaker than the 7 deadly sins heirs. Aries pushes back. Raw power isn't everything. Adele's composure and nerve rival even the top heirs. That's exactly why he wants Class A, to keep this cadet under close watch. Basically, bottom line, he's saying Idea just can't handle this one particular trainee. Real diplomatic of him, talking down to a colleague like she's a rookie. Done with the bickering, Lucien just sighs and lets a sliver of her aura slip loose, instantly shutting both of them up. She gets where Aries is coming from, but swapping homeroom advisors now would cause more problems than it solves. Still, a little extra caution never hurt anyone. So she settles it. Idea just needs to keep a closer eye on the Adele situation herself. And with that, the meeting wraps up and day 1 of classes officially kicks off. Inside the Class A lecture hall, Adele sits quietly, silently cursing his rotten luck. Right in front of him sits Laurel Fraun, heir of lust, already pestering him nonstop. Still, better her than getting stuck with Diana, and instead of Bolton, his other classmate happens to be Samuel, the prickly heir of gluttony. Laurel smugly asks if he followed her into this class, conveniently ignoring that placements were completely random. With an arrogant laugh, she graciously offers him the privilege of being her slave again. Look at those horns, though. Some of you would have caved instantly. In one-sided conversation, Samuel cuts in, threatening to kill them both if they don't shut up. Even by demon standards, this kid's insufferable. Laurel clearly doesn't appreciate his tone. Luckily, she finds a new target to torment, leaving Adele quietly mourning because yeah, this is basically his life now. The door bursts open. An instructor Idea walks in, instantly silencing the room. Her presence alone demands respect. Reaching the lectern, Instructor Idea introduces herself to her new Class A cadets. She mentions she's more widely known as the Legion of Calamity. Honestly, that nickname absolutely slaps. The class starts whispering immediately. Apparently she's credited with wiping out somewhere between 10 and 30,000 humans at the Pollux River solo. Adele's pretty pleased hearing that with a mentor this strong, his survival odds just went way up. Introductions done, she moves straight into how their classes will run going forward. Simple enough, she's here to teach them hunting. And no, not animals or demonic beasts. This is the whole reason cadets flock to Citan. They're learning how to properly prey on humans. Adele keeps a flawless poker face at that announcement. Idea handles hunting classes exclusively, while other instructors cover magic and weaponry. On top of that, she's also running their basic stamina training. For Lesson 1, a classroom just won't cut it, they're heading straight to the training grounds. The second Adele lays eyes on it, he's floored by how massive it is. Easily 4 or 5 times the size of a normal training field, once everyone's gathered. Idea activates her ability, conjuring a swirling black hole, telling everyone to watch closely. Once it hits critical mass, darkness spreads outward and the hole warps into a full-blown portal. The sound of marching metal booms out from within. An entire army of human crusaders files out, faces blank and lifeless. Noticing the tension on her cadets' faces, Idea reassures them these are just magical constructs, nothing more. In fact, she's the one who conjured the Sword Saint clone that tested them all during the entrance exam. Anyone who can whip up a clone hitting a tenth of the real Sword Saint's power is not someone to cross. This instructor's a monster in her own right. As strong as Satan is, he's fairly convinced the Royal Academy still tops it by a solid margin. Idea lays out a simple task: get past the human army and reach her. Burst up, her eyes sweep the field before locking onto one trainee in particular. She calls Adele forward to take the first attempt. With a sly grin, she dares him to go for her throat, just like he did against the Sword Saint's clone. Right when he thought he'd dodged Ares' watchful eye, turns out Idea's onto him too. First, he asks why they're not doing a straightforward spar instead. She explains humans lean on their leader for morale. Take that leader down and the rest crumble like dominoes. A strong leader makes a strong army, so for this exercise, she's playing that role herself. Makes total sense to Adele. Sun Tzu's Art of War made this exact point. Take out the enemy's leader and the whole army falls apart. Drawing his dagger, he flashes a confident smirk. Taking down a leader buried in the middle of an army, way too easy for him. Idea cheerfully clarifies that actually subduing her is impossible, so just a simple tap, hand or weapon is enough to pass. With that, she orders her human army to charge. Barely a second passes before Adele's already position transferred right behind the overconfident instructor, dagger close enough to take her head clean off. Her confident smile vanishes instantly as thick killing intent locks her completely in place. Adele playfully asks if that counts as a passing grade. They started a dozen meters apart, but honestly that distance means nothing to him anymore. 2 position transfers and he's already behind her lines. His range keeps growing steadily too. Soon he'll be the perfect assassin, taking down entire enemy bases with total finesse. Instructor Idea, though, wasn't naive enough to leave herself unprotected. A barrier's been wrapped around her this whole time. Now she fully understands why Ares is so insistent on watching this kid. She grants him a pass and waves him back to the group. Walking back, he can't tell if what he felt from her was hostility or just curiosity. Either way, it's got him worried about his identity slipping. Idea praises Adele's performance and warns the rest of the class, anyone who fails gets stuck with extra sessions. One by one, Class A takes their turns trying to punch through the human clone army. Being demons, the basics of combat come naturally. Helps too that they're only up against powerless human equivalents. Still, so far all anyone's managed is clearing a handful of puppets Idea isn't even actively controlling. One after another, cadets get overwhelmed and forced to tap out against what's honestly a sloppy battalion formation. The next cadet up learns from everyone else's mistakes and tries going airborne to bypass the puppet wall entirely. Bad idea, a squad of puppet archers pincushions him instantly. Adele can't help but wince at the sheer second-hand embarrassment. Moments like this really drive home how busted position transfer actually is. At this rate, he could genuinely be gunning for the top of the class. Next up, Samuel. Adele's curious to see if this brat's cocky attitude actually backs up his skills. Taking his spot, Samuel starts gathering mana around his body. The mana keeps stacking until the pressure in the area spikes hard, fitting, honestly, for someone this brash. It all condenses into a swirling tornado of pure destruction. The other cadets nearly get swept off their feet by the sheer force of the wind. Adele watches in stunned silence. As Samuel wipes out the entire battalion in one single move. First time Adele's seen magic hit this level, Samuel's gluttony-born ability is a genuinely monstrous power that devours everything in its path. For a second, Adele figures Samuel might have just claimed the top spot in class. But once the dust clears, he is still standing there completely unharmed. In fact, she looks downright unimpressed with this whole batch. Adele saw that coming. No instructor's just gonna let herself get taken out by a first year. Sure, Samuel's attack cleared out everything except the leader, genuinely impressive enough to shock her for a split second. But unfortunately, like everyone else so far, he still fails. Samuel looks stunned, clearly ready to argue the ruling. Idea simply snaps her fingers, revealing exactly why that attack meant nothing. A whole second army of human puppets stands ready behind her. Once again, she drives the point home, leave the leader breathing, and humans will always find replacements to refill the ranks. Stretching clear across the field, Adele estimates there's easily 200 puppets standing behind her. All Idea will admit is that Samuel's magic is solid for a rookie first year anyway. Even prickly Samuel knows better than to argue back. So he just scoffs and stomps back to the group. Adele's honestly surprised he took the harsh grade at all, bitter as he clearly is about it. For a brief second their eyes meet, and Samuel's anger flares even hotter. Honestly, his own overconfidence is what sank him. Focus that power on the actual target and he'd have cleared this easily. Assessment rolls on as Idea calls up the next cadet. A haughty over-the-top laugh rings out from the crowd. Laurel Franz steps up, thrilled to finally get her moment in the spotlight. The other cadets are already assuming she'll pass, the only question is how. She stands before the puppet army, mocking them as mere minions daring to block her path. But her arrogance doesn't get the reaction she's banking on. Sweating nervously now, her big talk dries up fast. Realizing her powers just don't work on puppets, she scrambles for a way out of this mess. Just as Adele figured, the air of lust isn't built for direct combat. Back at the entrance exam, she just used her teammates as her personal minions while barking orders from the back. Strip away the minions and she's basically harmless. Desperate for a way out, she turns to scan the crowd of cadets and locks eyes with Adele. With pleading eyes, she begs for his help while somehow still calling him her slave, completely oblivious to how one-sided that dynamic actually is. The whole class is quietly losing it over what they just witnessed. Adele had zero plans to help Laurel to begin with now, he definitely never will. Done watching her whine, Idea orders her army to charge in. Laurel flinches back as the puppets swarm her from every side. They pile on with punches and kicks and Adele's baffled she never even bothered learning self-buffs. Everyone just watches as she gets thoroughly worked over for an uncomfortably long time, still begging for help. While the whole class is fixated on the beatdown, something else catches Adele's eye. He spots one of his classmates fully heal an injury just like that. Healing magic is supposedly a purely human ability. Which means this pink-haired girl's likely a half-demon herself. Healing's rare enough on its own, a demon with healing, practically unheard of. He doesn't even know her name yet, but he's already scheming a way to connect with her, just as he's about to walk over. Idea assigns him to help Cadet Fran back to the classroom, the test being over now. Talk about the worst possible timing. He'd much rather go make friends with the healer than babysit a spoiled brat. He kneels down and flicks the battered Laurel right on the forehead, calling her useless. He keeps poking her, telling her to get up already. She could stomach getting wrecked, sure, but getting humiliated in front of everyone stings way worse. At least now, whenever she calls him a slave, he's got a clean comeback that she's weaker than one. Before wrapping up, Idea has everyone gather and line up. Her expectations were high going in, the results not so much. Still, a solid first lesson overall. These kids needed a proper dose of humbling defeat to understand exactly where they stand. Recognizing their own flaws and mistakes now matters more than winning. Knowing your limits early is huge. It's what lets a team actually support each other in real combat. Adele finds it odd Satan randomizes classes when human academies sort by skill level. Idea brings up the idea of synergy as the reasoning. Despite the wave of failures today, one student actually passed. Picking him out of the crowd, Idea gives him a lingering look, promising she'll be watching his progress closely. Adele mutters an awkward thanks, fully aware of every classmate's eyes burning holes into his back. Finally dismissed, they're sent back to the classroom for their next class. If the instructors are wary of him, his classmates are downright hostile. Samuel especially looks ready to pounce any second. Adele's starting to worry that building any kind of faction is basically impossible with the 7 deadly sins kids constantly meddling. After hunting class wraps up, the rest of the day runs smooth enough. Next on the schedule, theory class. There they cover demon realm history and a quick rundown of human weaknesses. Adele actually pays attention, learning demons share nearly identical body structures with humans, get hit in the same spots, feel the same kind of pain. Quiz next time, so the instructor reminds everyone to actually study. Honestly, weirdly normal for once. Still, sitting through school again feels exhausting for a guy who already lived through it once in his past life. Only day 1 and he's already running on empty, just like his old life. He's got exactly 0 friends to talk to once class lets out. Speaking of which, there's this one girl he's been dying to get acquainted with. The pink-haired healer from earlier. With a few minutes before the next class, this might be his shot to finally talk to her. Walking slowly toward her desk, the two share a brief glance. With a warm smile, Adele properly introduces himself. She just stares back in silence, while the rest of the class drops everything to watch the two of them. It hits him a beat too late. 2 half-demons interacting is basically guaranteed to draw a crowd. She's visibly uncomfortable, so better to save the rest of this conversation for another day. He quickly bails from the awkward standoff. Heading for the door, all he wants now is to hit the restroom and drown his loneliness in some quiet mana practice. Suddenly the door swings open and Samuel walks in. For the umpteenth time today, their eyes lock. Adele just wants out. But this prickly little brat is looking at him like he's beneath garbage. Trying to keep the peace, Adele reluctantly steps aside to let Samuel through first. As he passes, Samuel scoffs, muttering something about Adele being a nauseating low-class creature. Even the most patient guy has a limit. Adele's tried all day to stay out of trouble, but he's officially done eating this nonsense. He turns and sarcastically compliments the gluttony family, apparently hitting a very sore spot. Samuel's aura flares up instantly, demanding he say that again. Doubling down, Adele compliments the gluttony family for somehow producing walking, talking garbage. That's the final straw, though honestly it never took much to send Samuel into a blind rage. Unlike Bolton, who at least knows when to hold back, this guy's got 0 control over his own rage. If Samuel's going to keep getting in the way of his plans, might as well settle it right here, right now. Samuel shapes his mana into a rigid spike-covered armor around his body. Adele stays unbothered, figures if he frames this the right way, he can get away with taking off a limb or two. But before they can clash, the next instructor slips into the room completely unnoticed. In one motion, this slick-back, bespectacled instructor snuffs out both their auras entirely, then politely asks everyone to take their seats with a warm smile. Neither Samuel nor Adele even sensed him walk in. With the fight broken up, Samuel dutifully powers down. Well, dutifully meaning it got forcibly shut off. This guy didn't just sneak in undetected, he also nullified every ability in the radius. Settled then, time for the bespectacled instructor to introduce himself, but first, everyone back in their seats. Samuel clicks his tongue in annoyance, and Adele's honestly surprised the mad dog let it go this easily. He heads back to his seat as the rest of the class settles down. Beaming, the instructor introduces himself as Robolt. Wait, is a chatbot teaching magic class now. Makes sense, honestly, nullifying magic without breaking a sweat isn't a small feat, and every Citan instructor is elite by default. And hey, what's a fantasy world without a magic teacher? Back when Wu Yun was still writing this world, he never treated magic as some innate gift. To him, it was closer to a skill, something you sharpen through hard work. Depending how you look at it, you could even call it an academic discipline. Robolt kicks off his lesson with one core concept students need to burn into memory. The concept of attributes. Magic's built on 4 core elements: earth, water, wind, fire, plus the rarer darkness and light, rounding out 6 total base attributes. Most people only carry 1 attribute, but Adele can already tell he's attuned to 2. The Bear's family clearly leans darkness, though he's still not sure exactly what the arson bloodline specializes in. Today's lesson keeps it simple. Cadets will identify their mana attribute through a quick test. Just place a hand on the orb, and the resulting color reveals your affinity. As students shuffle nervously into line, Adele hangs back to watch first. First cadet steps up, nerves written all over his face. The moment his palm hits the orb, it glows crimson. Fire attribute confirmed. Next up, a green glow marks the wind attribute. One by one, the class runs through the test, surprisingly diverse spread of elements, and the whole thing moves fast. Before long, it's finally Adele's turn. Robolt weighs him forward. Unlike everyone else, he already knows Adele's name, no introduction needed. Weird detail aside, he gets the same instructions as everyone else. The second his palm touches the orb, it erupts with dark energy laced with a faint, pale shimmer. Just like everyone else in the room, Robolt's visibly caught off guard. Leaning in for a closer look, Robolt actually gasps at what he's seeing, half the light's pure black, the other half a strange, muted gray. Black's straightforward enough, that's darkness common among high-ranking demons, but gray, that's news even to him. Oh, admittedly, he's not entirely clueless about it either. From what he knows, gray represents chaos, a magic attribute that outright defies natural order, a true rarity. Beyond the name, though, Robolt genuinely has nothing else to offer. Adele's just as lost first time he's ever even heard of this attribute. He definitely never wrote anything like it into his own novel. For now, best to stick with what he knows and lean into darkness. Messing with something that defies natural law, blind, sounds like a disaster waiting to happen. As the lecture rolls on, he can't stop replaying that gray light in his head. Turns out he's not the only one fixated on the mystery. Laurel's been eyeing him this entire time. When he calls her out for lurking behind him, staring way too hard, she gets adorably flustered that her stealth got busted so easily. Turns out she just wanted to get close enough to ask what's on his mind. Referencing that risky stunt he pulled right before the instructor walked in, Laurel warns him to stop poking Samuel. Apparently the guy's a literal ticking time bomb. Adele just shrugs it off, saying he's never been the type to sit quietly while getting bullied for no reason. Laurel nearly curses him out for messing with someone from one of the most feared, powerful families in the entire demon world. He counters that outside power can't touch what happens inside Satan, so status shouldn't matter here. But that's clearly not her actual point. This isn't just some petty demon-on-demon scuffle. On the verge of blurting out something she really shouldn't, Laurel catches herself just in time. All she offers instead is a warning: tread very carefully from here on out and watch his back. He figures she's trying to warn him about Gluttony's reputation for brutal, drawn-out revenge against their enemies. Either way, one class left today and he needs to close it out incident-free. Funny enough, this last instructor's someone he's already met, slamming his fist onto the desk. Instructor Ares bullies the whole class into dead silence. The hulking demon rips into all of them, calling everyone in the room too weak to deserve a seat in his class. He's genuinely disgusted. Even against a mere 5% power puppet, every group except the top 8 got wiped. Adele figures Ares is deliberately stoking their pride just to get a reaction. In this class, Ares' bar is simple. At minimum, these cadets need to be able to take an enemy's arm before they go down themselves. To get there, Lesson 1 is all about cardio, meaning they're running until they physically collapse. Ares firmly believes raw physical strength is the true foundation of swordsmanship. Any technique backed by real endurance hits 2 to 3 times harder. With the clock ticking, cadets have already logged 30 laps. Ares' watchful eyes catch Laurel and Samuel doing the unthinkable, cheating with mana to skip actually burning stamina. Prestigious bloodline or not, both of them are getting punished. Their punishment, starting this brutal run all over again from square one. Adele's honestly satisfied watching those rich kids get put in their place. Back in his day, he had to fight off actual knights right after possessing this body just to escape into the demon realm. Finally, Ares gives the long-awaited signal to end this hellish class. Of course, only cadets who finish all 50 laps get cleared to head to the dorms. Everyone else gets stuck with extra lessons. Today was genuinely brutal, but Adele somehow survives it with minimal drama. After cleaning up, his next stop is the dorm. Day 1 turned out way more exhausting than expected. All he wants now is his room and a bed. Unfortunately for him, Renee catches him on his way there, and she looks like she's got a bone to pick with her so-called bodyguard. Quickly recovering his composure, he asks what's wrong. When he asks how her first day went, she just answers with gloomy silence. He wonders if someone in her class crossed a line, but before digging further, he figures it's smarter to move this conversation somewhere more private. Finally, she speaks up and lays out her actual complaint. Turns out she's just annoyed her instructors barely worked her at all, so now she wants him to join her for cooldown training. Adele, who just wrung himself dry on the field minutes ago, is horrified at the thought of doing even more. Unable to refuse, he lets her drag him to the nearby cadet training grounds. Rough as it is, extra training alongside a 7 deadly sins heir isn't the worst deal. Every ounce of strength boosts his odds of surviving this place. They arrive at the facility, surprisingly spacious and fully stocked. Nearly every machine's occupied, everyone grinding hard to build up their physical strength. Naturally, Renee heads straight for the heaviest weights available. Adele volunteers to go first on the barbell, confident his old-world gym experience makes this a breeze. He attempts a basic deadlift, looking like he's about to blow a lung, and the bar doesn't budge even an inch. Renee bluntly calls him a weakling and tells him to quit before he hurts himself. Guess he forgot the original Adele spent his entire life cooped up indoors. Renee grabs the exact barbell he couldn't budge and knocks out a flawless overhead press, still in uniform, without breaking a sweat. Absolute sleeper physique. In raw strength, Adele's nowhere close to her level. Clearly, he's got some serious muscle to build. Her so-called cooldown drags on for a brutal, non-stop 2 hours. before Renee finally reluctantly calls it quits, time to pack it in and head to the dorms. Honestly, the back half of Adele's first day was basically one long training montage. Curious about his progress, he sneaks a peek at his status window while Renee's off changing. Still very much a chaotic half-demon stacked with traits, his position transfer skill, and a mana pool sitting around 1321. Even with nightly mana manipulation drills, he's only gained a measly 24 points. Looks like he's hit a serious growth plateau. Maybe an elixir or two could help, just as Renee finishes changing. He snaps out of his thoughts after walking her to her side of the dorm building. He insists she actually get some rest. One more minute in that training hall and Adele would have genuinely collapsed. Following the directions he was handed, he climbs to the upper floors of the dorm, hunting for his room. According to his acceptance letter, he's assigned to room 407. Reaching the fourth floor, a long row of ornate doors stretches out before him. Standing in front of his door, he wonders what kind of roommate fate's about to hand him this year, quietly praying for someone decent, a potential ally ideally. Possibly his very first friend in the demon realm, his heart's actually racing a little with anticipation. He opens the door with a warm smile and a friendly greeting ready, only to freeze mid-sentence. Sitting on the left side bed is none other than Samuel, son of Varus, the exact guy he's been beefing with all day. Genuinely the single worst possible roommate lottery result. Both of them freeze in shock, neither had the faintest clue they'd end up in the same room. Once the shock wears off, tension floods the room instantly. Somehow though, neither one lunges, both are just equally miserable, having confirmed they're stuck sharing a room for the entire school year. The two mortal enemies keep sizing each other up in silence only to quickly look away every time their eyes actually meet. And of course this racist dipshit still calling Adele a filthy half-breed under his breath. Hearing that venom, Adele sighs and stands up abruptly. Samuel braces himself too, ready to throw down at a moment's notice. But Adele's not dumb enough to actually start something. He just can't stomach sharing a room with this arrogant prick right now, so he steps out for a bit. Before heading out, he throws Samuel an ominous sleep tight on his way through the door. Judging by those dark circles under Samuel's eyes, restful sleep isn't exactly his forte anyway. Storming out of that miserable dorm room, Adele just walks off his frustration, planning to come back once the guy's actually asleep. Seriously, how is this guy not even from the Wrath bloodline and still this consumed by rage? He's supposed to be Gluttony's heir, not Wrath's, thoughts spinning in every direction. Adele's mind drifts back to his own chaos affinity, that mystery attribute still gnawing at the back of his head. Maybe it's worth asking the info paper if it knows anything. Though honestly, if there were any solid leads, Roble probably would have mentioned it already. Plus, info doesn't come cheap and right now he's about as broke as, well, whoever's watching this. For now, better use of his time, finding somewhere quiet to drill his mana techniques. Wandering through the woods bordering Seitan, he spots a single sparrow perched nearby. Cute little thing, sure, but there's no reason any wildlife should even be around this campus. Dell clocks the oddity immediately, keeping a stone-cold poker face. He just walks right past it, business as usual. By the time he wraps up his mana training, the sun's long gone and night's fully settled in. Opening the door, Adele finds his charming roommate already asleep. At least he spared any more bad vibes tonight. Completely wiped, he collapses into his own bed, ready to black out any second. Still, he squeezes in every last second of practice he can, even in the minutes right before sleep. The instant he shuts his eyes, exhaustion drags him straight into unconsciousness. Sensing Adele's finally out, Samuel gets up and looms over him with a distinctly murderous stare. He just stands there, radiating menace. Just standing over his new roommate, trash-talking his face while he sleeps. Totally normal behavior. What he really can't get over, though, is the insult to his family name. Deep down he knows he started it, but there's no chance Samuel's apologizing first. He sighs and turns away. Being stuck rooming with this punk is just one more headache piled on top of everything else. Still, he can't shake what he saw in class earlier, that swift, decisive move that made his own heart ache with something ugly. A familiar, gnawing sensation he's felt before starts creeping back in. Just picturing Adele instantly finding the instructor's vital point sends an uncontrollable shiver down his spine. The hunger's already starting to gnaw at him. His gluttony trait is spiraling out of control again, hitting him with agonizing starvation out of nowhere. Feels like his insides are shriveling up unbearably. Right then, Adele shifts in his sleep, grimacing at whatever nightmare he's currently starring in. As if the endless hunger weren't enough, Samuel's stuck staring at this fox-eyed jerk's face every single day now. Thankfully, the night passes without further incident. Morning arrives and Adele springs up with fresh energy. Looking out the window for some sunlight, something else catches his eye instead, that same bird from yesterday perched right on a branch near his room. For a school so obsessed with keeping outsiders out, Saiten's genuinely terrible at hiding its own surveillance. Basically confirms someone's got eyes on him around campus. His money's on Aries, that guy just will not let up. A quick scan of the bird's mana confirms it's genuinely alive, meaning it could theoretically be tamed, food being the obvious method. Speaking of food, Samuel's clearly already off to breakfast, didn't even bother making his bed, and that's when it hits him. Adele realizes his massive oversight. He has absolutely no idea where the dining hall even is. Breakfast time slips right past him. And just like that, it's time for Ideas class. Adele misses breakfast entirely after wandering campus aimlessly. Rough start to day 2. With a serious expression, Idea opens class with an important announcement. Their homeroom needs to pick a class representative. Only day 2 and nobody really even knows each other yet. Naturally, a few students question how they're even supposed to choose someone for a role this important. Idea originally planned on a vote but changes her mind on a whim. She'll just appoint the rep herself instead. Before she can even say a name, one bold lady's already rehearsing her acceptance speech. Laurel Franz simply cannot stay quiet any longer. He stands up, gushing over the instructor's flawless judgment. In the novel, Idea actually does pick Franz for this class, since Samuel's charming personality disqualifies him from anything leadership-related. Laurel, meanwhile, has an ego the size of a mansion. As rep, she'd want the whole class calling her queen. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, sure, but genuinely a solid pick, great charisma, strong support skills to back it up. While she's busy celebrating a title she hasn't even received, a few other students quietly hope Adele gets it instead before remembering, oh right, half-demon. Guess he impressed a little too hard. Still, it's flattering hearing his name floated for something this important. Shaking off the daydream, Adele mentally braces for the inevitable Laurel Franz class rep. Idea stays quiet as Laurel keeps pushing her to just say the name and make it official. With a tired sigh, Idea flatly shuts her down. She's not getting the position. Never once rejected in her entire life, Laurel just stands there, completely unable to process it. Blunt as ever, Idea announces the actual class rep, and it's none other than Adele Pixie. Nobody's more shocked than the guy himself. This makes zero sense. There's gotta be some hidden angle here. No sane demon would willingly let a half-demon represent the whole class. Idea voices her high hopes for him, trusting he'll lead the class to real success. Bomb dropped, she promptly hurries off to oversee another class. Samuel's visibly seething. The guy he's been dying to rip apart just keeps climbing the ladder. From here on, classes shift hard into practical training for midterms. By end of day, they need to sort themselves into teams of 3. Digging through his memory, Adele recalls exactly what midterms look like at a school like Saiten. Odds are they'll be tested on their ability to actually kill real humans. After all, that's the entire point of this program. In real combat, killing isn't optional. Right before wrapping homeroom, Idea turns to one specific cadet. With a venomous smile, she warns Laurel never to talk to her that casually again unless she's dying for some private lessons. Idea's clearly decided keeping Franz's ego in check is basically a job requirement now. Naturally, submitting the team roster by end of day falls squarely on the new class rep's shoulders. List aside, nobody actually knows what this upcoming practical even involves. Maybe more of Idea's puppet army? Except that wouldn't require teams at all. And going by the novel's timeline, it's still way too early for the human world's terror incident to kick off. Either way, priority now is building a real, functional team, and he's already got one name he desperately wants on it. Over in the faculty building, one instructor's storming down the hallway like he's just heard the worst news imaginable. Aries looks fully prepared to lay out anyone dumb enough to get in his way. Skipping the knock entirely, he barges straight into Idea's office, voice booming, tone dripping with hostility. Judging by how calmly Idea takes it, she was clearly expecting this visit. It's been a while since she's seen this guy this worked up, honestly kind of entertaining for her. Aries comes in swinging, demanding answers about the choice to make that dangerous kid class rep. The announcement went out barely a few hours ago. Aries clearly has ears everywhere on this campus. Idea defends her call without flinching. She's well aware of what she's doing here. It's a temporary arrangement, sure, but she genuinely believes handing Adele authority over Class A is the smartest move right now. Aries refuses to entertain any of her reasoning. He wants that decision reversed and someone else picked immediately or else, though even that threat rings hollow. Idea stands firm, refusing to budge an inch on her decision. He shuts down Aries' demand flat out, no hesitation. Aries grips his head in frustration. He can bark threats all he wants, but there's nothing he can actually do to another instructor. Truth is, Idea genuinely likes the kid. Top-tier skill, none of that arrogant 7 deadly sins energy and backing from the Bears family on top of it. Still, Aries trusts his gut completely. This kid can't be trusted. There's nothing more dangerous than a blade with no allegiance. Dia sighs effectively, checking out of the argument entirely. She'll handle everything herself and Aries better stay in his lane. Her eye for talent isn't up for debate. Powerless to change her mind, the big man's just left standing there, already regretting not fighting harder to take that class over himself. He's got a genuinely bad feeling about leaving something this dangerous in someone else's hands. More than anything, this kid reminds him of a half-demon who left him with a scar he's never forgot. He can't shake how eerily similar that killer's energy felt to Adele's. Blood ties are unlikely, sure, but not something worth dismissing outright. Nobody even knows what actually drives this fox-eyed wolf. Aries walks to the window and whistles for his bird. So far, every single report's come back clean. Adele hasn't tripped a single red flag. Still, better safe than sorry, keeping surveillance up should do for now. He can't afford to look away from a threat like this, even for a second. Back in Class A, cadets are scrambling to form teams during break. Adele may technically be the new class rep, but so far exactly 0 people have approached him. He's starting to worry he just comes across as shady. Even that jerk Samuel's pulling in offers left and right. Adele honestly doesn't care who he ends up with as long as they're not dead weight, but watching Samuel get scooped up so easily still stings a little. With offers running dry, it's time he actually goes out and makes the first move himself. Unsurprisingly, nobody's rushing to team with the half-demon. Just like him, the healer girl's getting completely overlooked too, so his first recruitment target is a fellow half-breed. Unfortunately, she pegs him as some menacing lurker up to no good the second he starts walking her way, nearly gives the poor girl a heart attack. She's so on edge she actually lets out a startled little hiccup. Honestly, that one's on him. He'd been scanning her mana, which clearly spooked her. Her pool runs deep and her healing skills genuinely invaluable. She'd be the perfect support pick. Flashing his most disarming smile, Adele reintroduces himself. In return, she introduces herself as Luna. Then he finally pitches the team up, tossing in his class rep title for extra weight. She hesitates at first, still a little rattled by him and clearly aware of the optics of 2 half-demons teaming up. So he leans in a little harder, reminding her they're running out of time before team rosters are due. A bit of gentle push, a bit of intimidation, and he finally locks in her yes as they seal the deal. Right then, Laurel Fraun, who's clearly been eavesdropping, wedges herself right between them. Riding her usual wave of haughty confidence, she cuts in with that signature laugh of hers. Like she's doing them some huge favor, Laurel announces she's taking both of them under her wing. Adele tries everything to shake off this persistent brat without any luck while Luna's stuck caught in the crossfire. Laurel flatly refuses to acknowledge Adele's class rep authority, still convinced she's the true leader of Class A. Clearly, this girl isn't taking no for an answer, so he ends up welcoming a 7 deadly sins heir into his little squad after all. He names her team leader with one catch: every decision runs through him first. Probably the smartest way to handle Fraun, stroke her ego a bit while still leveraging her name and status when it counts. A quiet week rolls by without much drama. By now, Adele's fully aware he's hit a wall with his mana growth. A whole week of grinding and he's only gained 1 measly point. He really needs an elixir at this point. On top of that, he still hasn't dug up a shred of info on the Chaos attribute. His best shot's this week's Magic class, and to top it off, Crete's poison worm is getting unstable. Guess he's carrying that little parasite around 24/7 now. At least his prick of a roommate's finally chilled out, small mercies. Still, he's got a growing sense that things are finally about to look up. Today, Idea walks into class with an unusually upbeat greeting. She's clearly excited about something. And she drops the news: today's lesson is a bit different. Class A's getting a field training session, their very first one, and it's happening off campus. Destination, a place called Oregon. Wait, they're going to America? Nah, hold on, in this world, Oregon's actually a prison where humans who couldn't retreat back to their territory during the Human-Demon War get held. Bottom line, it's a POW camp. To cut travel time down, they'll be riding the dimensional train. Naively excited about leaving campus, the students are practically buzzing. They're way too hyped about the field trip vibes. If they knew what Oregon actually was, they wouldn't be chatting so cheerfully. For Adele, though, this is his first real shot outside school grounds and the timing couldn't be better. Beyond regular training, there's other ways to get stronger, and soon, the story's main characters will stumble onto a special opportunity buried inside that hellhole. Adele already knows exactly where it is thanks to writing the damn thing. The tricky part's grabbing it without drawing suspicion or catching unwanted eyes, and Oregon's guards definitely aren't pushovers either. His train of thought gets cut off by an overly cheerful Fran. He must be looking tense. So Adele plays it off as nerves over his first field class. Fran reassures him there's nothing to worry about with such a capable team leader by his side. Honestly, Adele's kind of looking forward to watching all that confidence crumble the second they hit Oregon. Still, her energy does manage to lighten his mood a little. With a rare shot at real power sitting right in front of him, Adele's fully locked in. The dimensional train announcer calls out their arrival at Oregon. Time to disembark. Idea leads the group as the cadets stare up at a building radiating pure misery. While the students go dead silent, their instructor looks perfectly at home. On the walk to the entrance, they pass metal cages holding the bones of previous prisoners, the atmosphere already crushing. Anyone expecting a chill field trip is now visibly shaking. Trying to ease the tension a little, Idea mentions there won't be any actual combat today. Said like something horrifying wasn't clearly about to happen anyway. This woman's sense of humor is deeply, deeply cursed. Oregon's guards greet the Citan cadets with total indifference. Based on the pressure radiating off them, Adele figures these guards match instructor-level strength. Once verification's done, they're waved forward to follow closely. Torchlit hallways line the walls. This whole place feels straight out of the medieval ages. Every dark fantasy cliché you can imagine, all present and accounted for, the deeper they walk in. Desperate human cries for mercy start echoing through the halls. Even chipper Fran goes noticeably quiet. As they keep pushing forward, a foul stench fills the air and Adele's quietly enjoying watching his oblivious classmates walk into this blind. As expected, that weirdo Samuel doesn't seem fazed in the slightest. Guy's just built different and not in a good way. Descending a set of stone stairs, Idea signals everyone to stop. Suddenly the ceiling splits open, revealing the true training ground for today's lesson. They're finally about to see the real face of Oregon, and it's not pretty moonlight pouring through the newly opened ceiling. The cadets finally get a clear look at the prisoners locked in their cells. For a human, this place is about as close to hell as it gets. By now, everyone's caught on. This place holds humans who attack the demon realm directly. Branded as brutal criminals with demon blood on their hands, some of the worst even murdered pregnant women and children. Seeing everyone's clear curiosity about today's lesson, Idea has a guard drag out a test subject. With a starved, defenseless prisoner kneeling before her, Idea channels her magic. Threads of power stretch out and wrap tightly around the poor man. With a sadistic glint in her eyes, Idea conjures a compressed orb of pure misery and forces it into the prisoner's mouth. What happens next turns nearly every cadet's stomach. Samuel, though, loving every second of that gore. Forced to swallow it whole, the prisoner's head twists into something grotesque beyond words. After a few agonizing seconds, his skull violently bursts into meat, blood, and brain matter. That demonstration lays out the field test's simple premise. Every cadet has to kill one human, method entirely optional. Weaker stomachs in the crowd can barely stand to look at the aftermath. Adele, though, feels absolutely nothing. His mind must have fully merged with the original demon who once lived in this body. His goal's not changing no matter how bloody his hands get. He'll survive till the end and fix this broken story, fulfilling the real Adele's wish along the way. Wanting to test her new class rep, Idea calls Adele up first. Without a word, he walks straight to the nearest cell and pulls open the gate to pick his target. Chained to the wall is another starved war prisoner. Knowing exactly what's coming, the man stares at Adele's dagger in pure terror. Emotionless, Adele offers him a small courtesy, the chance to say his last words. Filled with pure hatred, the man spits that his only regret is not killing more demon vermin, swearing humanity will wipe every last one of them out. Listening to that hateful rant only makes Adele's blade swing smoother and cleaner. Ending a guy this rotten actually feels a little satisfying. Stepping out of the cell, Idea applauds his flawless execution. Both instructor and class rep have had their turn. Now the rest of the class steps up to pick their own cells and stain the floor with human blood. As for the half-demons in class, they're pulled aside by Idea for a separate moment. Adele watches as Idea leads them to another section of the facility. He never realized there was another half-breed in class besides him and Luna. Speaking of Luna, she's clearly not built for this level of brutality. Idea's got a special set of prisoners lined up specifically for the half-demons. Instead of killing regular humans like everyone else, they'll be taking the life of a fellow half-demon. This way they can prove they're not traitors to their own demon blood, unlike the scum lined up in front of them. Seeing these turncoats who sided with humans during the war has most of the half-demons' blood boiling. They've suffered plenty for the sins of these very defectors. Skipping weapons entirely, the half-demon cadets go in bare-fisted, beating these traitors down with pure rage. Del watches, listening to the sounds of bones cracking in desperate pleading. Elsewhere in the prison, Samuel leads with flair, summoning his gluttony apparition to straight-up devour his human target. Screams and rot fill the air as Una tries hard to tune out the whole spectacle. Samuel didn't even need to be that savage about it, the guy's just genuinely twisted. Del's actually worried that if this pressure pushes Luna past her limit, the poor girl's going to be in real trouble. Meanwhile, Laurel Frauen casually asks if using her powers to secure a kill counts as passing. Idea greenlights it and picks out a cell for the demonstration. Pulling out 2 prisoners, she puts one under a full trance and issues the kill command. The mind-controlled prisoner turns and strangles the life out of his own comrade. Idea grants Laurel a pass, reminding her there's still plenty to work on. Turns out she's not lacking in raw hatred toward humans, just weaker than Adele originally figured. Since they're all facing chained-up prisoners, the rest of the class wraps up their kills fast. Now only one cadet's left, Luna. Every eye in the room turns fully onto the poor girl. She still has to prove she's no traitor to her own kind. If she can't clear this, there's a much bigger, darker implication waiting for her bloodline. Right now, all Luna wants is to disappear entirely. She sinks to the floor, cursing herself for being so weak. She came all the way to Seitan to avenge her mother, whose entire life was ruined by a man who didn't deserve to be called a father. Yet here she is, still frozen by her own hesitation. Watching his teammate struggle, Del steps in to lend a hand. Rolling up his sleeves, he vows she's passing this test today, no matter what. Una tenses up nervously, but he's already got his dagger drawn and ready. He flips the blade around and places it directly in her hands. Terrifying, sure, but she needs to push through the fear anyway. With the dagger in her grip, Adele guides her hand gently, steady, and precise. All she has to do now is push forward and strike the heart. She squeezes her eyes shut and follows through, and before she even registers it, Adele's already taking the blade back from her hand. Patting her head like she just aced it. Had he not stepped in, this would have gone south fast. A half-demon refusing to kill a human is never going to end well. Best case, expulsion. Worst case, something far more painful. After stepping in for Luna, Idea's visibly annoyed at her class rep overstepping his bounds. Clearly irritated by Adele's interference, there's no way she's just handing Luna a pass after a display like that. He counters that Idea herself set the rule, using one's ability to kill a human counts as a passing evaluation. Luna's the only cadet here with healing powers, far more suited to a support role and honestly more valuable than half the cadets who did pass. By that logic, Adele's basically implying he'd happily cut loose any cadet lacking real talent. He stands his ground, insisting he'd do exactly that without hesitation. Idea's genuinely delighted by that answer. She likes the boldness enough to let it slide, granting Luna the pass. This time he got lucky. Idea's a full-blown psycho instead of a by-the-book instructor. If Ares had been running this test, that stunt wouldn't have flown at all. Once Idea walks off, Adele congratulates Luna on passing. That's when her nerves finally give out completely and she faints, come to think of it. Luna passing out actually lines up perfectly with Adele's next move. Time to get down to what he really came here for. He knows Oregon's layout like the back of his hand, and there's still plenty of time before they head back to Seitan. Ignoring strict orders to stick with the group, he pushes deeper into the miserable prison. As expected, security tightens with every step further in. He needs a bit of luck or, honestly, a miracle to slip underground. Deciding it's worth the risk, he wraps his entire body in pure darkness. With his growing mana control, he actually manages to pull it off cleanly. Fully cloaked in shadow, sneaking into the prison's underground passage feels almost within reach. Moving carefully, Adele tiptoes past a patrolling guard's blind spot. Getting a little too close, he freezes and ducks back the second he senses hostility. His heart skips a beat. Getting caught now is not an option. Thankfully, the guard only gives the area a quick glance before moving along. That guy clearly picked up on something subtle in the air, no surprise for an Oregon guard. Once past the riskiest section of the prison, he finally spots the only empty cell on the entire first floor. If memory serves, the secret passage should be hidden right inside. Using position transfer, he instantly bypasses the prison cell's lock. The moment he steps foot into the seemingly harmless cage, a hidden pressure mechanism kicks in beneath the floor. He fights to stay silent while plummeting through what feels like an endless drop. His best shot at landing safely relies on his vague memory of how deep the protagonists went in the novel. Counting off in his head for a few seconds, he hurls his dagger down first. The instant Adele hears the blade hit the ground, he activates position transfer to swap places with it. Cheating the laws of physics completely, he lands without a scratch or a single sound. Step 1 done, now he needs to cross the underground waterway. He's expecting a spawn zone of toxic black slimes along the way, their poisons lethal on contact. So instead, he targets their cores from a safe distance. Lucky for him, his Fang of Darkness works great for long-range dark blade strikes. Each dark mana blade skewers a slime core with pinpoint precision. Black slimes are a real hassle, sure, but they're manageable the second you exploit their obvious weak point. Reaching the edge of the underground waterway, he still has to push further under the thick black sludge. Without hesitating, he dives straight into the murky goo, hoping his breath holds out. Then a chilling voice suddenly echoes in his head, warning him not to go any further, something monstrous lies ahead. Woo-Yun never wrote anything about this voice or warning into the novel. As far as he knows, he's heading straight toward the resting place of a demon who rebelled centuries ago. This great evil might be the very beast even the Demon King couldn't defeat and had to seal away instead. Either way, he's already in too deep to turn back, might as well see what's waiting past the light. After what feels like an eternity underwater, he finally surfaces into a hidden chamber. In front of him sits the remains of a chained prisoner, long since rotted down to bone. Scanning the grim sight, Adele figures the opportunity he's after must be hidden in the decayed heart of that skeleton. Practically giddy at the treasure right in front of him, Adele reaches for the rotten heart, only to freeze mid-motion. The moment he gets close, the decayed heart flares up with a vivid, pulsing crimson glow. Its light seems to breathe life back into the sealed prisoner's remains. Adele's completely blindsided by this turn of events. As life surges back into the skeleton, its hollow eyes ignite with golden fire. A crest materializes behind the wasted prisoner. It matches the Arson family's emblem tattooed on Adele's own neck, unnervingly close, which means this legendary traitor was somehow tied to his own family all along. Impossibly, the skeleton speaks in a booming voice, recognizing Adele as a child of Arson. Uneasy but intrigued, Adele listens closely. Only someone able to hear this voice would be doomed to carry the same burden he once did in life, the fate tied to a bloodline steeped in chaos. To Adele, it leaves one warning: never let yourself be consumed by raging chaos, the very force that unravels the natural order itself. Chase its meaning too obsessively and you're bound to lose yourself completely, with that grim warning delivered. The remains collapse to dust as the rotten heart drops to the ground, the moment he picks up the decayed organ. It flares to life once more. Through his palm, it floods him with an endless, gnawing hunger. A desire craving nothing but pure devastation and ruin. He must have just touched the raw remnants of his ancestors' deepest hidden desire. Checking his status window, he notices a brand new trait added: telekinesis, eager to try it out immediately. He pulls out his dagger and moves it purely with his mind. Unfortunately, right now, all he can manage is holding it airborne for a few short seconds. Not a mana shortage, just still very rusty at using it. Still, this is one he's definitely going to grind hard. Beyond snagging a potentially game-changing ability, uncovering a real clue about his chaos attribute is a genuine bonus. This little heist paid off big time. With nothing else left in this damp hellhole, Adele better hurry back before anyone clocks his absence. When he returns, the first one to spot him is Fran, and she's already giving him a suspicious look. Playing it simple, he claims he was just wandering the area, which admittedly is a weird place to just casually stroll. To cover himself, he insists there's something oddly satisfying about sightseeing caged humans. Brushing off Fran's grumbling, he goes looking for Luna. Thankfully, she's looking a lot steadier than she did earlier. He jokes she slept so hard someone could have carried her off without her even noticing. Ignoring the joke entirely, Luna sincerely thanks Adele for helping her through the field test. Without him, she'd have failed for sure. Which means the girl officially owes him one now. He'll definitely be cashing that in later. Finally, Idea calls the cadets back together. Good news, nobody dropped out during today's exercise. She also notes how much a lot of cadets grew after getting their hands genuinely dirty. Plenty of room left to improve, sure, but today's progress was substantial. Short trip, but it felt like a lifetime. Time to leave this cursed place behind and head back to Seitan. Another quiet week rolls by since that unforgettable trip. Not much has really changed, though Adele notices the half-demons carry themselves a bit differently now, having faced their fears head-on by killing their own kind. Meanwhile, Adele pours every spare second into grinding telekinesis, while professors keep dropping hints about the looming midterm. In the original novel, first-year Seitan students launch a full-scale assault on the Imperial School right around midterm season. This is no small event. Adele already knows plenty of his classmates aren't walking away in one piece from this. Yes, One Piece pun very much intended. Today, Luna keeps sneaking glances his way, quickly looking away every time he catches her. Something's clearly weighing on her mind. Though he decides to walk over with a small smile to check what's going on, she doesn't respond at first, so he nudges her a little to snap her out of it. Asking if something's wrong, she frantically waves the question off. Looks like she's not ready to open up just yet. So Adele invites her to grab lunch with him later instead. That invite alone visibly lifts her mood. With that settled, they agree to meet in front of the dining hall at noon. Luna's emotionally all over the place, sure, but she's way too easy to read. She's clearly less scared these days, and after Oregon, she's starting to genuinely trust him. Few hours later, lunch period's nearly over. Luna's still nowhere to be found. Adele's a little worried, though he'd rather not eat alone in the hall anyway since he usually skips lunch. Can't be helped. Deciding his time's better spent training, he starts heading back to his dorm, when he spots Renee walking with none other than the Demon King's daughter herself, Diana. The second he registers this pairing, quite possibly the most dangerous duo in all of Seitan. Every instinct screams at him to disappear immediately, so he activates position transfer, hiding himself just in time, though Renee still catches the faintest trace of his presence. Thankfully, she doesn't dig further, and he stays tucked safely behind a bush. After what he experienced in Oregon, he's definitely grown more paranoid about anyone ever finding out he's arson bloodline. His family didn't just play a pivotal role in the Demon Realm's defeat, worse. They're directly responsible for killing the Demon King, and to make matters even more explosive, they took down the Demon Queen too. While the two ladies try to make sense of that lingering presence, Adele quietly slips away unseen, way too close for comfort. He seriously needs to tighten up his caution around campus. His stealthy escape ends up dropping him in a hidden nook behind the dining hall. Wide open, quiet, way better for training than his cramped dorm room. Guess he stumbled onto a solid new spot. Unfortunately, the peace doesn't last long, as a terrified scream cuts through the silence nearby. Adele recognizes that voice instantly and takes off running, his suspicion confirmed the moment he arrives. Luna's cornered and getting harassed in a nearby alley. Seeing her ganged up on has Adele's blood boiling dangerously fast. She looks at him, a flicker of hope crossing her face. Reeling himself in, Adele scans the group and recognizes them from his own class. He's already piecing together exactly what's going on here. Barely masking his fury, he orders the goons back to class, bullying Luna when she's just another fellow half-demon, real classy. The leader of the group pushes right back at him. Truth is, these half-breeds never actually respected Adele's authority as class rep to begin with. These clowns have zero game whatsoever, clearly assuming Adele can't handle 3-on-1. They're proven wrong instantly. Channeling pure killing intent through his mana, Adele grabs one goon and chokes him effortlessly without even lifting a finger. The other two freeze, stunned by the sheer hostility radiating off their class rep. These idiots had the nerve to challenge him despite crumbling under just a whisper of his killing intent. He drops the guy to the floor, looking down at the pathetic worm, when, unexpectedly, it seems he underestimated one of the sidelined goons. The kid with a spider mark on his cheek isn't scared at all, instead, calmly studying his every move. After making an example out of one goon, Adele orders the rest to stop embarrassing themselves and run, only to hear more back talk. He gives them one final warning, one last chance to shut up. It's still lunchtime and he'd honestly rather not see his own guts before a meal. Limping badly, the three retreat with their tails firmly tucked between their legs. The spider-tattooed kid stays calm and composed, staring at Adele with quiet wariness. That kind of composure isn't normal for a cadet. Besides Luna, there might just be another hidden gem lurking in Class A once the goons finally clear out. Luna rushes over to thank her rescuer sincerely. Since they've burned way too much time already, their lunch plans will have to wait for another day. Class starts soon, better hustle back. He hears they're finally diving into real magic today, so he definitely doesn't want to be late. Bit by bit, Luna's growing closer and closer to her fox-eyed knight. Few minutes later, Robot walks into class buzzing with news they're finally learning practical battlefield-ready magic. Today's focus, invisibility and silence, two techniques way too dangerous to fall into the wrong hands. Coincidentally, both of these happen to be the original Adele's specialty. The whole point of these two techniques is simple. How do you deal with someone stronger than you on the battlefield? Sometimes the answer is straight-up assassination. For some, underhanded tactics aren't optional, they're mandatory. Right now, not a single cadet in Class A could beat a human hero in a fair fight. To kick things off, Robot demonstrates invisibility magic himself, walking through exactly how to gradually circulate mana through their demon marking, layer by layer. Even with limited mana purity, the coating needs to be spread thin and even across the whole body. Mess it up and it fails completely. Executing every step flawlessly, Robot seemingly vanishes without a trace. That explains why nobody noticed him walk in during Adele's earlier standoff with Samuel. Reappearing right where he vanished, Robot tells the cadets to start wrapping mana around their own bodies. First, eyes closed, complete focus on the painstakingly precise mana control this requires. This part takes time, patience is non-negotiable. Even a lucky early success still lets the caster see their own body. Every cadet throws everything they've got at mastering the task. Robot figures it'll take at least a full day before any of these kids stumbles into partial success. One standout is Laurel Fran, showing off a deep mana pool and solid control, no surprise for a 7 Deadly Sins heir. Even more impressively, brash old Samuel is displaying remarkably fine control. His body's already going faint. Guy might have a natural gift for this. For average cadets, a full week's practice is the usual bar for grasping invisibility's finer points. Fran and Samuel are already miles ahead right as Robot's busy praising his rich prodigies. He suddenly realizes one standout cadet is missing entirely. The kid with the chaos attribute Ares flagged him about. Checking Adele's seat, the boy's physical form has completely disappeared. Robot clearly remembers him sitting right there when the lecture started. While the instructor's quietly spiraling over that, Adele's holding invisibility effortlessly. Thanks to his body's natural talent, mastering this spell was almost embarrassingly easy. In fact, he's already brainstorming ways to fold his chaos attribute right into it. The invisibility and assassination tricks taught today won't cut it against truly powerful enemies. He needs something with a lot more bite. Heading back toward his dorm, Adele gets stopped by Robot in the hallway. The instructor's just curious whether he practiced magic at all before enrolling at Sighton. Seeing no harm in it, Adele admits he's completely new to formal magic, though he's always had access to his innate talents. Recognizing serious generational talent when he sees it, Robot invites Adele to drop by his lab whenever he gets the chance. Bro's basically the LeBron James of invisibility. Robot praises his massive magical potential and the untapped mystery of his rare chaos attribute. The kid's practically a walking research paper. Adele may be a natural at assassination, but exploring other magical avenues definitely won't hurt, since he's got other plans for today, though. He promises to swing by Robot's lab sometime soon. Keeping up the magic genius reputation should smooth out campus life a fair bit. Back in his dorm bed, Adele's got something urgent to sort out before midterms hit, and that means going beyond simple invisibility. With Samuel out, this is the perfect window to train. If his story's timeline still holds, there's a human spy hiding somewhere in the demon realm right now, and Adele absolutely cannot afford to be discovered by that person. He needs to hunt down and eliminate that spy, full stop. A skilled operative like that won't be easy to deal with, so mastering his ultimate trump card is critical, pushing past plain invisibility. He's aiming to exist and not exist simultaneously, blending his chaos attribute seamlessly with his mastery of standard invisibility magic. He nails it within just a handful of tries. It actually works so well, in fact, he can't even see himself anymore. As his own presence and existence start slipping away, a dark realization hits Adele. He might have pushed the non-existence part just a bit too far. Now he's fighting to breathe. His body feels wrong, every instinct screaming at him to shut this magic down immediately. Trying to disperse the mana, he finds he can't force it off no matter what. He needs to fix this right now, or he genuinely risks vanishing for good. Pouring every ounce of will into wrestling his mana back under control, he finally manages to dispel the twisted invisibility after a brutal struggle. In that state, his sense of time and all his senses blur together into chaos. Losing control like that was truly terrifying. On top of everything, his mana's badly drained, making the fight to stop his own erasure even harder. Had he hesitated even a second longer, he'd have dissolved into pure nothingness. This experience makes it crystal clear why his ancestor warned him about being devoured by chaos itself. Still, he refuses to abandon such a promising weapon. A brand new technique fusing a known spell with chaos energy could be devastating in his hands. He'll call it absolute invisibility. Out of nowhere, still panting from exhaustion, his jerk of a roommate bursts in and kicks him full force, Damel screaming furiously at him. But Adele can't catch a single word. Come to think of it, he can't even hear his own voice. A worst-case scenario creeps in. Did he seriously just lose his hearing? After things settle down in the dorm and his hearing finally returns, Adele decides to keep training this new technique out in Seiton's outskirts. This time, his control over absolute invisibility is noticeably better. Thankfully, the backlash doesn't take his hearing again this round. Instead, it costs him his eyesight. Now he's certain absolute invisibility always comes at the price of losing at least one sense, sometimes two. He spends a full week relentlessly testing and refining the spell. He's already lost hearing, taste, touch, and now vision. Small mercy, each drawback only lasts around 2 hours. The bad news, there's no way to predict which sense he'll lose beforehand. As it stands, the technique's only safe for roughly 3 seconds at a time. In other words, basically useless. A high-risk, low-reward move like this needs work. Maybe he can push past the limit once he can guarantee a clean kill. Besides drilling absolute invisibility, he's tried fusing chaos with his other traits without much luck yet. Right now, the fastest path to real strength is straightforward swordsmanship and mana training. Blind for the moment, he stays put in the woods for 2 full hours. Since he's been making a habit of coming out here early, he shouldn't be late for class. Today, Class A's under Ares' brutal watch. The moment his vision comes back, Adele's forced to fall in line and run like his life depends on it. Weeks in, and this class has been pure cardio, zero actual sword work. After a grueling stamina session, Ares orders everyone to gather up. As class rep, Adele's fully settled into relaying instructor orders down to his classmates. Naturally, this never fails to annoy the muscly-bound instructor, still bitter about Adele landing such an important role. Clearing his throat, Ares announces they're finally cutting down physical training to make room for proper swordsmanship lessons. Adele's far from the only cadet relieved to hear the runnings finally getting scaled back. Today's swordsmanship lesson kicks off with a live demonstration. Drawing his blade, Ares calls the class rep forward. Adele has no real choice but to comply. Ares bluntly asks if he can channel mana through his sword yet. He honestly confirms that he can. Ares sternly instructs him to go all out with his mana-infused blade. As a handicap, he'll only be relying on raw physical strength, no mana at all. Knowing this guy's spiteful streak, this is almost certainly a setup to embarrass him publicly. Before attacking, Adele confirms Ares will only use his sword, no other tricks. With that condition locked in, Adele draws his trusty dagger. Mana's fair game here, but using his innate traits might be pushing it too far. For now, best to test the waters and gauge the instructor's real skill level. Right from the opening stance, he can tell there's not a single opening to exploit. In the human world, this guy's easily expert tier, give or take. But in the demon realm, blade skill really comes down to how much mana you can pump through your weapon. Human rankings barely mean anything here. Channeling mana into a weapon in the first place is genuinely difficult. Adele can tell Ares is underestimating him, and honestly that stings his pride a little. Fine then, time to blow past expectations. Charging forward like a loosed arrow, he aims straight for the kill shot at the right carotid artery. Of course, landing that first strike is way easier said than done. Shifting his angle smoothly, Ares dodges without effort. Then Adele launches phase 2 of his assault, twisting the dagger's grip mid-motion. He circles back fast, confident this follow-up will land clean. Ares just glares, mocking his unfinished technique. Flexing his bulk, the instructor tanks the dagger strike entirely, not even bothering to guard. Then a devastating counter to Adele's spine slams him straight into the ground. His classmates watch, stunned, as Ares goes way overboard for a simple demonstration. Adele's landing carves an actual crater into the training ground. He coughs, gasping for air, his lungs practically deflated from the brutal hit. Without pausing, Ares raises his blade, seemingly aiming right for Adele's throat. Given the killing intent pouring off him, Adele can feel death closing in fast. From the crowd, Luna calls out his name in genuine panic. Hoisting his massive blade overhead with one arm, Ares slams it down with pure, devastating force. The training ground floor shatters again on impact. Even Samuel thinks this is way too violent for a swordsmanship lesson, and if that unhinged kid finds it excessive, something's genuinely off here. Luckily, Adele's mana buffer buys him just enough time to roll away from the impact zone. Thanks to telekinesis, he manages to nudge the blade at exactly the right instant to survive. A moment too late or too early and he'd have been sliced clean in half. Ares feels something interfere with his blade mid-strike. Standing up, Adele confronts the massive instructor for trying to kill a cadet over nothing. Ares just yanks the dagger buried in his chest out like it's nothing, calmly denying the accusation. He tosses Adele's blade to the ground, ordering him back in line and to shut it. Then the shameless instructor asks the class rep how it felt fighting someone at his level head-on. Adele doesn't hold back, calling that whole spectacle a weak man's tactic, and based on his answer, Ares allows him full use of mana, though the instructor imposed limits on himself. What Adele takes away is simple. Ares wanted to show the class the only real way for the weak to beat the strong. Sometimes you have to risk yourself just to land a hit. By his read, Ares could have easily dodged that final follow-up strike but intentionally tanked it, planning it that way from the very start. To everyone's shock, Ares actually credits Adele for landing on the right answer. He wants to hammer this into the class. The human realm is packed with terrifyingly strong fighters. Beating them without high-risk plays is nearly impossible. Demons have to lure these powerhouses into overconfidence and when it counts, be willing to expose their own weaknesses for a chance to strike back. What he's teaching isn't the pretty, noble art of swordsmanship. In the real world, in actual war, that kind of ideal doesn't exist. Ares will never train pretty swords, only swords that win. In fact, moving forward, they're no longer restricted to just swords. This is now a full weapons class. He's basically telling them survival matters more than style, period. Ares is drilling this mindset in specifically for the coming midterms. Right about now, the human Imperial School's instructors must already be on high alert. The human spies likely already leaked Citan's current state. In the novel, Citan cadets get slaughtered while Imperial students walk away barely scratched. Ares probably suspects Adele's the spy. To clear his own name, he'll need to flesh out the real one first. After that flashy demonstration, Ares dismisses the class. As the others file back neatly, Adele stays put. Ares eyes him with irritation, asking if he's planning to rebel over what just happened. Of course, Adele denies it with a polite smile, but the moment the instructor turns his back, Adele's carefully hidden hostility flares up hard. He can't lean on a guy who suspects him of espionage, and Ares clearly despises the ruthless, murderous streak he's shown from day one. But Adele can't exactly help it. That side of him is basically part of who he is now. Besides, a killer's instinct is exactly what he needs to gain enough clout to stand toe-to-toe with the 7 deadly sins. Of course, if Ares keeps crossing lines like he did on that training ground, Adele's fully prepared to make that musclehead regret it eventually. Mid-plot for revenge against an instructor, Luna approaches, catching a whiff of the killing intent still leaking off him. He apologizes for scaring her again, insisting it wasn't intentional this time. She's actually here to make up for their missed lunch last time. Maybe today's finally the day. Adele happily agrees and her face immediately brightens. Inside the dining hall, they order up a genuinely lavish spread. It's been forever since he had a meal this fancy, honestly forever since he ate lunch at all. The table's absolutely stacked with delicious food. Luna nervously worries leftovers might anger the demon god of gluttony right as they're about to dig in, when the goon squad Adele wrecked earlier strolls in. They immediately clock Adele and Luna sitting together. Before they can even consider messing with the class rep, Adele just flashes them a friendly wave and the 3 stooges wisely decide to mind their business. Unlike the other 2, Spider-Boy still seems weirdly fixated on Adele. Seizing the moment, Adele asks Luna what actually went down with those 3. She admits she's been getting bullied by fellow half-demons for reasons unknown. It just started out of nowhere. She blames herself, assuming she's weak and lacks any impressive physical talent. Maybe she just doesn't realize how valuable her healing ability truly is. Luna adds they've never physically hurt her, just verbal jabs whenever they pass, occasionally swiping some silver coins off her. Hearing she's been quietly enduring all that, Adele tells her to just stick close to him from now on. Luna insists she doesn't need protecting, she just needs to prove she's not a traitor to her own kind. Still, that's exactly why sticking together makes sense, especially since he's been meaning to dig into something. Adele asks Luna what she knows about the spider-tattooed kid. Maybe he wandered in from a completely different anime. As far as Luna knows, the boy's name is Kyle. That name rings a bell for Adele, tugging at a memory from the novel. He presses for more. Turns out Kyle's actually a full-blooded demon despite hanging around half-demon company. In Luna's eyes, that boy is genuinely unsettling. He looks at her like she's something disgusting to be squashed. Isn't that exactly how the demons looked at those humans back in Oregon? Yeah, Kyle just shot straight to the top of Adele's spy suspect list. He briefly considers checking with the info paper for confirmation, but that's money he genuinely doesn't have to burn. Better to just verify things himself directly. After all, he's already got a decent amount of intel on this particular spy. So Adele gets up and walks over to the table of the Three Stooges, greeting them politely. Their reaction is instant, a mix of fear and hostility. Kyle, meanwhile, stays completely unfazed. Casually, Adele mentions hearing about a first-year girl at the Imperial School. Kyle stays seated, eyes locked on his meal. Adele adds that the girl's a half-demon with just one living relative left, an older brother. That's when he catches it, Kyle visibly tensing up in his seat. To finally provoke a reaction from his prime suspect, Adele drops the name with quiet menace, Ray. In that instant, Kyle realizes his cover's blown and that Adele is a far bigger threat than he ever anticipated. Cutting to the next moment, Adele's locked in a tense exchange with Kyle, the tattoo on his chin catching the light, when one of Kyle's friends barges into their conversation. Without warning, Adele slams the guy's head straight into the dining table. Witnessing that, Kyle immediately storms out of the cafeteria, leaving Adele completely certain of who he's really dealing with. Later, Kyle's battered friend is patching himself up in the bathroom, grumbling about him. He complains that Kyle was the one who convinced them all to trust half-demons in the first place, the one who wanted revenge to begin with. Yet now he's the one backing out of the whole plan. Hearing that disrespect sets Kyle off and he ends up beating this friend down too. With that done, he orders his third companion to haul the injured kid out of the bathroom. Alone now, Kyle's mind races trying to figure out how Adele saw through his identity. His disguise magic should still be functioning flawlessly, cast by one of the greatest mages alive. Being a half-demon himself, he genuinely believed the odds of exposure were basically non-existent. He's left wondering who exactly this Adele really is and how he even knows about Kyle's sister. Rattled by the uncertainty, he makes a final call before Adele can expose him to anyone. He has to eliminate him first. That night, Kyle slips into a hidden room to prepare. He arms himself with several knives and pulls out a small magical communicator. Through it, he decides to relay everything he's gathered so far, reporting that Adele may have already blown his cover. Right as he's finishing that message, Adele quietly walks into the room. Caught off guard by his sudden appearance, Kyle chucks a pen straight at him as a weapon. Adele dodges it without breaking a sweat, but quickly realizes this pen is anything but ordinary. Kyle uses it to conjure multiple magic circles, unleashing a barrage of spells. Seeing that kind of firepower, Adele confirms it, this kid's a half-demon too. Kyle fires off a string of lightning bolts, demanding to know how Adele found out about his sister, Ray. Dodging every strike, Adele mulls over Kyle's real motives. This was never about loyalty to humanity. The real reason is his sister, Ray, was born with a rare, dangerous condition, mana constantly overloading her fragile heart. Her illness is considered incurable, and to save her, Kyle chose to sell out to the humans. Adele admits he's never actually met Ray in person, but he still remembers that warm smile of hers. Those words send Kyle into a rage. He swears he'll kill Adele and rip every answer out of him before he dies. He unleashes a devastating lightning bolt straight at him. But Adele casually sidesteps it using position transfer. He figures this might finally convince Kyle just how outmatched he really is. But surprisingly, Kyle doesn't crumble. He realizes ordinary attacks just won't cut it anymore. So he unleashes his full power, ready to throw everything he's got into this fight. Adele counts 20 lightning bolts incoming in this attack. But dodging all of them is barely even a challenge for him. The instant Kyle releases every bolt at once. Adele uses the incoming barrage to reposition himself. In a blink, he's already behind Kyle, blade ready to strike. Kyle freezes, stunned, completely unable to process how Adele moved that fast. Before he can even react, Adele delivers a light chop right to his neck, dropping him instantly unconscious. For a moment, Adele considers just finishing him off right here, but he immediately drops the idea, knowing this kid's still sitting on valuable information. Kill him now and his sister Ray could end up as an enemy down the road. Adele's pretty sure by this point she's already been cured, helped by the story's protagonist becoming a dragon contractor. With a dragon's heart, she'll be able to wield massive amounts of mana, growing into a formidable mage worthy of her role as the story's heroine. He also notices Kyle's communicator only sends information out, meaning Kyle himself has no idea his sister's already healed. So instead of killing him, Adele decides to take full control of the situation instead. Bend this kid to serve his own agenda. Right as he's plotting, Kyle suddenly stirs awake. Confused to still be breathing, he stares at Adele in disbelief. Adele confirms he's just been waiting for him to wake up, though he's already made his move in the meantime. He pulls out a small poison worm, and Kyle's face goes pale the second he recognizes exactly what it is. Adele explains it's called twin venom. The slightest disturbance kills its host instantly, and it only functions when split across two separate bodies. That's all it takes for Kyle to understand the horrifying implications. Adele reveals the other half of that poison is already inside Ray's body. Her mana sensitivity is so extreme her heart can't handle it, which made her the perfect vessel for the poison to slip in unnoticed. But he clarifies something crucial. Rare as her condition is, it's never actually been incurable. Al refuses to believe a word of it, though Adele feeds his own mana into the poison worm as proof. Privately, Adele reasons that Ray's body constantly floods with excess mana overwhelming her heart, and the poison actually absorbs that overflow, stabilizing her condition. He's confident Kyle won't be able to argue against that logic for long. The moment Kyle realizes the venom's actually helping his sister, he asks flatly what Adele actually wants from him. Adele confirms he's got a clear purpose in mind. But before laying it out, he warns Kyle plainly, both his life and Ray's now belong entirely to him. First order of business, Kyle needs to send false intel to the Imperial Academy through his communicator, claiming that third-year hero candidates are about to be attacked at Sighton. Adele acknowledges Kyle's concern. His sister's still enrolled there, but promises that if he follows every order to the letter, her safety's fully guaranteed. With that assurance, Kyle finally agrees to the first task. Next, Adele lays out task 2. Kyle needs to withdraw from Sighton entirely to operate from the outside, collecting rumors and intel about rare locations across the demon realm, reporting back regularly. Kyle accepts that condition as well, and Adele feels genuinely satisfied. Convinced Kyle's now firmly under his control, but then Kyle throws in one more demand. He wants Adele to form a demon god contract with him. That request genuinely stuns Adele. A demon god contract's only used for the most serious, unbreakable bonds. It's a sacred oath, and breaking it under the demon god's name can literally cost you your life. Still, Adele agrees to the contract. But he explains it requires a special item, one only high-level mages can craft, and asks if Kyle already has it. Kyle shakes his head, telling him he'll have to source it himself. Adele's briefly stumped, since no regular cadet should have access to something like that. It clicks, Instructor Robolt might just have one lying around. He tells Kyle he'll try to secure it today and to meet back here tomorrow, same spot. As Kyle exits, Adele figures he's just landed himself a genuinely useful pawn. Still, he knows this alone won't be enough, even with Kyle feeding false intel to the Imperial Academy. He's still not sure he can pull off passing the midterm himself. Later, Adele heads over to Robolt's office as planned. Robolt's genuinely surprised by the visit and rushes to brew some tea. From behind, Adele scans the office and notices Robolt's clearly buried in more than just books. Magical formulas and personal research fill every corner. Robolt hands him a cup, thanking him for stopping by. Getting straight to business, Adele asks why exactly Robolt needs his help. Robolt hesitates, reluctant to share the details. Adele reassures him he's fully willing to sign a demon god contract if that's what it takes. That earns a genuine smile from Robolt, who conjures up a pre-drafted contract using magic. Before signing anything, Adele adds his own clause. If the task turns out beyond his ability mid-research, he can walk away and return whatever compensation he's received. Robolt asks what he's actually looking for in return. Adele keeps it simple, a few mana potions and a demon god contract scroll. Robolt agrees without hesitation, and they get right to work. He slides a book on the shelf out of place, revealing a hidden passage tucked into the office wall. Stepping inside, Adele realizes this is way more than a study room, it's a full underground laboratory. Robolt pulls out the book he's been chasing for so long. Adele recognizes it instantly as some kind of ancient tome. But cracking it open, he finds it's completely blank. Robolt explains most of it's empty, save for a handful of pages near the end holding actual writing. Curious where he found it, Robolt says he stumbled on it inside an abandoned house out in the western desert. He describes finding it just sitting there alone in the sand near a massive oasis, hinting a settlement once thrived there. Adele asks if that means the village just vanished, leaving nothing behind but the house and this book. Robolt flips to the final pages, revealing the surviving text, but Adele notices the script is completely distorted, unreadable through any normal method. He asks if any progress has been made deciphering it. Robolt admits there's been none at all. Adele suggests digging for clues near the discovery site itself. Robolt already checked nearby villages, but nobody's ever even heard of that house, let alone the book. Realizing this needs a completely fresh approach, Adele leans in to study the strange writing more closely. His necklace suddenly flares up, reacting oddly. The distorted script starts shifting into readable words. He reads one line and can't parse the meaning at all. But the necklace's reaction makes one thing clear: this is tied directly to the demon god. He tells Robolt exactly what he's seeing. Robolt's floored, immediately linking this phenomenon to the chaos attribute. More research is clearly needed, but he calls this an incredible discovery regardless, suggesting they cross-reference the book against other ancient relics from different regions. He genuinely thanks Adele for his help. As Adele prepares to leave, Robolt remembers his promise, offering to hand over the agreed reward right away. While Robolt digs for the items, Adele notices something unsettling. 3 of the necklace's stones start glowing red, reacting to the book's influence. Uncertain what happens if the whole necklace gets affected, he briefly considers handing it over to Robolt for study. But since this ties directly to the demon god, keeping it secret feels far safer, and honestly, he's not fully ready to trust Robolt just yet. Right on cue, Robolt returns with the potions and the contract scroll, handing over Adele's reward. He does ask, though, that Adele keep this research quiet, sharing it with absolutely no one. Adele shrugs it off, saying that's entirely Robolt's call. He already knows this research was never officially approved by the headmaster. He privately notes if Robolt actually had Seiton's blessing, there'd be no need for a secret contract in the first place. He points out that if this ever gets exposed, Robolt's not the only one risking expulsion, he is too. Since they're both in this together now, Adele promises to help however he can. Reward secured, Adele gets ready to head out. Before he leaves, Robolt asks what he plans to do with the contract scroll. Adele just says he's saving a slave, then walks out of the underground lab. Later, he returns to their secret meeting spot, pulling out the contract scroll for Kyle, ready to seal the deal right then and there. He warns Kyle plainly, break even one clause of this contract and there will be consequences to face. Reading through every condition carefully, Kyle finally signs the seal, binding directly into his chest. Adele hands him a letter packed with false intel, instructing him to send it straight to the Imperial Academy. Kyle agrees and activates his communicator. It recharges automatically, he explains, usable roughly once a month. Once the false report's sent, Adele reminds him there's a second condition still waiting. He's to leave Seiton today and start operating from outside, feeding Adele intel from around the demon realm. First priority, track down the nearest hidden domain and gather intel on the 7 Deadly Sins clans. Kyle accepts the assignment and extends his hand out. Adele assumes it's just a handshake, but Kyle clarifies fast he's actually asking for travel funds since gathering intel isn't free. Adele agrees, handing over another letter explaining that if Kyle presents it and drops Adele's name, House Bears will provide him support. Letter in hand, Kyle heads off to prepare for his official withdrawal and his new mission. The next day, sitting in class, Adele reflects that Kyle's finally vanished from campus, but rumors about his withdrawal spread fast, dragging Adele's name into the gossip thanks to that cafeteria incident. He also notices Luna's been eyeing him a little suspiciously lately. Still, he figures the bigger threat is the instructors, especially Ares, who clearly already has a low opinion of him. Despite all that, Adele feels a small wave of relief. Midterms are just days away and nobody can strip his class rep title now. Right as he's mulling this over, Idea storms into class announcing midterms start in 3 days. 4 subjects total: weaponry, human studies, magic, and practical skills. And on the final day, she reveals students will run an actual operation, infiltrating a human institution known as the Imperial Academy. That's when Adele realizes it: the demon race is about to launch a full invasion of the Imperial Academy, where humans will fight back with everything they've got. In all that chaos, hidden threats will surface fast and the battlefield's about to get brutal. Right then, Laurel confidently declares she's securing first place in the midterms. A handful of classmates back her up, others just talk about finally getting revenge on humans for all their suffering. But Adele knows if things play out exactly like the novel, Class A gets wiped out during the midterms. Still, he sees a real shot to change that. He's already bent a few key events, blackmailing Kyle into feeding false intel to the Imperial Academy, keeping Luna from getting expelled. He can't fully stop the Imperial Academy's downfall, but he might just be able to save his classmates from dying alongside it. Pull this off and he could boost his standing as class rep, maybe even earn another shot at Saiten's weapons vault. Later, Adele finally goes to see Renee after being MIA for a while. He immediately clocks that she's annoyed with him, probably from all the ghosting. But there's something else too. She's clearly gotten a lot closer with Diana, who's standing right beside her, as they exchange greetings. Renee asks why he's been dodging her, only now showing up asking for a sparring match. Adele explains he's been keeping his distance out of guilt, feeling like he wasn't pulling his weight as her bodyguard. Still, Renee doesn't seem convinced. So Adele offers her a mana potion as an apology. Diana's genuinely surprised at the gift, urging Renee to accept and forgive him, but Renee refuses, saying she doesn't need bribes. Adele finally admits the real reason: he's been getting bullied for being a half-demon and worried staying close might drag her into unnecessary trouble too. He bows respectfully, apologizing again, sincerely. Seeing his honesty, Renee finally softens and forgives him. With that settled, she draws her sword, ready to start training. Quietly, Diana urges her to show off her new technique to Adele. Overhearing that, Adele realizes Renee's clearly learned something new during their time apart. The second she activates her power, Adele's genuinely stunned by the sheer energy radiating off her. Mana concentrates right at her blade's tip, meaning she's mastered sword coat. Among humans, this technique marks true expert-level swordsmanship. Demons usually shape mana around weapons or bodies for various effects instead. Just as he's admiring her progress, Renee suddenly cuts the skill off. She explains maintaining it demands total concentration, pushing her focus to its absolute limit just to hold it steady. Curious to test her real strength, Adele draws his dagger for a spar. He lunges forward, launching an attack. But Renee blocks it effortlessly with a quick, fluid movement, the moment she reactivates sword coat. Adele's dagger shatters into pieces instantly. He's genuinely blown away by how much she's improved. Diana praises her too, encouraging her to keep pushing forward. But then Diana starts acting strange, mumbling that the more she watches, the more curious she becomes. That triggers something in Adele's memory, one of Diana's signature abilities, contemplation, which lets her pick apart even the tiniest details of a person's body. Realizing that, he decides it's safer to keep some distance from her just in case she ever becomes his biggest threat. Mid-thought, Renee asks Diana what's caught her attention. Diana explains she's fascinated by Renee's swordsmanship, nothing quite like it she's ever seen before. Adele admits he's curious too, asking Renee exactly how she pulled off sword coat. She shrugs, no real trick to it, just get a feel for the sword and imagine flooding it with power from the inside. Taking that in, Adele decides to wrap up their sparring session. He mentions he still needs study time before exams and asks if she's ready for midterms. Renee replies with total confidence, of course she is. Adele mentally cross-references the novel's timeline. The first midterm doesn't overlap with the event where the protagonist's group claims the Eye of Superbia, meaning Renee sails through midterms just fine, but that also strongly implies Class A, his own class, is the one destined to suffer heavy casualties. With that settled, both girls head off together, but Adele notices Diana's already grown wary of him. Clearly sensing something's off, a few days later, midterms finally begin. In his room, Adele's feeding his sparrow while stressing about the first subject, human studies. Even after pulling an all-nighter cramming, he still can't fully wrap his head around the material. He reviews a few basics hoping it sticks, but predictably, most of it evaporates the second he steps into the classroom. Settling into his seat, Luna notices how wrecked he looks and assumes he's overstudied. Adele waves it off, assuring her he's fine, then asks if she's prepared. He says she's studied a little and figures she can at least scrape by. Turning to Laurel, he asks about her prep too. She scoffs, saying written subjects are irrelevant as long as she nails the practicals. First place is basically guaranteed. The instructor walks in and kicks off the written exam, warning sharply that anyone caught cheating gets disqualified on the spot. Leaning on his sharp focus and curiosity, Adele's last-minute cramming actually pays off better than expected. Still, one question throws him off: how does he personally feel about humans? Going by this body's memories, humans destroyed his family. But deep down, Woo-Yun knows he's the one who created both humans and demons. The truth's way messier than this world lets on. Weighing it carefully, he answers from the demon world's perspective, writing that humans are his enemies. Once the instructor collects every answer sheet, students move to the training grounds for Exam 2 weapon skills. Ares announces they'll be tested through live duels, assessing real combat ability. And every single student has to fight him full power. The announcement stuns the room. Nobody expected direct combat with their own instructor. Still, Ares calls students up one by one, each stepping forward to face him. Every single one gets crushed instantly. Then Ares calls up Samuel next. Samuel activates his skill. Launching a barrage of root-based attacks straight at him, Ares draws his sword in response. Activating sword coat, slicing through every root with ease, Samuel doesn't let up, sending in wave after wave. But Ares' strength is simply overwhelming, cutting through them without breaking stride. He steps in close, landing a light punch straight to Samuel's chest, sending real pain through the kid's body, though he refuses to back down. Launching one more surprise root attack toward Ares' shoulder, Ares just blocks it barehanded, crushing it instantly. Still, he admits Samuel's move was genuinely clever. Then he calls Adele forward as the next fighter. Watching how brutal Ares has been so far, Adele figures even if he doesn't get killed, he's probably losing a limb here. He asks Ares to hold on a moment first, saying he wants to observe something. Ares raises an eyebrow, asking what exactly he means. Adele requests he demonstrate sword coat from scratch, slow and clear. Ares scoffs, saying it's not something you copy from just watching, it needs real understanding. Still, Adele insists a single demonstration will be enough to get the basic feel down. Ares eventually complies, activating the technique, crimson mana swirling around his blade. Genuinely impressed, Adele immediately channels his own mana, wrapping his dagger in a blue-black aura. He knows he can't infuse chaos into it yet. If he could, the color would have shifted to gray. Playing it off, he asks Ares how the technique actually works. Ares grudgingly admits, yeah, this kid's genuinely talented. Without warning, Adele lunges forward, unleashing a rapid string of slashes, but Ares blocks every single one effortlessly. The moment Ares shoves him back, Adele fires off position transfer, swapping places with Ares' own sword, closing the gap instantly and going straight for his face. But Ares senses it coming and hurls him away again. Undeterred, Adele activates another skill, summoning 3 daggers at once, launching them straight at his opponent. Visibly irritated now, Ares throws up a defensive shield to block the barrage, and closes in fast, winding up a heavy punch straight at Adele's face. That's when Adele decides to just tap out. Ares stops cold, reminding him fleeing or surrendering mid-battle isn't allowed. Adele points out his arms are already busted from blocking, and his mana's basically gone, no way he's continuing this. Privately, he figures getting injured before practicals would just be dead weight, no reason to keep pushing this fight further. Ares accepts the explanation and moves on, calling up the next student to demonstrate. Meanwhile, classmates start whispering. Genuinely impressed, Adele held his own against Ares better than anyone expected. Adele figures his plan worked perfectly. Everyone's now watching him, convinced he actually gave Ares trouble. He knows exactly what he needs for the upcoming practicals, establish himself as the true core of the class. If Laurel takes the lead like in the original story, Class A gets wiped out completely. Right as he's thinking that, Samuel walks up, asking flatly why he's so strong. Adele just shrugs it off as natural talent, then throws in a jab at Samuel's family for good measure. That comment lights Samuel's temper right up, though he can't exactly challenge Adele here and now. He just storms off instead. Shortly after, Laurel wanders over. She admits Samuel clearly has beef with him, but wonders why Adele keeps bringing up the guy's family. Adele points out he only mentioned it once. Meanwhile, Samuel constantly throws out half-demon insults. Laurel just remarks that Adele seems completely in the dark, explaining that Samuel is actually the patriarch of House Greed. Adele's baffled. How does a first year become a patriarch? Laurel explains Samuel's entire bloodline was wiped out years ago. During the war between humans and demons, his whole family was slaughtered, leaving him as the sole survivor. That hits Adele hard. The original Adele also came from a destroyed house. But since he's just possessing this body, he can't fully feel that rage the real Adele would have carried. Unlike him, Samuel actually lived through that horror firsthand. It hits Adele that he's been treating genocide and family destruction like plot devices from his own novel, forgetting these characters are living, breathing people in this world. With that in mind, he tells Laurel he'll watch his words around Samuel from now on. Satisfied, Laurel walks off to spar against Ares herself. Watching her go, Adele thinks she's not just confident, there's a genuinely serious side to her too. Sure enough though, she gets defeated by Ares just like everyone else. Afterward, the class moves on to Exam 3, Stealth Arts and Magic Theory. Stealth is basically Adele's home turf, so he breezes through it, and the magic theory covers ground he already understands, making it painless too. Once done, he calls this the easiest exam of the day so far. Still, he knows the real threat lies ahead, the practical exam. No amount of written test scores matters. If they end up failing or dying out there. Right then, Laurel wanders over, asking how his magic theory exam went. He says he did well and asks about hers. She tells him to guess. Adele's about to say she probably aced it, but instead accidentally jokes that since she flunked weapons, she might bomb this one too. That comment lands hard, and Laurel starts swatting at him like a genuinely annoyed friend. Right then, Bolton, class rep from another class, shows up with something urgent. Spotting Adele, he remarks that the guy's clearly leveled up since they last crossed paths. He admits he'd love to test himself against Adele, but he's got other obligations today. Laurel recognizes him immediately, the same jealous-looking guy from the entrance exam. Bolton mentions he's got somewhere to be, asking if she's coming along too. She asks for details. He explains there's a mandatory class rep meeting, headmaster included, so attendance isn't optional. That's when Laurel clarifies she's not actually this class's rep. Adele is. Bolton freezes, genuinely stunned, and suddenly his interest in fighting Adele spikes even harder. Still, Adele suggests they all just head to the meeting together first. Bolton agrees, inviting Laurel along too. Walking through the corridor, Adele asks Bolton what this meeting's actually about. Bolton explains it's about regional assignments. Everyone already knows the midterm theme centers on invading the human realm. So it clicks for Adele, this meeting decides which regions each class targets. Stepping into the meeting hall, every class rep's already seated, Renee's among them too. And Headmaster Lucien greets Adele personally, addressing him as a class rep. Renee's caught totally off guard. Adele never mentioned he'd been appointed to that role. Lucien moves to start the meeting when the Class D rep suddenly mocks both Adele and Laurel, suggesting they'd both be better off leaving the room immediately. Adele quietly notes, sure, he only tagged along with Bolton, but the headmaster's clearly letting it slide. This might just be a deliberate test of whether he actually belongs here. If that's the case, might as well show these people exactly what he's capable of. The instant the Class D rep grabs Adele's head, Adele draws his dagger, aiming it straight at the guy's face. But the Class D rep activates a hardening technique, successfully blocking the strike. Adele summons multiple daggers, hurling all of them at once, though the guy dodges every one. Swinging a full-force punch back at him. Sensing it coming, Adele activates sword coat on his dagger, slicing straight across the guy's hand. Throwing an agonized scream. Just as Adele moves in for the finishing blow, Lucien shuts the fight down instantly. Adele backs off without argument. While every other rep looks genuinely impressed by his skill. Lucien kicks off the meeting proper, explaining they're all here to divide up regional invasion targets. Each class gets assigned a specific human territory for their practical exam. Adele says he already gets the general plan, but he's curious about the exact starting point and how targets are getting split up. Lucien summons a magical map of the human world to break down the strategy. She admits she originally planned to send Class A after the Imperial Academy itself, but after seeing Adele's ability, she's rethinking that call, assigning them something even harder instead. That genuinely surprises Adele, since raiding the Imperial Academy was already considered one of the most dangerous missions on the table. Lucien explains, per their spy's intel, a human first-year class is heading out for outdoor training, planning to hit a nearby domain. So instead of the academy, Class A's getting assigned an entire city to seize. That lights Laurel right up, boasting she and Adele will crush this mission with ease. But privately, Adele knows, even without confirmed timing, the protagonist's group has already surpassed even the 7 deadly sins heirs. He also realizes their true strength surfaces during the post-midterm competition. And worse, one of the protagonist's own allies is sitting inside that exact first-year class they're targeting. If Class A clashes directly with the protagonist's group, basically everyone except Bolton and Diana's classes gets wiped out. Reconsidering fast, Adele shifts his approach entirely. He tells Lucien he wants his class assigned to that specific human first-year class instead. That draws mockery from several reps, sneering that the half-demon just picked the softest, safest option available. Even Lucien questions the call, having expected him to jump at conquering an entire city. But Adele already knows one of the protagonist's key allies is embedded in that class, making it the most dangerous fight available, and that's exactly why he wants it. He also knows there's an elixir hidden there one he fully intends to claim for himself. In the original story, one of the protagonist's allies gets it, not this time. Adele explains to Lucien that assassination's his specialty, and there's no need for large-scale destruction in a crowded human city. The capital's dense population makes a dozen cadet assassination op wildly inefficient anyway. Genuinely impressed by his logic, Lucien admits he clearly understands both the human world's geography and his own strengths far better than she expected. With that, she locks in the decision. Class A, under Adele's lead, officially targets the human first years. Adele thanks her and heads out with Laurel. Trailing behind, Renee mentally replays what she just saw. That move Adele used was clearly sword coat. And she can't wrap her head around how he mastered it so fast. Bolton's thinking the same. This guy barely registered during the entrance exam and now he's suddenly this much stronger. Definitely suspicious. Meanwhile, Lucien finally understands why Ares kept warning her to stay cautious around Adele. She recalls he even defeated a 7 deadly sins heir. Most people with that kind of power would chase a harder target to flex, yet he chose caution instead. She's now convinced Adele's a genuinely exceptional talent. Properly guided, he could become an asset as valuable as a hunting force like House Arson. But if he can't be reined in, he'll have to be treated the same as any threat from the 6 human houses. Next day, every cadet gears up to head out on the human mission. Most of them are buzzing with excitement, itching to finally strike back at the humans who wrecked their lives. Adele's already planned around the false intel he leaked, pointing everyone toward the third-year dorms, meaning Imperial Academy instructors will likely cluster there. Which explains why only a single instructor gets assigned to the first years. If his read's right, that instructor is a 5th circle mage. Facing the protagonist's allies alone is already tough enough, so that mage instructor needs to go first. After that, his plan's simple: slip in through a hidden route and grab the elixir, mid-thought. Lucien addresses the assembled cadets. She declares the war has officially begun. They're finally facing the humans who murdered their parents, siblings, friends. She reminds everyone that this pain, in one form or another, belongs to all of them. Now she says it's their turn to hunt without mercy. The cadets erupt into cheers, hungry for human blood. Lucien then casts a blessing spell over the entire group, granting magical support for the mission ahead. From there, instructors start walking cadets through the operation, with Idea leading everyone onto the dimensional train first. She estimates roughly an hour until arrival, telling everyone to rest up along the way. Watching all this, Adele figures moving this many cadets via dimensional train has to be costing Citan a fortune. But he also knows, further down the line, more human realm-connected cadets show up, eventually blending both worlds into one shared dimension. Bidthought Luna offers him a snack. Checking his status, Adele notices his mana's still frustratingly low, even after all his grinding. He casually tests telekinesis on Luna, lifting her slightly off her seat. It's a small effect, just a few centimeters. But he already sees serious potential. Even at this level, it's got real combat value. With more development, this could evolve into a genuinely terrifying force, letting him manipulate gravity itself. Feeling like most things are under control, one lingering threat still nags at him. The 6 Houses Knights, the same ones who tried to kill him before, now potentially crossing paths with him again in the human world. In the original story, Feltz reported Adele's death as a fall off a cliff. But the truth's very different. He actually plunged straight into the demon realm, still carrying the Arson family's traitorous identity, which means Feltz probably still believes he's dead. He figures Lucien's likely picked up the same intel through her own spies. Playing it safe, he decides he'll need a mask to hide his face. Sometime later, the cadets finally reach their destination. Adele notes Citan built this dimensional gate using absurdly expensive crystals. Idea hands out face masks to every cadet. Adele feels genuinely relieved. Exactly what he'd been hoping for. Idea puts on her own mask too, explaining it's enchanted with a perception-dulling spell designed to hide identities during the mission. She adds that even masked allies can still recognize each other just fine. Slipping his mask on, Adele feels reassured. Can still clearly make out Idea despite the enchantment. She hands him ration bars, telling him one a day should handle his hunger for the entire mission. She lays out the exam rules. Instructors won't be accompanying cadets on this one. That news rattles quite a few students, but she clarifies this is a pure cadet assessment. instructor intervention would defeat the whole point. All instructors stay behind to prep for their return instead. So full authority now falls onto each class rep, with cadets required to follow their leader's orders without question. She pins a flower-shaped badge onto Adele's uniform, marking his role as group leader. She also hands him a map, mentioning the headmaster's confident he'll read it correctly out in the field. With prep complete, she opens the gate into the human world, wishing every cadet luck. Privately, Adele reflects, for everyone else this is uncharted territory. For him, it's the exact same hellscape he's already survived once before. Whatever it takes, he's making it back alive. As all the cadets step through the gate, Adele notices the dimensional space itself destabilizing their bodies, and even he's struggling to endure it. Soon, he spots the exit point ahead and immediately orders his group to move fast and get through it. Just as the exit starts collapsing behind them, everyone barely makes the leap out in time. Once outside, they find themselves standing right in front of the Imperial Academy. Perched on a floating island, this is Adele's first real look at the school known as the pinnacle of human magic and technology. The rest of the cadets glance around, visibly disoriented. Adele explains this place trains humans, unlike Seitan, which serves a very different purpose. Luna asks if they're meant to enter. Adele shuts that down. The entire academy's shielded by a barrier strong enough to shrug off a dragon's attack. Everyone's stunned, while privately Adele knows only he could sneak in via position transfer, but doing so would instantly tip off the protagonist's group. He explains that per the map, heading the opposite direction from the academy leads them straight to their actual assigned target. The group agrees and they start moving toward it. Along the way, Adele notices Samuel's still shooting him dirty looks. Still, Adele knows exactly how crucial Samuel's raw magical talent is to his overall plan. With that in mind, he extends a hand toward him. Samuel can barely picture any kind of friendship existing between them. Adele clarifies this isn't about friendship, it's about cooperation. They need to work together for this mission to actually succeed. He warns that without proper coordination, everyone here could end up dead purely from their own infighting. Humans aren't weak enough to be brushed off easily, and Samuel of all people should understand that. Grudgingly, Samuel accepts the truce and keeps walking alongside him. With Samuel finally locked in as an ally, Adele figures the last piece is tracking down the hidden base. Right then, another cadet spots something strange up ahead. Adele looks over and spots it, a massive door hovering in midair, marking the entrance to a secret hideout. He informs the group they're pushing into this hideout to complete their mission. One cadet steps up, confidently offering to open the door. The instant he tries, the gate blasts him with a nasty electric shock. Adele already saw that coming. This door only opens with proper Imperial Academy instructor authorization. He instructs Samuel to channel mana directly into the handle. Samuel follows through, and the massive gate finally swings open. Adele orders the group inside, confirming there's no visible trap right at the entrance. Once inside, Laurel notes the atmosphere feels eerily similar to their own demon hideouts. Adele agrees human training grounds are also designed for full classes to run trials through. Samuel points out that if this place is built for testing, it's probably crawling with traps and monsters, which Adele confirms. Samuel questions why they didn't just wait outside and ambush the exhausted humans instead of walking in directly. Adele admits that logic's sound but explains there's actual method to this. First reason, his own intimate knowledge of the layout. He knows every trap pattern by heart, meaning the humans walk straight into disaster while his team slides through untouched. Second reason, timing. They'll be gone before the humans even show up. That prompts Samuel to ask why bother entering at all. Adele clarifies this place isn't just similarly styled. Humans actually built it to simulate and study conquering demon realms. Basically a vault embedded in demon world design, complete with its own hidden loot. Pushing forward, the group reaches a junction with 6 separate cave paths. The rest of the cadets look thoroughly lost on which one to pick. But Adele walks straight to a nearby wall and presses a hidden switch, instantly revealing a concealed door. Samuel's stunned, demanding how Adele knows so much about this place. Privately, Adele just thinks because he's the one who designed it in the first place. They slip through the hidden passage and eventually reach a chamber housing a single treasure box. Adele cracks it open and finds nothing but a bottle and a sandbag. The cadets look thoroughly unimpressed, muttering that these items seem useless. Adele pours water out of the bottle and it just keeps flowing endlessly. He explains it can supply dozens of people, meaning water's officially off their worry list for this mission. He tells everyone to clear out of the hideout immediately since a battle's likely brewing here soon. They exit the chamber, and Adele starts handing out roles. Samuel's assigned as scout tasked with surveying the surrounding area. Samuel questions why Adele's not handling scouting himself given how strong he clearly is. Adele explains only someone with Samuel's exceptional magic can pull this off properly. Samuel accepts the role, though Adele adds he won't be going alone. He pulls Aries' pet sparrow out of his bag, explaining it'll assist him too. Samuel's baffled why would Aries, who clearly dislikes Adele, hand over his own sparrow. To prove it works, Adele activates his ability, a visual link forming, letting him see through the sparrow's eyes in real time. Since he can relay intel through the sparrow, Samuel's real job becomes protecting it during the scout run. Next up, Adele assigns Laurel to lead the cadets anytime he steps away from the group. He confirms her abilities actually charm, and she confirms it temporarily boosts her allies' strength. Still, she questions why he'd even need to leave the group mid-mission. Adele explains that Imperial Academy cadets will eventually show up here alongside an instructor, and he intends to take that instructor on personally. Samuel argues that facing an instructor solo is way too risky, but Adele assures him it's not an issue if the instructor doesn't even show, he'll just rejoin the group. With roles fully assigned, Laurel asks what's next. Adele suggests everyone eat something first, since they're all clearly starving, but orders Samuel out immediately for scouting, checking whether any Imperial Academy class is running outdoor training nearby. As Samuel heads off, Adele hands out ration bars to the rest of the group. Eating one himself, the cadets grimace at the awful taste but force it down anyway, knowing they need the fuel. Una offers Adele some normal snacks instead, but Adele declines, insisting he can't eat better than everyone else while they're all suffering through this. He pulls up a magical screen to check on Samuel and the sparrow's progress. Through the feed, he sees they've made it to the edge of the Imperial Academy. Right then, a carriage rolls out through the academy gates, and Adele's absolutely floored. He recognizes it as one used for transport between the Imperial Academy and the surface world. He also sees Samuel trying to signal something, but the indirect connection garbles the message. He just hopes the kid makes it back safely on his own. Looking closer at the carriage, Adele spots mage instructor Besaha, the exact target he's already planned to eliminate. He clocks him as a wind element mage, same deal as instructor Robolt, not really built for close quarters brawling, which in the hero's mind means this guy's going down easy. He also spots a handful of human cadets riding in the carriage, including a genuine heavy hitter, Leon Farius, one of the original story's main players and a key ally to the protagonist's crew. Word is, Farius is running about 30 minutes late thanks to some drama with a girl. The hero clocks that delay as a golden window to strike. With that intel locked in, he tells his squad to move, their targets are closing in. Wipe every trace, gear up, and get into the secret domain. His plan, he'll stay outside to handle the instructor personally while the rest of the team jumps the human cadets once they're worn thin. As the team gears up, the healer girl asks if this instructor is actually going to show. The hero confirms it and warns them this one hits harder than even instructor Robolt. Right on cue, Samuel comes running back with news. The humans are closing in. The hero says he already knows, he's had eyes on them through the sparrow's vision the whole time. He tells Samuel to head into the secret domain and bring the sparrow along with him. Samuel nods, cracks open the door to the secret domain, and the whole squad slips inside. Before they split up, the hero drops a warning, watch out for a human with golden hair and brown skin. Once his team's tucked away inside, the hero climbs a nearby tree to keep watch. Not long after, the human cadets finally show up. The mage instructor starts laying out what this secret domain is for and what kind of training they're about to run. Meanwhile, Farius sidles up to Sylvia, chatting her up like they're already dating. She shuts that down fast and puts some distance between them. The mage instructor tells the group they'll understand the objective the moment they step inside. Oh, and whichever team clears the domain first gets a reward. That's all the human cadets needed to hear. Hyped and geared up, they start filing into the secret domain. Watching them, Adele notes how confident they look and remembers that in the original timeline, Satan's cadets always came out on the losing end of this. Part of the reason why, he figures, is Farius getting his head turned by Sylvia instead of staying focused. Right then, Farius tells her he'll make his move in 30 minutes, do your best till then, but no matter what, she's ending up as his girlfriend. With that, both Sylvia and Farius step into the secret domain. The hero notices the mage instructor is now standing outside, all alone. Suddenly, the mage floods the area with a wave of mana, scanning everything around him. Hero feels it coming a mile away and slips out of range without a sound. Once the scan turns up nothing, the mage figures the coast is clear and heads off to handle some business of his own. Curious, the hero decides to tail him and see what exactly he's up to. After a bit of walking, the mage arrives at the spot where he plans to act. Even so, that nagging feeling of being watched won't quite go away. He brushes it off, places his hand on a small tree and channels a spell into it. What happens next catches the hero completely off guard. That little tree suddenly balloons into something massive, and tucked at its base a hidden door. Just as the mage moves to enter, the hero unloads a flurry of daggers at him, but the mage catches it in time and blocks every single one with a shield. In that instant, the hero triggers his stealth technique, melting his body into shadow to vanish from the mage's sight. Furious, the mage answers with a devastating wind spell aimed right at where the hero was standing. The hero dodges clean and falls back to the treetop to buy some room. He knows full well keep getting pushed back like this and the fight slips out of his hands. The mage, meanwhile, starts stacking up his next spell. The hero uses his teleportation skill to close the gap in an instant. He goes for another heavy dagger strike. Mage shrugs it off with yet another shield. All this hit and run is starting to get under the mage's skin. So he lets loose a sweeping attack that levels a huge chunk of the forest, but the hero slips past it using his sword coat technique. Reading the fight, he clocks that the mage's shield is stacked 10 layers deep. Brute forcing through won't cut it. Small silver lining though, 2 of those layers are already cracked. And the mage summons a small army of tornadoes. That catches the hero completely off guard. He instantly fires up his telekinesis just to keep his footing. But these tornadoes are on a whole other level. Falling branches crash down and pin him under the wreckage. Worse, his true self is now fully exposed to the mage. Undeterred, the hero pushes forward for another attack. But the mage shoves him back first and rains down a barrage of powerful strikes. The hero weaves through every single one. Confused now, the mage demands to know why the hero's fighting him head-on. Wasn't the third-year dormitory supposed to be the real target? Then it clicks. The whole dormitory story was bait. The real target was him and the class currently training inside the secret domain. Realizing the stakes, the mage decides to end this in one decisive blow, going all in. But the hero counters by triggering a dark ability. It's enough to freeze the mage in his tracks just for a beat. That's all the opening the hero needs. He unleashes a storm of dagger strikes and tears straight through the mage's shield layers. Rattled, the mage can't figure out who this guy even is or how he's standing up to this much punishment. Then, without warning, the hero closes the distance and he drives his dagger straight into the mage's chest armor. The armor shatters completely on impact. And with that, the hero takes Mage Besaha's head clean off. Afterward, he admits that was the toughest fight he's had yet, and honestly, it's a miracle he kept his cool using the dark ability instead of losing himself to it. He drinks down a mana potion to top off his reserves since there's no reason to hold back anymore. He decides to burn through whatever he's got left, especially with Farius still waiting on the other side of this fight, but before moving on. He pulls an eagle-shaped badge off Mage Besaha's cloak as proof of the kill. Then he steps into the towering magical tree and starts heading down. The deeper he goes, the stronger a foul, rotting smell gets. Finally, he reaches an underground laboratory. Inside, he finds demon corpses hooked up to machines like lab specimens. The sight genuinely shakes him. He never expected it to be this messed up. Back in his old understanding, demons were just written off as pure evil, which made stuff like this feel almost justified. But seeing it firsthand now, he's forced to ask, are humans really the good guys here, treating demons like this? That's when he spots a small jar holding a homunculus, a tiny, bug-like artificial life form. He puts it together. This thing is one of Mage Besaha's creations, almost certainly born from sacrificing countless demons. He decides to bring the little creature back to Instructor Robolt for a closer look, but before he can even move, his dragon worm bursts out of his bag and swallows the creature whole in one bite. In that instant, the hero's demon god necklace lights up again, all its red stones glowing. He realizes there might be some kind of link between the homunculus and the demon god. If he had a grimoire on homunculus creation, he might actually crack this mystery. But the mage's memory of the process is gone. The original book was already burned. Then he notices something else. His dragon worm has shifted into a snake-like shape after devouring the homunculus. He worries that if Demon Patriarch Crete catches wind of this change, it could spell serious trouble for him. Still, he steadies himself and refocuses. Grab the elixir, get out. After some searching, he finds it, an elixir shaped like a wild ginseng root. He eats it while circulating his mana. A wave of heat surges through his body. Checking his status window, he sees his mana has broken past 2,000 and every one of his abilities has taken a jump too. Now every drop of mana, he releases converts straight into darkness. Satisfied with the haul, he decides it's time to head back to his squad. He pulls up the screen to check on them. What he sees is bad. They're already deep in a fight with the human cadets. At least Farius hasn't shown up on the battlefield yet. All of a sudden, both his necklace and the information paper start reacting again. The paper hints that it can pull up recent past events. The hero's confused. Last time, it just kept spitting out the same line, offer a god. Using his own blood, he asks the paper to reveal the necklace's true nature. But the same message pops up again, offer a god. Right then, the screen reopens and he sees his teammates are in serious danger. Out of nowhere, a sharp pain shoots through the hero's head. The world around him shifts completely. And suddenly, he's standing in the middle of a brutal scene. Humans slaughtering demons without mercy. He spots a young Samuel in the middle of it all, no older than 10. He realizes this is a vision of the past, the human-demon war, the exact moment Samuel's entire family was wiped out. In the vision, Samuel's mother hides him in a cupboard, telling him not to come out no matter what. The boy promises he won't, but the humans find their way in and kill his mother right in front of him. Turns out a half-demon maid sold them out and let the humans through the door. Doesn't matter though, the humans kill her too, making sure no demon is left breathing. Then they blow the whole palace apart in one massive explosion and vanish. Days later, Samuel crawls out from beneath the rubble, the only one left alive. The sight of his mother's lifeless body breaks him. Just to survive, he activates his root skill and consumes what's left of her. Watching all this unfold, Adele finally understands why Samuel's hatred runs so deep. It all traces back to a half-demon's betrayal, the same kind he is. Still, the hero can't help but wonder who's really behind all this destruction in the first place. He forces himself to calm down and refocus on the immediate problem, dealing with Farius. If he can dig up Farius's secrets or weaknesses out of this mess, it'll pay off later. He climbs out of the massive tree, realizing he needs to get stronger fast. This necklace has already eaten up way too much of his time. Checking the screen again, he notices Farius still hasn't shown up on the battlefield. Then the connection cuts out entirely and he takes off sprinting toward the fight himself. Back inside the secret domain, human and demon cadets are locked in combat. Samuel's in the thick of it too, tearing through the fight with his root skill. He takes down human opponent after opponent. Impressed by his strength, several humans team up to try and overwhelm him at once, but Lady Fran steps in and blocks the attack. She orders her teammates to form a wall around Samuel and lock down his position. They fall in line and do exactly that. She tells Samuel to go all out and clear out the rest of the human opponents. Without hesitation, Samuel summons a massive tornado. It wipes out several human cadets instantly. Watching the carnage unfold, Sylvia is shaken to her core. She orders her surviving teammates to tear their return scrolls and pull out, realizing their way outmatched. The human cadets manage to make it off the battlefield alive. But that retreat pisses Samuel off enough that he decides to kill Sylvia herself. He hurls a powerful root strike straight at her, only for Farius to appear out of nowhere and freeze every one of Samuel's roots in place. He follows it up with a brutal hammer swing. One of Samuel's teammates goes down instantly. He then helps Sylvia to her feet and asks what happened. She reports 8 humans dead, with the wounded already sent back to the Imperial Academy. Farius praises her effort and tells her to head back too. He'll clean up what's left on his own. But she refuses to leave, insisting on staying by his side to fight. Mid-conversation, a group of demons charges in to jump them all at once. Farius answers with a single ice attack that wipes out most of them in one go. Seeing this, Samuel strikes at him with his roots. He orders his teammates to fall back immediately. This opponent is simply on another level. Lady Fran asks if Samuel really plans to face this guy alone. He confirms it, there's no other option left. Luna is clearly worried for him too. But Samuel tells them to hurry and get the injured to safety. Farius attacks again, slicing clean through Samuel's roots. As the dust settles, he realizes Samuel's teammates got out safely, only Samuel stayed behind to face him. Sylvia figures the demons must have slipped out through some hidden passage since they appeared from nowhere earlier. Farius shrugs it off, telling her it doesn't matter where they run, none of them are escaping his grip now. He turns to Samuel and demands he fight with everything he's got. Samuel answers with a wall of spikes hurled straight at him. Farius shreds through the attack without breaking a sweat. He mocks Samuel for being weak, and yet, Samuel points out he still managed to land a small cut on his hand. Farius glances down and notices the injury. Enraged, he cracks a punishing hammer strike his way. Samuel gets sent crashing backward, his body taking serious damage. Several ribs shatter, and before he can even catch his breath, Farius cleaves off one of his legs. Seeing him in that state, Sylvia tells Farius to finish him quickly so they can chase down the rest of the demons before they slip away. That's the push that gets Farius to slice off Samuel's arm too. He raises his hammer, lining up a final blow to the head. But out of nowhere, Adele appears and yanks Samuel out of harm's way in a heartbeat. He sets him down and tells him to rest. This fight is his now. Farius is thrown off. Who is this guy and how did he just appear out of thin air? The hero draws his dagger and braces himself. He knows going invisible to save Samuel came at a cost. He can't sense what's happening around him anymore, which puts him at a serious disadvantage. Farius swings his hammer straight at him. The hero catches it barehanded. The eye of Superbia can't predict where the hammer is actually headed. But it does let him read every twitch of his opponent's muscles. When Farius throws a punishing punch, the hero blocks that too. But the force is so brutal, his own fist takes serious damage from the impact, realizing a straight-up strength contest isn't winnable. He activates position transfer, swapping places with the hammer itself. That closes the gap in an instant and he goes for a dagger strike. But the hammer suddenly rockets back to its owner, slamming into Adele on the way. The hero skids backward, realizing position transfer is useless against a weapon that just returns to its wielder on command. Farius lunges in again with another hammer swing. The hero blocks it with his arms. His right arm takes heavy damage from the hit. Pushing through the pain, he activates Dagger Rain, launching a volley of blades at Farius. Farius knocks every single one out of the air with ease, then answers with another crushing hammer strike. Sending the hero crashing back, Farius spits an insult, calling him nothing but an insect, and closes in to finish him off for good. Pinned in place and unable to move, Adele realizes this might genuinely be the end. But then, without warning, he's yanked into some unknown space. A mirror stands right in front of him. Looking into it, he notices all his wounds are completely gone. Then something even stranger happens. His own reflection starts talking to him. The hero realizes this isn't just an image, it's the true self of the body he's been walking around in. The reflection apologizes for pulling him here, saying it was necessary given how dire the situation had gotten. The hero demands answers to 3 questions and the reflection agrees to give them. His first question, where exactly are they? The reflection says this one's free of charge. That stings a little, he's practically dead, and this thing's still charging fees for information. The reflection explains some knowledge comes free, some doesn't, then answers question 1. They're standing in a space born from chaos, a realm where nothing is truly meant to exist. Question 2, what exactly is chaos? The reflection tells him he'll figure that out eventually, but only through his own effort. It could explain more, sure, for a price, every relic from both the human and demon worlds. Hero immediately realizes that's an impossible ask. So he moves to his final question, is he actually still alive back in the secret domain, fighting Farius? The reflection confirms it, but warns he'll die soon if he stays in his current state. That lights a fire under the hero. He can't afford to die yet. So he asks the reflection to lend him its power. The reflection replies that's exactly why it brought him here in the first place, but of course this help comes with a price too. This time it's not gold or relics, it wants something far more precious, something that means the most to the hero personally. The hero draws a blank, he's not even sure what he owns that's valuable enough to offer, but with survival on the line, he agrees to the terms. In exchange, the reflection grants him 20% of its power for a full hour. The next moment, the hero's slammed straight back onto the battlefield. Right at the exact instant Farius's hammer is about to cave in his skull, but the hero fires off his dark skill, and shifts himself to a safe spot in the blink of an eye. He immediately notices his arm is still busted up. Checking his status window, his mana has jumped to 4,300 and several of his abilities have leveled up twice over. Seeing him suddenly recovered and moving faster than before, Farius bristles with anger. The hero fires off an illusory strike aimed at Farius's throat. It leaves him stunned for a split second. Rattled by the trick, Farius leaps forward with yet another hammer strike. The hero slips past it without breaking stride. Farius answers with a raging ice storm. The hero counters with Dagger Rain, but it barely dents the storm's sheer force. Realizing that, he flips to telekinesis just to keep himself grounded in the winds. In that moment, Farius circles around for a blind spot strike. But the hero senses it early and dodges without even breaking a sweat. Right then, Samuel calls out to him, telling him not to lose to these so-called lowly human thugs. That comment makes Sylvia visibly wince. She points out it was the demons who got attacked without cause during the war. Samuel fires back, the war wasn't started by demons, it was humans. Humans who have already slaughtered countless innocent demon families. He asks, why do this at all? The hero answers plainly, profit, nothing more. He thinks to himself that in human eyes the demon realm's just one massive treasure vault stuffed with gold and elixirs. And with humans holding the greater power, there's no way they'd leave that untouched, especially not the 6 houses Sylvia herself belongs to. That's when Farius orders Sylvia to shut up and stop wasting her breath. She doesn't back down, though he strikes, taking her head off on the spot. The hero freezes, genuinely stunned by what just happened. Farius calmly says he'll finish off the hero and Samuel too. The two clash again, skills flying as Farius bears down on them. The hero triggers position transfer, appearing behind him, but Farius senses it coming and boots him right back. The hero realizes his mana's nearly tapped out, no more dagger rain, he needs a new angle. Then it hits him, he pulls Samuel into the plan and tells him to back him up. Farius charges forward, hammer raised. The hero triggers position transfer once again. Swapping with the weapon puts him right up on Farius. Samuel snags the hammer with his root skill, keeping it from flying back to Farius's grip. Seizing the opening, the hero drives his dagger straight into Farius's shoulder. At that exact moment, the snakeworm bursts out from the hero's bag and sinks its fangs into the same shoulder. Farius reels in pain from the combined damage. But then the hammer snaps back, and slams into the hero with brutal force. The hero's sent flying, taking a nasty gash across his stomach in the process. Farius decides it's finally time to end this. But the searing pain in his shoulder drops him to his knees. With things clearly falling apart, Farius tears a return scroll. Blinding flash later, and he's gone from the battlefield. With the threat finally cleared, the hero asks Samuel why he stayed back and told everyone else to run. Samuel says he did it because he just wanted to protect everyone, plain and simple. The hero points out some of those teammates are half demons. Samuel doesn't care, they're still his classmates, his friends, and he wasn't about to let them die. The hero admits they took down the monster this time, but warns that if this keeps up, they'll all keep gambling with their lives. Right then, the snakeworm pops back out. The hero thanks it played a huge part in getting them through that fight. Soon after, the rest of the team returns, shocked to see both of them beat to hell. Luna wastes no time and starts treating the hero's wounds. Once the bleeding's under control, the hero asks her to heal Samuel next. But Samuel waves it off, insisting he doesn't need it. He activates his root skill again and the roots start devouring his own body. Alarmed, Lady Fran asks if he's trying to kill himself. He denies it, telling the hero he just needs to borrow his body for a while. Once the roots finish eating away his body, they crawl their way onto the hero's arm. The hero briefly assumes they're coming for him next, but instead they start weaving some strange kind of magic, eventually forming a small horn-shaped object fused onto his hand. A notification pops up in front of him. The temporary power boost has worn off, but 20% of it has been permanently locked in for good. Checking his status window, his mana now sits at 2,600 with his other stats bumped up as well. Still, he can't shake the confusion over what Adele's true self actually took from him in return. After all, it asked for something precious. While he's stuck in thought, Luna asks why he's just staring at his hand. He brushes it off, claiming he's just checking for injuries. And something catches his attention. Samuel's name has appeared on his own status window, which throws him off completely. Samuel's voice speaks up, letting everyone know he's still alive. Everyone starts scrambling, trying to figure out where the voice is even coming from. Samuel explains he's transformed into the horn now stuck to the hero's hand. He'd burned through way too much power earlier. Even with treatment, his original body wouldn't have made it. So he shifted into this form instead. Since it eats the least energy, give it a few months and he'll be back to normal. The hero asks why he's specifically attached to his hand. Samuel says rebuilding his body means soaking up a set amount of mana daily, and the hero happens to have plenty to spare. He also mentions that even without eyes, he can still sense his surroundings through his host's own senses. Once they hear all that, the others can't help but start ribbing him like an old friend. But the hero cuts it short, saying they need to move now. The Imperial Academy's reinforcements won't be far behind. Lady Fran asks where they're even supposed to go since the return gate won't open until the next day. The hero says he knows a hideout, one the human instructor he fought earlier used safe enough to lay low there for a day. As they prep to move, Samuel casually mentions he'll be eating the bodies of their fallen teammates since it'll speed up his recovery big time. Luna's uneasy about it at first, but with no better option on the table, she reluctantly agrees. Lady Fran asks if the hero can even walk on his own before he gets a chance to answer. A teammate named Luke steps up and offers to support him instead. The hero recognizes him instantly. This is the same guy he once tangled with back in the cafeteria. As the conversation continues, the sparrow who'd been laying low during the fight flies back to the hero. With everyone finally accounted for, Adele calls it time to get out of the secret domain now. Meanwhile, back at the Imperial Academy, Farius stumbles in banged up, leaving the other cadets visibly confused. Instructor Madeline steps in and demands to know what happened. Farius explains the raid turned into a demon ambush and reveals that several cadets, including Sylvia and Instructor Besaha, didn't make it out. The news leaves the cadets completely speechless. The instructor notes that the demons must have sent assassins strong enough to go toe-to-toe with instructors. Farius corrects her, only 2 fighters were instructor level. One was impressive, sure, but still nowhere near his level. He insists there's no need to send another instructor, he'll handle it himself with whoever's left of his team. Then without warning, his injury flares up badly. The spot where the snakeworm bit him is reacting strangely. Even the healer can't seem to stop it. Farius watches in shock as his entire arm suddenly severs off on its own. Furious, he swears he'll kill the hero and every demon out there with whatever strength he has left, demanding to be sent back to finish the job immediately. The instructor refuses, ordering cadets to get him to the medical wing and to summon Hamill and his team. Before long, Hamill and his team show up. They ask Instructor Madeline why they were called in. She looks at them, knowing full well they're the student council, the elite of the Imperial Academy. Every single one of them is destined to lead the Empire someday. The other cadets figure that if this crew got summoned, the situation must be serious. Hamill, their leader, says he'd already heard Farius took heavy damage and several students were killed. The instructor confirms it and adds there's a real chance a spy inside their ranks betrayed them. Hamill puts the pieces together. If the enemy really is targeting the third-year dormitory, pulling manpower would be a nightmare, which explains why she called them in. Madeline asks if they're willing to step in. Hamill agrees without hesitation. He orders his teammate Sisla to head straight to the secret domain and track down the demons. He also asks the instructor to brief them fully, promising the threat will be wiped out no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Adele and his team make it safely to Mage Besaha's underground laboratory. The hero notices everyone's collapsed from exhaustion after the fight. He, however, is still on edge. Getting out of here later won't be simple. He knows the Imperial Academy instructors are obligated to protect the dormitory, so the enemy's next move is coming soon. He also realizes the attackers heading their way are the Student Council, the very group responsible for the original Adele's death. With the original Adele's power stripped away and Samuel stuck out of his original form, running into the Student Council right now would mean total wipeout. Noticing his worried look, Samuel asks what's on his mind. The hero admits he's just wondering if they'll actually make it out tomorrow. Samuel tells him to just trust their luck. He adds that the lab still gives him chills, given how brutally the demons here were treated. The hero then asks if Samuel can finish off the remaining demon corpses, worried the decay might make everyone sick. Samuel agrees and uses his root skill to devour what's left of them. Once it's done, exhaustion hits him hard and he passes out. The hero, meanwhile, stays wide awake, still bracing for what's ahead. That's when Luna walks over and asks how he's holding up. She tells him he can talk to her if something's bothering him. They're friends now, after all. She scoots a little closer and quietly admits she's scared too. The hero asks if it's the humans she's afraid of or that monstrous enemy from before. He says it's neither. What actually terrifies her is death itself. Ever since she saw him bleeding on the ground, she's been terrified of losing him because somewhere along the way, he became someone she actually cares about. She admits she wanted to save everyone, wanted no one to die, but she couldn't pull it off. Though she asks what does he do to make sure no one dies again. The hero tells her plainly more people will die going forward, maybe even Lady Fran tomorrow. Then he asks, would she really cry like this every single time it happens? He tells her that sometimes you have to let go of the attachment and turn the guilt into fuel for getting stronger instead. He adds that if she genuinely wants to save everyone, she needs to push her healing further and keep training. She's got the potential for it. She takes it in and nods. The hero tells her to get some rest too. They're leaving early tomorrow. The next morning, the group heads out of the underground lab toward the spot where the portal back to the human world will open. Trouble's already waiting though. Cecilia, the human archer, has snuck into the forest ahead of them, quietly lining up a shot from a distance. When Adele and his team finally reach the meeting point, they notice the exit gate hasn't opened yet. Relieved they're not late, he tells everyone to stay hidden as best they can. He decides to climb a tree and scout the area. Samuel tells him there's no need to risk it, but the hero points out someone as dangerous as Farius could already be lurking nearby. That comment stuns Samuel into silence. The hero reassures him and uses position transfer to instantly land on a tree branch. That's when Cecilia fires a devastating arrow straight at the spot Adele was just standing, blasting the ground apart. She frowns, annoyed that she missed her mark. As the dust settles, Adele's teammates panic and start scrambling to find him. He calls down from the tree, telling them he's fine and safely out of harm's way. From the attack alone, he can tell a sniper's tracking their every move. He orders everyone to stay put for now. The second the exit gate opens, they run for it. He'd already swept the area's mana flow beforehand and got nothing on his radar, meaning that shot came from way beyond anything he can normally detect. He asks Samuel to pinpoint the archer's location instead, since his own mana sense can't reach that far. Samuel agrees and spreads his mana waves out across the terrain. After scanning, he pins her down nearly 5 kilometers north, perched on a small hill. That's when Adele puts a name to the archer, Cecilia, another member of the student council. At that kind of range, neither position transfer nor his daggers can reach her. He's stuck figuring out how to handle it. Samuel warns him the exit gate is about to open and asks if there's any way to survive whatever's coming their way. The hero says there's no clean answer, but sacrificing themselves might just buy the other cadets a chance to make it out. That throws Samuel off for a second, but he agrees to go along with it for the team's sake. The hero quickly clarifies he was only messing with him. He's planning to protect everyone from the attacker instead. He activates the Eye of Superbia, blood streaming from his eye as a heavy wave of mana radiates outward. With it active, everything around him slows to crawl. He locates Cecilia up on the hilltop. She's already prepping another shot, one loaded with enough power to level the entire forest. The second she lets it fly, the hero drops down from the tree to bait the shot toward himself. At the same moment, the exit gate finally cracks open and the rest of the team bolts toward it. Adele orders Samuel to fire off his mana storm and block that incoming arrow no matter what. Samuel follows through, conjuring a massive tornado in front of them. The hero dives straight into the storm. Ian pumps it full of his own dark energy, just to give it enough muscle. The arrow crashes into their combined barrier. Samuel strains hard against the sheer force pressing down on him. Everyone else keeps pushing toward the exit gate, with Luna yelling for the hero to hurry and follow. The hero throws telekinesis into the mix too, and together they manage to knock the arrow back. With that handled, the hero takes off sprinting for the exit gate himself. Furious that her trick got countered, Cecilia fires off another arrow straight at him. With things going south fast, he uses position transfer, swapping with a teammate's sword already inside the exit gate. The swap drops him safely into the gate's dimensional space, saving both himself and the rest of the team. He warns everyone the space is about to collapse. They need to push through to their own world right now. With a final push, the group breaks free of the collapsing space and makes it back. Their instructor Ida is already waiting for them. Back at Seitan, Adele hands in his report, 21 cadets deployed to the human world, 4 lost in action. The instructor takes it in, commending their efforts and promising the fallen won't be forgotten. She then collects the flower badge back from him, which holds the full recording of the mission. Some of the other class monitors take the chance to mock the hero, blaming his weakness for the teammates lost. The hero brushes it off, thinking that if any of them had actually set foot in that fight, they'd have been wiped out in seconds. Nearby, he spots Princess Renee and Lady Diana, both having wrapped up their own missions successfully. Seeing the hero's wounds, the princess grows anxious and moves to walk him to the infirmary herself. But then she notices Luna standing close to him. Her tone sharpens instantly, ordering Luna to back off. The hero belongs to her. Before things escalate, the hero steps in to calm the princess down, clarifying Luna's just a friend, nothing more. The princess takes the explanation, backs off, and tells him to go get proper treatment. Right then, the headmaster calls everyone in. She acknowledges just how brutal the exam was for everyone, honors the comrades who didn't make it back but tells them not to grieve. Instead, get stronger so next time they're the ones walking away. With that, she dismisses them all to head back to their dorms and rest properly. Afterwards, Samuel asks the hero if their class is really that weak, given they took 4 casualties while no other class lost a single person. The hero points out their class is actually stronger than Guar's and Aaron's, if anything. Still, he feels the sting of regret. If he'd picked a different zone for the mission, they might have lost far fewer people. Samuel tells him not to dwell on it, what's done is done. Mid-conversation, Cadet Bolton walks up, noting that the hero looks pretty banged up. The hero admits his opponent was no joke, the fight was rough. Bolton shares that his own opponent was also brutal, an aging swordsman who eventually just ran out of steam and collapsed. That raises a red flag for the hero. Bolton's target was the legendary king of mercenaries, and it's hard to buy that a warrior of that caliber would simply drop on his own. Bolton wanders off, telling the hero to patch himself up properly since next time he wants to face him head-on. Once he's gone, the hero tells Samuel just how strong that guy is, enough to match the ice monster they fought earlier. He quietly figures that right now, only Bolton and Diana are on par with the student council, though Princess Renee and Samuel might catch up in a few years. That's when Lady Franz strolls over, talking like she's suddenly everyone's senior. Samuel's still stuck in horn form, can't resist taking a jab at her. Flustered, she starts smacking both the hero, and Samuel in that half-annoyed, half-affectionate way friends do. Luna cuts in, reminding everyone the hero needs medical attention before anything else, as Luna walks him to the infirmary. He thanks her for sticking by his side through it all. She admits she wishes her recovery magic had been strong enough to heal him sooner. The hero tells her not to beat herself up over it and to focus on getting better instead of dwelling on mistakes. As they step into the infirmary, a female doctor is already there, visibly caught off guard seeing 2 half-demons walk in for treatment. After examining the hero, she has him lie down on the bed. She takes a close look at the wound on his stomach and determines it needs surgery right away. The damage is too severe to wait. Worried, Luna asks if there are any risks involved. The doctor assures her it's routine, though the procedure will take about 3 hours, so she'll need to wait outside. Meanwhile, in the meeting hall, every instructor, including the headmaster, gathers for the midterm evaluation. She announces the goal is to figure out who the strongest class monitor really is and orders the flower badge footage played. Instructor Aries predicts the strongest will obviously come from his class, or maybe Class E. Instructor Ida agrees, but adds that Class C's got the Demon King's daughter. She must have shown something impressive too. Aries doubles down, insisting Bolton's still the strongest overall, both in combat and swordsmanship. The magic instructor agrees, noting that on raw physical talent alone, that kid could go down in history. But the lady instructor admits she's not a fan of him, something about that unsettling smile he wears like a madman. Aries can't resist taking a jab at her class monitor in return, none other than Adele. A staff member announces everything's set and the footage begins rolling. Starting with Class E, the footage shows Bolton going toe-to-toe with the powerful mercenary king during his mission. The instructors are stunned watching him handle the fight with almost effortless skill, as the mercenary king lines up a final strike. Bolton still hasn't even fully channeled his fighting will. Some instructors note he'd only just learned the technique before the midterms and he's already imbuing weapons with it. The moment the cadet takes down the mercenary king, the instructors are quick to acknowledge just how impressive it was. Next up is Class D's footage with Aaron as class monitor. His opponents are rookie knights handled without much trouble, though the instructors note his shaky leadership and the fact that he keeps napping mid-mission. From there, they move on to Instructor Aries' own class footage, where Princess Renee and Lady Diana both take center stage in the mission. Watching the princess's swordsmanship, the instructors are genuinely impressed, but it quickly becomes clear her opponent's no pushover, a sixth circle mage already leaving the battlefield in ruins. That's when Lady Diana steps in and blocks a devastating attack with one hand. The instructors note her crowns actively suppressing her strength and even held back like that. She still takes the mage down without much effort. The magic instructor remarks that at this level, only one other cadet might be able to match her in magic, and that footage is coming up next. Next comes Class B's mission with Cadet Guar leading as the senior, running his team with strict discipline. The instructors give him credit for solid leadership and command. Finally, it's Class A's turn, the hero's class. The lady instructor braces herself, knowing this footage will show exactly how 4 cadets lost their lives. As the footage starts, the instructors are floored. None of them have ever actually seen the Imperial Academy's grounds until now. They watch Adele following a map quietly handed to him by the lady instructor, leading his team straight toward the secret domain. Once there, they spot several entrances scattered around the area. Yet the hero manages to spot a hidden passage the others completely miss. Aries can't wrap his head around how the hero knows this much about a place he's never even been before. The magic instructor explains it away. The hero's mana sensitivity is off the charts, letting him detect hidden structures and pathways others simply can't. Aries pushes back, arguing the hero got handed the easiest zone. Yet even with 2 7 Deadly Sins house members backing him up, 4 cadets still died and the rest came back injured, proof enough in his eyes that the failure's on the hero. The lady instructor counters that the hero himself took serious injuries during that same mission. For now, the headmaster leans toward agreeing with Aries, but she reminds everyone they've only seen the opening act, no final verdict until they've watched the rest. Meanwhile, back at the infirmary, Adele wakes up after his surgery. He can already tell his wounds have been properly patched up. The doctor comes by with a bowl of soup to help him regain his strength. She asks if any pain remains and he tells her he feels completely fine. She warns him to avoid any heavy activity for a while. Full recovery should take a few weeks. The hero figures there's no rush to push himself, seeing as the midterms are already behind him. Then it hits him, the finals could be coming up too, though he has no clue when. He turns to ask Samuel, only to find him fast asleep. Instead, he asks the doctor if Luna ever showed up during his surgery. She tells him Luna waited outside anxiously for the full 3 hours, and the moment it ended, she rushed straight in and started casting healing magic on him too. She adds that Luna's healing talent is genuinely rare, even among demons, even without any formal medical training behind it. She mentions she could even teach Luna proper medical technique herself. The hero's honestly impressed, and the doctor notes that pairing Luna's natural talent with real medical knowledge could turn her into a serious asset. With that, the doctor heads out, telling him to rest a little longer before getting up. Left alone, the hero realizes this could be a massive opportunity for Luna, and honestly, it'd pay off for him too in future fights. Back in the meeting hall, the instructors finish reviewing the entirety of Adele's mission footage. Instructor Ida states plainly, based on everything they've seen, the hero's no spy. The magic instructor adds that taking down a 5th circle mage solo is proof enough of real strength. Aries, of course, still isn't fully convinced. But the lady instructor points out how willing the hero was to risk his own life for his teammates. That alone deserves recognition. The instructors agree that the ice hammer-wielding human cadet was a genuinely dangerous threat, way beyond what they expected from the Imperial Academy. They also note the archer at the end showed skill way past expectations, a clear sign they've been underestimating the whole academy. The headmaster points out that the cadet who directly fought Adele looked even stronger than the mercenary king. That realization hits hard. The zone they figured was the easiest turned out to be one of the most dangerous of all. She adds that outside of Bolton and Diana's classes, pretty much any other group would have been wiped out in that same spot. It becomes clear the hero coordinated well with his team, ultimately getting them all out safely. The headmaster concludes that Class A's practical score likely won't shift much between her own take and the other instructors. With that, she wraps up the meeting, instructing everyone to finalize and submit their evaluation scores. Meanwhile, Adele thanks the doctor for her care and decides to head out of the infirmary, feeling much better now. Before he leaves, she mentions an instructor stopped by earlier looking for him. Stepping outside, he wonders who that could have been, but decides to head back to his room first to bathe and rest. That's when the sparrow shows up in front of him. Startled at first, he then notices it isn't alone. Instructor Aries is standing right there too. Spotting him, the hero instinctively tries to slip away. But the instructor stops him, saying there's something important to talk about. The hero's mind jumps straight to worst-case scenarios. Maybe this is about the poison snake. Instead, the instructor tells him he's reviewed the full mission footage and acknowledges fighting to protect his comrades like that was genuinely admirable. With that, he extends a hand for a handshake. Totally caught off guard by the gesture, the hero shakes it, sealing a small, unexpected bond with the instructor. The instructor heads off, telling him to focus on recovery before the finals arrive. Later, back in his office, the lady instructor drops by, guessing he must have run into Adele already. She reminds him it was her idea to send him, having appointed the boy class monitor for his talent. Aries admits the hero's stronger than he expected, but warns that kind of power could turn into a threat down the road. The lady heads out, telling him to keep handling whatever the headmaster assigns her. As she leaves, he's left torn. Will the hero end up an asset to the demon realm or a danger to it? Still, he can't deny the hero's combat performance at the Imperial Academy blew past every expectation. There's clearly a lot he needs to prepare for going forward. For now though, he figures he still needs to decide what punishment fits the hero's little rule-breaking stunt against Satan's regulations. Meanwhile, Adele soaks in a bath, finally relaxing, his first proper soak in ages. He notices Samuel, still stuck in horn form, hasn't woken up yet. There's relief in knowing they all made it back from the human world alive, plus that 20% boost from the original Adele's power. But he also knows he lost something in the exchange, and if this pattern continues, his whole plan could fall apart. He decides he needs to get stronger and help his teammates level up too, since their next clash with the Imperial Academy is going to be far more brutal than this one. After his bath, he pulls out the information paper, realizing that to hit both his goals, he needs the original Adele's mana cultivation technique. He asks the paper to detail a cultivation method that fits his current body. But it demands a steep price for that knowledge, either a legendary grade artifact or 10,000 gold coins. That number stuns him, but he reminds himself score high enough on the midterms. And he'll unlock access to Satan's weapon vault, where far greater treasures are waiting. Only problem left, whether instructor Aries will actually give him a high enough score. The next day, all the cadets gather in the classroom. The lady instructor tells them the midterm results go up right after today's session. That's when Lady Fran walks over and proposes a bet. Luna shows up right around then too. The hero agrees, curious what she's putting on the table. Fran reveals the prize, an invitation to visit her estate. The hero recalls House Bear's estate already being massive, but admits he's curious to see her home too. He accepts, tossing in his own condition. For one full day, he'll be her personal servant, taking whatever orders she throws at him. That leaves her genuinely amazed. Meanwhile, the hero's already counting his win, thinking about the good food he'll get to enjoy on the visit. He adds one more thing, Luna gets invited too. Right as the three of them are chatting, the lady instructor walks up and pulls Adele aside for something important. Once outside, she cuts straight to it, be honest about what he's hiding. The hero's stomach drops, she must have seen the mission footage and picked up on something. Playing dumb, he claims the emergency rations she gave him tasted awful, so he tossed them. She quickly clarifies that's not what she's talking about. She explains she's noticed he brought a monster into Satan without any official clearance. The hero pulls out the snakeworm from his pocket and shows her this is the creature she means. She asks where exactly he found and tamed it. Adele figures bringing up House Bear would raise too many questions about where it actually came from. So he lies, claiming he found it inside the human instructor's laboratory. He adds that it seemed drawn to his darkness and eventually bonded with him on its own. The instructor admits the snake's kind of cute, but reminds him academy rules require any pet to be officially registered as a familiar. She informs him he has 1 month to pass a formal exam, and as she's about to head off, the hero pulls out the sparrow and asks if it can be registered too. She agrees, adding that if it turns out to be something special, it might even help him in training. Sometime later, every cadet gathers in the auditorium as the midterm results are about to be announced. Noticing Luna looking anxious, the hero asks what's wrong, and she explains she needs a high score to lock in a scholarship this term. He reassures her she'll pull through, and thanks her again for staying by his side through his recovery. And he spots Lady Fran looking unusually smug. Curious, he asks what's up. She tells him everyone's about to find out she's the real highlight of today's results. Samuel scoffs, calling her delusional. That comment stings her a bit, but before it can escalate further, the instructor calls the room to order. The results have officially gone up on the notice board. The hero scans the list, 120 cadets in total. He starts checking from rank 50 since scholarships kick in at rank 40. Scrolling through, he spots Luna's name sitting at 38th. She's stunned, she actually landed the scholarship. Working through the top 10, he sees familiar senior names, Aaron, Samuel, and Guar all among the frontrunners. Princess Renee grabs 5th place, which genuinely surprises him. But the real shocker is spotting his own name sitting at 4th. Then he notices Lady Diana holding down 3rd. 2nd place goes to Bolton, sending a wave of shock through the cadets since he was already assumed to be one of the strongest. But the biggest jaw-dropper is first place Lady Fran. The whole room goes silent. She just laughs, cheerfully declaring that everyone can start calling themselves her servants now. The hero can't quite wrap his head around how she pulled that off. Samuel explains that the House of Lust produces hundreds of children, but only one gets picked as heir, the strongest of the bunch. Meaning Fran beat out hundreds of rivals just to earn that title. He adds that she carried her weight big time. Without her buff magic, way more cadets would have died in the secret domain. Adele gets it now. Landing first place means near-perfect marks across every subject, no exceptions. Fran struts over, ordering him to sit in front of her, reminding him he promised to follow her orders for the whole day. The hero happily agrees, honestly pretty pleased to see her take the top spot. As all eyes turn toward her, plenty of them narrow with jealousy. Especially Bolton's, though with this many cadets watching, he can't exactly make a move against her. Meanwhile, Princess Renee's stuck puzzling over the hero's fourth-place finish. It doesn't line up with the strength she remembers from before the midterms. While she's still turning that over, Lady Diana walks up to her. The princess can't resist teasing her about landing third place. Later that night, once everyone's fast asleep, Lady Fran slips quietly into the bathroom. She peels the bandages off her body and uses some strange magic to force an artificial smile onto her face. At the same time, the hero's off training alone in his room. He realizes that even with 20% of the original Adele's power now his, he still can't use fighting will. Accepting that limit for now, he lies down, knowing his body still needs time to heal and he can't afford to rush it. His mind drifts to the upcoming opening of Satan's secret vault, and he's already curious what he'll walk away with this time. A few days later, he stands outside, aware that the secret vault opens today. Which is exactly why Instructor Ares summoned the top 8 cadets. The hero plans to grab 2 items from the vault, one of them for Samuel since he's not in his original body right now. At that moment, Samuel asks why he isn't already at the main hall since the instructor already called them in. The hero says since 3 of the top cadets are from Class A, it just makes sense to walk in together. So he decides to wait for Fran to show up first, but once it's clear she's running late, he heads to the hall without her. In the main hall, Instructor Ares comments on how Class A's showing up late despite clear instructions. That gives some cadets an excuse to talk down to them. Princess Renee visibly bristles at the disrespect. Then Cadet Bolton chimes in, saying they're all talking way too much. Guar, assuming it's the hero mouthing off, gets ready to snap back angrily. But once he realizes it's actually Bolton who spoke, he backs down instantly, knowing better than to challenge him. Right on cue, the hero teleports into the hall, apologizing for running late. He immediately notices several cadets glaring daggers at him. War, of course, decides to run his mouth at him again. In response, the hero triggers Dagger Rain and rests a blade right at his throat, just enough to shut him up. Sensing things spiraling, the instructor steps in and stops the hero from taking it further. The hero backs off without argument. The instructor then turns his scolding on Guar, warning that provoking cadets without cause again will mean serious consequences. That catches the hero off guard. He fully expected to be the one getting yelled at. The instructor addresses the whole room, reminding them humans are the enemy, not allies to lean on in battle, and he has zero patience for anyone who forgets that. Mid-speech, he notices Lady Fran from Class A still hasn't shown up. The hero explains he waited for her as long as he could before coming, but has no idea where she is now. Right then, Lady Fran finally strolls in. She remarks it feels pretty good, having everyone wait around for her, adding that since she's the top scorer now, showing up late just fits her new status. The instructor doesn't dignify that with a reaction, simply telling her to fall in line with the others. But Bolton, clearly jealous, steps into her path to block her. Fran plays dumb, acting like she has no idea who he even is. He insists they've already met before the midterms. She responds that she suffers from an unfortunate condition. She just can't seem to remember faces of anyone ranked below her. That insult lands hard and Bolton's mana flares up around him in a wave of raw anger. He declares he'll challenge her right now and teach her some manners. He tells him flatly she has zero interest in fighting him. But he insists she keep her top rank intact just so she can face him properly down the line. Adele watches the tension between the two of them ramp up fast and notices Instructor Ares isn't stepping in to stop it either. Fran pushes Bolton further, asking why he doesn't just challenge the instructors or even the headmaster if he's really after strong opponents. She suggests he avoids them because deep down he knows he'd lose, so instead he picks fights with weaker cadets. As things threaten to boil over, the hero finally steps in to break it up. Well aware a real clash here could end with someone seriously hurt. That's when the instructor finally orders them both to knock it off. Bolton settles down, if reluctantly. The instructor shifts gears to the secret vault, explaining that entry order usually follows rank, but last time he assigned it randomly, which left the later entrants at a disadvantage. The hero silently agrees. He remembers entering dead last that time and walking away with nothing useful. This time though, the instructor announces the hero will be first through the door. He explains that since the last order was arbitrary anyway and the current lineup's roughly the same, flipping the order this time is only fair. Going forward though, it'll strictly follow rank. With that, he channels his magic to swing the vault door open. Adele quietly hopes his luck holds. Maybe this time, the original Adele's mana cultivation technique is waiting inside. Samuel notices the look on his face and asks what's got him so hyped. The hero asks if he isn't excited for the treasures too, to which Samuel points out he can't even use most of it in his current form. The hero reassures him not to worry, he'll be back to normal soon enough. With that, he steps up, ready for his second shot at the vault, eager to see what he walks away with this time. And that's where we're leaving things for today. The vault doors open and trust me, what's waiting inside is worth sticking around for. If you enjoyed the ride, do me a favor, hit subscribe, swing by the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss the next one. It genuinely helps us keep making videos like this. Thanks for watching and I'll see you in the next episode.